Good morning. I declare open this hearing of the Environment and Communications Legislation Committee into the 2024-25 additional estimates. I begin by acknowledging the traditional owners on the land that we meet and pay our respects to elders past, present and emerging. The committee's proceedings today will begin with corporate matters and general questions of the Communication and the Arts portfolio. The committee has fixed Monday the 24th of March 2025 as the date for the return of answers to questions taken on notice. Understanding Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session, and this includes answers to questions on notice. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. The Senate has endorsed the following test of relevance of questions at estimates hearings. Any questions going to the operation or financial positions of the department and agencies which are seeking funds in estimates are relevant questions for the purpose of estimates hearings. I remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has a discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committees unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. The Senate has resolved also that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanation of policy or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Witnesses are reminded of a Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised, and I incorporate the public immunity statement into the Hansard. I remind all senators of their obligations under the Behaviour Code for Australian parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. An officer called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they appear. Mobile phones should be switched to silence. And I now welcome the Honourable Jenny McAllister, Minister for Cities and Emergency Management, representing the Minister for Communications. Minister, would you care to make an opening statement?
No, thank you, Chair.
I also welcome Mr Jim Betts, Secretary of the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communication and the Arts. Mr Betts, would you like to make an opening statement?
No, thank you, Chair.
Excellent. So before we begin with corporate questions, I will remind senators that this part of the program relates to matters concerning central departmental administration, such as building services, ICT, staffing levels and media procurement. Questions relating to individual policies and programs should be addressed to officials when those specific programs are considered in our subsequent sessions. So, let us get started. Senator Cadell, would you like to kick us off?
Thank you. Very briefly, just on perfunctory things. So under FOI 25083, there was a request for electorate briefs, which came back. They no longer exist or get done, given the previous government was aware that they were getting done previously. Is there any similar type of document that gives electorate summaries of policies that you're preparing if it's not called an electoral brief?
No, I think as a matter of general policy, we don't prepare briefing notes based around electorate. We might use local government area, but not electorates.
Do they have a name, the local government area ones? Do they just call local government area briefs, or what?
No, I think it's. I guess what I'm saying is, in providing briefing notes for ministers from time to time, we may provide them with geographically specific information, but it will be tied to local government area rather than electorate. It's just one of those lines that we draw to prevent creeping politicisation of the public service.
No, that is what we're trying to get to. So don't exist, no version of anything in an electorate brief?
As far as I'm aware, that is the case. If anybody wants to contradict that, we'll come back to you during this session, but that's certainly my understanding of the way the department operates.
No, that's all I have.
Great. Senator Davey.
Yes, can I just clarify, because I might get told to come back at a different stage, but I want to make sure I don't miss out my opportunity to ask about where the legislation for content quotas on streaming services is and where that's up to, because it's the department who's meant to be briefing the legislation. So,
yeah, so that's an outcome 5 issue. It's not a corporate issue, but
outcome 5. That's fine. I'll come back at outcome 5. I just
sorry, on streaming quote. Well, it's either 5 or 6. You can do it this morning if you like. The relevant officials are here, so that's fine.
Senator Henderson, do you have any questions in this area?
Not on this in this section, thank you, Chair.
Okay. Senator Hanson-Young.
I wanted to ask about what level of consultation the department has been having with the e-safety commissioner, specifically in relation to age verification and that issue. I know there'll be a period there, but I want to know across the department what the process is and what infrastructure exists within the department to ensure proper, robust, full and frank advice and consultation.
So can I seek your guidance, Chair? Have we finished with corporate matters?
No, we haven't. So I think that matter will fall into outcome 5.
Well, I guess my point is there? It's not about what the consultation is. I'm asking what is the what's the infrastructure or what's the process? What's been put in place within the department to make sure there is full and frank advice being able and consultation with the e-safety commissioner as a separate, obviously as a separate agency.
Is it a question about IT? Or what, when you say infrastructure?
So maybe just a point of clarification. Is this about the which elements of the department are working together? It's a sort of cross-departmental.
Yes.
Is that where you're going?
Yes. Surely there's quite a. It's not just. Surely it's not just one person's job. Is my point. There must be a.
Is it broader than outcome 5?
Yes, I think so. I think it's about how you run the department.
Okay, well, we'll answer that.
Mr. Betts, I'm happy to sort of take.
I've got corporate staff here. If we're going to get
see how we
questions
go,
about
and then if
policy matters,
we need.
So if you're happy to cover that question in outcome 5, we can move on to outcome 5 and cover that question there. If you're happy to answer it in that
straight away, as far as I'm concerned.
Yep.
It depends whether the senators have other questions.
Did you have any other corporate questions?
I do.
Okay, let's
although
go to
we
those.
might have the same problem, but let's just.
Well, let's roll through them.
Yep.
As long as we have that commitment that we'll deal with them in section 5, then we'll be okay.
Okay, in that case, I'll hand over to Mr. Chisholm.
We'll do it. I think.
No, we're going to roll through the questions just in case there are corporate questions. Then we can dismiss corporate. Senator Hanson-Young.
So first of all, is there some cross-departmental group or process by which consultation and feedback with the e-safety commissioner occurs?
No, Senator Hanson-Young, I think what we've decided is we're going to move that into 5, and Mr. Betts has said they'll cover that there, and we can do that first.
Okay.
If you have other corporate questions, so we can dismiss the corporate people.
Sure. I'd like to know, has there been any briefings within the department of recent weeks in relation to the impact of Donald Trump's presidency?
It's also outcome 5.
It's outcome 5. I assume that's outcome 5.
Well, hang on. How can that be outcome 5 when the impact of the Trump presidency impacts on news media bargaining code, it impacts on social media ban, it impacts on streaming?
Outcome 5.
Senator James Chisholm, Deputy Secretary Communications and Media Group, all those issues relate to outcome 5.
Okay.
So
All right.
just to be clear, outcome 5 being promote an innovative and competitive communications sector through policy development, advice and program delivery.
Okay, so I don't want to get to outcome 5 and ask you about Trump's impact on Australian content rules and be told it's the wrong outcome, because I'm asking across the board. Surely your department has to discuss and are preparing for how to deal with the Trump presidency across all of your portfolio issues, not just in isolation. And if you are doing it in isolation, I'd like to know that, because I think that's concerning.
Senator, all those issues are scheduled to be addressed in 10 minutes. We're currently in corporate matters. There's no attempt.
So there's no corporate discussion, briefing, organisation going on about the impact that the US administration is having on Australian policy?
There was a definition of what falls into the corporate part of the evidence this morning. The issues you're raising are more policy related and are handled in my group.
Okay. Has there been any staff employed to deal with looking at the impact of the US administration on Australian communications, arts and media policy?
No, not specifically.
No staff have been appointed into a role to deal with that issue?
It's part of ongoing business in the group, Senator, and again, it's outcome 5.
So no staff member has been appointed, or there's no extra resources being spent on dealing with the impact of the US administration on Australian policy?
No, we don't change departmental resourcing in the light of world events. There are policy areas which we'll talk about under outcome 5, which are obviously affected by the international situation, including in the US, but that doesn't involve any supplementary staff.
Okay, that's all right. What about funding? Has there been any extra budget allocation or change of budget allocation given the impacts?
Of the Trump administration, no.
Could I ask what's happening with the gambling reform advertising legislation? Is that has there been drafting work or any directions being given to the department in relation to that on a corporate level?
It's dealt with under outcome 5 by the Communications and Media Group headed by Mr Chisholm.
So you haven't had to allocate or reallocate any resources to that issue?
Senator, it's an ongoing stream of work as part of outcome 5.
Okay. In relation to the Joint Select Committee inquiry into social media, which reported earlier this year, the majority report called for the government to act in terms of dealing with the jurisdictional issues, making sure that if we're going to put regulation in place, whether it's on scams, whether it's on social media, whether it's news media bargaining code, whether it's streaming, that there would be, that the government needed to respond to ensure that we had the right jurisdiction. Surely that comes under some type of overarching corporate response?
Senator, it's really simple. It's all dealt with as part of Communications and Media Group. We can talk at length about those issues, but
yes,
it's a different section.
Okay, that's fine. But if you're not putting on staff and you're not asking or allocating new funding, we can talk about the details. But at this point, you're saying no extra funding has been put towards, or there's been no reallocation of funding within the overall budget or shifting of staff to deal with the jurisdictional issues?
Senator, the government has funded the group to focus on online safety and related issues, and that is part of ongoing business and important priorities, including in relation to issues such as age limits and the response to the Online Safety Act review and close cooperation with the E-Safety Commissioner. But that is, again, outcome 5 related policy work, program work. It's not a matter of providing funding to reflect changes in administrations in other jurisdictions. We have that funding already.
No, I'm asking about the response to the government's own chaired select committee that called for this recommendation.
So again,
Senator Hanson-Young, I think the department's been very clear that it's a outcome 5 series of questions.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll have a lot to talk about in outcome 5, but I guess I'm just putting on the table a lot of these issues cut across other parts of the department. It's not just communications. It's not just media. It's also arts. So I don't want to get to outcome 5 and be told you can't answer the questions.
All the issues you've mentioned are Communications and Media Group. There are crossovers with arts in relation to streaming. Yes, both Minister Burke and Minister Rowland are jointly responsible for that issue, but everything else you've raised is outcome 5.
Okay, so you're telling me you won't give me the answer, a non-answer in outcome 5 when I ask questions about streaming and the impacts of the US?
And the Deputy Secretary for the Arts is in the room and can come to the table to answer that under outcome 5.
Very good. Thank you.
Excellent. Any more corporate questions? No. Superb. I will now release the corporate section, and I will call officers from the department in relation to outcome 5, program 5.1, digital technologies and communications services. Okay, and we will start with Senator Hanson-Young. We will do 10-minute blocks, and we will be sticking to time today for all the reasons that the committee are well aware of.
Chair, I'm happy for you to go to the opposition first.
Senator Davey.
So I also got told to come back in outcome 5. Minister, can you give us an update as to where the Labor government's promise to legislate for content quotas on streaming services? The legislation was due to commence by the 1st of July 2024, and we are now in February 2025, and we are yet to see any legislation.
I think we've indicated publicly and in this forum that this is taking longer than we would have hoped, but the government is continuing to progress this work, and I'll ask officials to step you through where that's up to.
Thanks, Minister. Stephen Arnott, Deputy Secretary, Creative Economy and the Arts. Thanks, Senator, for your question. Yes, the Minister is correct. We continue to work on the government's policy. We continue to consult with stakeholders. We continue to refine a model for the regulation, but the government has not yet made a decision on the final policy.
So if I can just check the timeline, prior to the last election, Minister Burke promised that a Labor government would introduce SVOD, Australian content quotas for SVODs. Post-election, he declared the timeline of 1st July 2024. There was a draft consultation paper released towards the end of 2023 that any stakeholders were required to sign non-disclosure agreements to see. I understand further discussions went on between in early 2024, and the feedback I've had from stakeholders is it's all gone quiet since then. Given that so much work was going on, why has there been such a delay for something that other countries have brought in around the world? We've got content quotas in Canada, content quotas in France, and we are still waiting on Minister Burke's own deadline, been and gone. We're not hearing anything about it. Is there still a commitment to deliver content quotas post-election?
I can ask the officials to talk about the work that's ongoing. I'll refer you to my earlier answer. I mean, this is taking longer than we had hoped, but the government is committed to this course of action, and work is underway to develop the necessary arrangements.
Yeah, that's correct, Minister. Yeah.
Can I also ask, last year we saw commitments for the production offset rebate. Has legislation been drafted to facilitate that?
Senator, that's a matter for the Treasury, so they look after the Income Tax Assessment Act, and the timing of the legislation is a matter for them. So I'm not aware of where that's up to, but the government has made the commitments to make those changes. That's correct.
So that's a question that I should take to Treasury about the timelines?
That's correct.
Because I know there are producers out there who are waiting, and there's investment decisions that are on standby while we wait for this government to deliver on its promises.
Understand, yeah.
I have no further questions on that topic, but
Excellent. Okay. Senator Darman.
Senator, me?
No? Yeah. Do you have a question?
Okay, I do. I just wanted to talk about the Broadcast Resilience Program. So can you just outline what is the purpose of this program and what has been delivered, please?
Yes, Senator. Thanks for the question, and we'll just get some additional officials to the table to assist you with that. The program provides critical funding and services in support of the transmission of broadcasting, particularly with respect to the ABC, during natural disasters and other events. But I'll just ask if Ms Gannon Ms Lopez would like to add to the answer.
Margaret Lopez, Assistant Secretary, Media, Industry and Sustainability. So the Broadcasting Resilience Program is providing $20 million over 3 years to improve the resilience of 98 ABC broadcast sites that are used for emergency broadcasting and are at greater risk of failure due to natural disasters. This includes emergency power backup batteries and upgraded satellite inputs for ABC, AM and FM radio sites across Australia. The BRP is also funding 5 mobile broadcast assets that can be transported to affected sites at short notice in the event that broadcast transmission fails. This includes during power outages caused by severe weather. The MBAs also serve as a power supply to charge essential devices and will be housed at 5 strategic locations across the country. This includes Bald Hills, Brisbane, which will serve southeastern Queensland and northeastern New South Wales, Gungahlin, Canberra, which will serve the Australian Capital Territory, southern New South Wales and eastern Victoria, Hammersley, Perth, serving Western Australia, Mount Bellenden, Kerr, northern Queensland, serving northern Queensland and the Northern Territory, and Pimpala, Adelaide, serving South Australia and Western Victoria. Senator, these sites were chosen based on previous natural disasters and ease of access to the region, as well as the ability to service and store these units between events. As at the 31st of December 2024, 124 projects have been completed over those 98 sites, and these upgrades, when completed, will impact a population of more than 800,000 residents in regional and remote areas across Australia. As at January 2025, the program has already ensured over 4,500 hours of additional content making it to air. For example, in October 2024, a major storm with high-speed winds and large hail damaged critical infrastructure, leaving Broken Hill and surrounding communities without power. The BRP upgrade provided an additional 56 total hours of support for the Menindee community and also 60 total hours for Wilcannia.
Thank you. So you said 4,500 additional hours of broadcast, so that would not have been possible without this new infrastructure.
That's correct, Senator.
That's fantastic. And you talked about the 5 mobile power supply areas. Can the mobile broadcasting assets be deployed to any location?
So, Senator, it's those locations that I mentioned. They've sort of around the country, those 5 locations will ensure that they can be moved around to various locations, yes. Yeah.
And is the government considering an extension of this program, do you know?
Senator, that was a matter for government in terms of this program is due to be completed by April this year, and any extension is a matter for government.
Thank you. And what, if anything, did the coalition government do to support the resilience of broadcast infrastructure?
Senator, the BRP is a program that was established by this government as part of its Better Connectivity Plan to improve mobile coverage and increase the resilience of communication services, and this was funded in the October 2022 budget.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Cadell.
Reading in the papers, and the Minister, I've just got a copy of the release now, issued an announcement regarding the universal outdoor mobile obligation. Yep. I'm trying to get up to speed to it as quickly as I can as I read through it. Obvious thing, it says they will require mobile carriers to provide access to mobile voice and SMS almost everywhere across Australia. Almost. What is there a definition of? I imagine if this is Leo's, then it's everywhere. Is he almost just a get out of jail free card?
So, Senator Kell, thanks for the question, and I will ask the officials to talk through the technical detail that you've requested. But I think it is worth making the point that this is a very significant reform from a telco perspective. So I think Australians will know that it's, there's long been a universal service obligation in relation to terrestrial services. That needed to be brought up to date. Telecommunications technology has changed enormously. The government has done a very significant amount of work, and Minister Rowland, as you've noted, is wanting to progress this because of the significance of these issues for Australians, particularly in remote and regional communities. I'd make the point also, just in terms of my other obligations as Emergency Management Minister, that it's a really significant decision in terms of ensuring connectivity in a much broader range of places and circumstances, and providing a very significant degree of resilience in emergency situations as well. But I will ask Mr Chisholm to directly address your question.
Yeah, and thank you, Senator, for the question. It is, as the Minister said, a very exciting development in the government signalling to the market that it is prepared to support the deployment of new satellite technology to achieve much greater coverage and support across a country such as Australia. As you know, at the moment, as part of the fixed system we have, it's only about 30% of the landmass that's covered. The large phased array effect of LEOSAT's technology means that we can achieve much more coverage in support of things like universal service obligations, but also broader connectivity. One of the really interesting examples of how we saw this deployed recently was during the Los Angeles fires, and the role that Starlink played with T-Mobile to ensure that a large number of people were able to communicate with each other and with emergency services professionals in a way that they wouldn't have been able to with the existing system. So the universal outdoor mobile obligation will be a very significant signal to the market that the government is supporting that technology. We want to see that market develop. We'll work closely with industry to achieve that outcome. And on the question of the actual numbers and the coverage, I'll ask the officials to step through that. But we're really delighted to finally see this one announced.
Lisa Lorans, First Assistant Secretary, Communications Infrastructure Division. The almost bit relates to you still need to be able to essentially see the sky. Yep. So if you're inside a building, cave. But if you go out to the front of the cave, you should be able to get the coverage in places like out in national parks, or, as Mr Chisholm said, the vast areas of Australia where you're currently in between mobile phone towers.
So it doesn't need to be mapped because it's everywhere where you can see the sky. Is that right?
I'm sorry, can you repeat
It doesn't need to be mapped because it's everywhere you can see the sky?
That's right.
Okay.
Essentially.
With the previous USOs, a lot of it on mobile coverage was to make sure telcos fix the towers that go out quickly and have this. Is that going to be wound back at all? Because unintended consequences of 3G have been there. There's no intent to wind back that regard?
No.
Okay.
It supports, there's definitely a role for both in the Australian landscape. And, for example, the LEOSATs, the services available to it will grow over time. So to start with, it's SMS, then voice, then data. So it will really bridge that gap where you don't currently have connectivity.
Okay. Getting to that point, a telco that I spoke to this morning on this said there was no technical liaison or consultation with them until last week on how this would happen. So what did the department do to... Great intent, there's no question here. What certainty do we have that a 2025 legislation, 2027 rollout is achievable?
Yeah, so Senator, we do work with industry on the broader series of policy questions related to the future of LEOSAT's technology. I chair a working group with industry and experts and government representatives on LEOSATs. We provided a report to government late 2023, and it highlighted a number of the areas for action for government and to which this relates, and also the RTIRC, the Regional Telecommunications Review report that was released just before Christmas, from memory. Yep. Pointed to this work as an important contribution to achieving the connectivity outcomes that Ms Lorance stepped through. So we have had extensive consultation with communities through the RTIRC. No, but and industry as part of the LEOSAT's working group. One of the issues to be aware of in this context is that each of the telecommunications companies has their own commercial relationships, and it's therefore really important that we bear that in mind when we talk to them about future government announcements because they need to think about that in the context of their own negotiations, for example, Optus with Starlink.
And Telstra with
and
Starlink.
So we will work closely with them as the policy is rolled out and implemented over the coming 18 months to 2 years.
Okay,
Yep.
as it goes forward. But I imagine, you mentioned Starlink, they seem to be the only full coverage lowest LEO sats at the moment. I imagine I might be putting word in Senator Hanson-Young's. She would be thrilled to have all the conversations carried over Elon Musk's network. From that perspective, are we driving, under this obligation, commercial realities of all our telcos to do business with one organisation at the moment? I know there's plans under NBN, there's been speaking about their own LEOs, but they won't be ready by 2027. Are we driving everyone into one organisation, one monopoly at the moment with this policy?
No, Senator. In fact, I'd say it's the opposite, because by the government signalling that it wants to see a universal outdoor mobile obligation, it's sending a strong signal to the market that it also wants to see competition and wants to see other entrants playing a role. There are European participants in the market. As you mentioned, there are other companies, both American and non-North American, that are emerging in the LEOSat context. If the government didn't commit to a policy framework like this, we would likely see incumbents continue to do well, which is fine, but we also want to see new entrants, and hence the government is getting ahead of the curve in terms of the new technology in a way that's something of a world first, I think.
Well, when you say world first, you mentioned about direct-to-device technology. Has there been any live trials of direct-to-device technology in Australia?
We are doing trials. Yeah, would you like to? Yeah.
Sorry?
Not currently of direct-to-device. We are undertaking some independent LEOSat-based voice trials currently, which has informed some of the universal mobile coverage work, but certainly there's a lot of experience internationally which we've been drawing.
But none in Australia. We have announced this in a press release today, that this is only possible thanks to LEOSat and direct-to-device, but there are no trials to date of direct-to-device that have happened in Australia.
So can we... Sorry, Senator, Lisa Lawrence. If I can just add to that, there's the two different elements to the LEOSats. LEOSats are a newer technology. We do have the voice trials underway to understand how that's working in practice. As Mr Chisholm said, we do have a working group where we are working with providers and understanding the lived experience. We can talk more about the experience for the fires in the US.
And I looked at that. I want to know about the trials on technical because, as I said, good intent, but when industry's saying they only found out about this last week, when there's been no trials of the ability to deliver what is promised, it looks a little bit like Optus had made their own announcements, Telstra had made their own announcements. Are we just jumping on something without having a look? Has there been a feasibility study on the business case, for example, of when Mr Chisholm mentions there might be other players in LEOSats? Do we have any reality that we'll have full coverage of a LEOSat from any competitor to Starlink by 2027 when these comes in? Is that study been done?
So I think that the intention of announcing that we are bringing in the universal outdoor mobile obligation with sufficient time to be working with the mobile network operators on how it will work in practice. The government is also working with the sector to understand the technology, where it's up to, and to broaden the market. As you said, there is one player that is demonstrating in other locations that the technology works. This is about making sure that it's accessible to all Australians wherever you are.
Okay, but we haven't done the technical studies of one aspect of it. We haven't engaged with industry until last week on it, and we haven't done cost impacts of it.
Yeah.
So what's the announcement here? Something we'd like to see.
The announcement sends a very clear signal to the market that we want to see D2D services delivered in Australia. It's really important, whether you're talking about telecommunications or you're talking about energy or you're talking about other infrastructure, that you get very clear signals from government about what it wants to see, and that government is keen to support and work in partnership with the sector on that. And there are both broader incentives and the incentive underpinning this framework to encourage that. There are other entrants and competitors that are emerging in relation to D2D, including Link, which has an agreement in place with TPG and other companies such as AST Space Mobile. So that's really exciting, and the policy will send that clear signal, and we will be working closely with industry to deploy the technology in the future.
I get that, but
I need to rotate the
last
ball.
question there,
Last
Chair.
question.
Given the minister's recently raised some problems around sovereignty issues for LeoSats here, and you can't name one LeoSat business other than Starlink that will have full coverage by the time this USO comes in, what's going on here? Are we?
So Starlink is already providing services in Australia. Consumers have voted with their feet in relation to Starlink. That's had very significant uptake.
I'm a Starlink
very popular,
user. I don't have
including in regional communities and remote communities who rely on Starlink for connectivity. Starlink also played a really valuable role, as we highlighted, in the context of natural disasters in North America. We want to encourage all of the above. We're keen to see Starlink continue to play that role. We're also keen to see other competitors in the market. So, as I say, this is the government getting ahead of the curve and encouraging that competition and that innovation to the benefit of all Australians.
Well, I'm sure Senator Young will ask me questions about Trump. Maybe did President Trump phone up and say, give Elon all your business? So we'll hear if that's questions the next one.
Thank you, Senator Cadell. I might just have one quick follow-up before we go to Senator Hanson-Young. I was going to ask a series of questions, but Senator Cadell has covered most of them. I'm particularly interested in what advantage this will provide in natural disasters. I understand a similar technology was used in the LA fires. Could you just expand a little on that for us so we can see what the potential might be? Given, like, I know we've had a lot of challenges where we've had disasters, natural disasters in Australia where no one has any mobile coverage.
And just to preface it, and Miss Lawrence or Miss Powell can speak to it at further length, but what you saw in LA with D2D is that it enabled people to communicate with each other who would have otherwise been disconnected during a natural disaster. So terrestrial services are frequently disrupted because of fires or other extreme events. And you saw T-Mobile, in partnership with Starlink, enable a D2D service for the greater Los Angeles area and for those devastating wildfires. The user experience during the disaster signalled that texts were made and received by standard unmodified 4G, LTE and 5G services. And then a week after the direct-to-device service was turned on in response to the fires, Starlink reported that over 120,000 texts had been sent and received. And on 16th of January, T-Mobile posted on their support page that around 96,000 texts had been sent and received since the service was turned on. So what you're seeing in these examples is that, but for the deployment of that technology, that's thousands and thousands of texts and communications that would not have happened, and then enable emergency services and family and loved ones to connect with people impacted by disasters. Hence, reinforcing the point that we've made this morning, that this sort of technology is vital for the future support to communities. Not only just improves connectivity generally, but during natural disasters and in countries like Australia, where we obviously look very closely at natural disasters in the US, we share similar climatic challenges and work in partnership with jurisdictions there. We're keen to see that technology work to full effect here as well.
Thank you. Yeah. And can you assure us that this won't end up as some form of Elon Musk monopoly?
So again, Senator, that's why the government is signalling that it wants to see a fully developed market underpinned by strong government policy and the obligation. We are seeing LeoSat entrants continue to develop. I mentioned a couple of them earlier. Companies like Amazon are also deploying that technology or building it. We are focused on ensuring support and connectivity for affected communities, whether it's Starlink or other competitors. That's really important. for the government. And again, all good policy requires strong signals from government about how it wants to see markets developed and shaped. What we've seen in other contexts, including in the communications and media environment, I would say, Senator, is that you don't see optimal outcomes when you see government trying to catch up to the technology. When the technology takes off in ways that is more rapid than government has been on top of it, you see less beneficial outcomes. So this is a great example of the government getting ahead of the curve.
Okay, so this is a signal for people to come on down?
Absolutely. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. And in law, it'll be a legislated requirement, which is the strongest signal you can get.
Thank you. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. Just continuing on this announcement today, could I just understand, or could you help me please understand how the incentive money will flow in terms of if a provider, Telstra or Optus, how much money is from the Australian taxpayers being spent on making sure these universal services are delivered?
Yeah, so we can talk about current funding for universal service obligations. So I might ask...
in terms of outdoor, we're talking about outdoor.
I'll just ask Ms Power to speak to current funding arrangements. And then we can step through the future plans for universal outdoor.
Hello, Nicole Power, Assistant Secretary, Universal Services Branch. So the current arrangements that apply to universal services don't include mobile services, so there is currently no funding being applied to it. Current arrangements are with Telstra currently, who is the designated universal service provider, but it has an obligation only to provide landline services and also payphones. So they receive funding under a contract with the Australian Government currently of $270 million per year for those two levels of services. 270 million? Yes, that's correct.
So 230 for landlines and 40 million for the payphones?
That's correct.
Okay, we're operating on the same figures, that's good. So what will be the money put aside for this new expanded outdoor incentive?
Senator, those details will be worked through with government and industry.
What would you expect this to cost?
We're not going to get into that now.
Hang on, what? So the government's announced that they're going to do something, but they haven't said how much it's going to cost or how they're going...
Senator, that's a matter for future budget consideration by the government. The policy is set and it will be funded and supported as appropriate.
Have you done any cost analysis as to how much this would cost to get this done properly?
We've done some analysis to support the policy, and we monitor both the technology and the likely costs of the technology.
What would the likely cost be?
So, Senator, just to provide a bit of broader context, as the government goes about supporting this work, we will want to ensure that we are communicating with industry in a way whereby we're also focusing on best value for money for the taxpayer. Hence, I think those details will be considered by government at the appropriate time.
So if payphones cost the Australian taxpayer, if the payphone obligation incentive costs the Australian taxpayer $40 million, how much should we be expecting the Australian taxpayer to fund so that people can use Elon Musk's Starlink?
So, Senator...
That mischaracterises the policy.
Well, unless you tell me, Minister,
Senator,
you've made an announcement without any figures.
Order.
May I finish an answer?
Minister, please finish your answer.
Senator, your question misunderstands the advice that's been provided into the committee so far, which is that the government's purpose is to ensure that we do have a fully developed market, and that is the purpose of the announcement, is to signal very clearly the government's intention to develop this market and to work with industry to ensure that it is fleshed out. So to the extent that your question asserts that the government policy is intended to support monopoly provision, that is simply incorrect and in fact is the exact opposite of the policy intent of the initiative that's been announced.
Okay. How do you provide a signal without providing a funding figure? Who's going to? I mean, if this is about sending a signal to the market, surely you need to tell the market what type of money is on the table.
Well, Senator, I think...
Or you just think people just make it up?
Sorry, Senator, did you want me to answer the question or not?
Well, if you have the answer, Minister, otherwise perhaps the Deputy Secretary.
I think what's been made very clear is that the government wants a policy intent to ensure that we catch up universal service obligations to match the current technology in communications. This is an area that was sorely neglected during the previous government. Nothing happened. Considerable work has been undertaken, and we've canvassed this at this estimates previously to work around the emerging technologies in LeoSat, and Mr Chisholm has already referred you to the working group that he is involved in. There has also, of course, been a review of regional communications, which we've worked with consumers to understand their requirements. This is the next step in this process. It's making it clear our expectations about the shape of the market going forward and the fact that there will be a role for government in shaping it. And Mr Chisholm can talk to you about how we now intend to work with industry to implement that, but it's really important that we do send this signal to industry. Well, there is a role for government.
I'm not discounting that,
right?
But I think unless you give some indication as to how much it's going to cost, the only player in the game is Elon Musk.
Well, Senator, I think you misunderstand again the evidence that's before you, which is that the policy intent is to ensure that we are bringing all of the players to the table.
Yeah. With an imaginary amount of money.
That's your assertion, Senator.
Well, you've made an announcement. You're saying this sends a strong signal, but there's no dollar figure attached and you won't tell us. So either you have the dollar figure and you're hiding it, right? Or you haven't got it and you haven't done your homework.
Neither of those things
Which one
are
is
correct characterisations of what is happening.
Senator Hanson-Young. Maybe ask questions.
Well,
berating the witnesses in this manner
is not
going to bode well for the day.
Could I ask whether there's been any sovereign risk analysis done by the department in relation to this announcement?
What do you mean by sovereign risk?
Well, thinking about if Starlink is the only company US owned, what does that mean if somebody, Elon Musk, somebody else, I don't know, decides that that's not a service to be offered to Australia?
So, Senator, we've done quite extensive analysis of the market, and we work with industry, including through avenues such as the working group, on market development. LeoSat technology, including Starlink, plays a really important role in that context, and we welcome Starlink's participation in this technology and in these markets, and we also welcome other entrants, which is why the policy is sending that clear signal. And it's important to bear in mind this is part of a broader suite of universal services reforms that the government is committed to, and that is all being considered in that context. So we are focused on the technology and its benefits, and that's where the policy's heading.
Just for clarity's sake, what's the name of the working group?
It's the LeoSats working group. I think it's literally that.
And is there a list of people on that working group that we can have tabled?
Yes.
That would be helpful. I don't need it now, but if you could table it, that would be helpful. Yep. Thank you. Could I ask whether there's been any analysis or risk report done in relation to possible foreign interference in relation to this technology?
I think those questions are probably a matter for Home Affairs.
No. This is a matter for your minister and your department. Before making this announcement, before deciding on this policy, was there a foreign interference risk assessment?
Again, Senator, I think questions that relate to what you're asking are dealt with in other portfolios.
Do you know whether the minister has sought advice from the Home Affairs Department in relation to this policy?
The policy was part of Cabinet consideration.
Do you know whether ASIO, ASIS or ASD were asked for their advice or assistance in relation to working out the impacts and risks of foreign interference with this technology and this announcement?
So again, Senator, the policy went through a Cabinet process, and questions relating to intelligence and security are best directed to other portfolios.
Did you help design this announcement or policy, Mr Chisholm?
Yes.
So on the checklist of things to do, did anyone in your department say, we better go and ask ASIS whether there's any impact here, or can we flick this over to Home Affairs for them to have a look at, or was it announced in isolation?
So, Senator, we talk about this in estimates frequently. The Cabinet process covers...
I'm not asking about Cabinet. I'm asking about the work that the department has done.
The policy went through an extensive Cabinet development process, and that includes consultation with all affected and relevant agencies.
So has your department had any interaction or discussion or briefing from anyone in Home Affairs?
We talk to Home Affairs frequently.
In relation to this issue?
We talk to Home Affairs in relation to LEOSATs. We talk to them in relation to cyber risks. We talk to them in relation to critical infrastructure security, but they are Home Affairs portfolio responsibilities.
That. But you've developed this policy. Was it on somebody's checklist in your department to see if there was a foreign interference risk?
Senator, I think that the official has answered your question. He has indicated to you that this was the subject of the ordinary processes of Cabinet, and that in and of itself, by its nature, involves consultation with other agencies.
Were there any red flags raised?
Well, we don't go to the nature of discussions of Cabinet, and you know that.
I'm not asking about Cabinet. I'm asking about the departmental development of this policy.
Senator, I'm not going into...
surely that was done before it went to Cabinet.
We're not going to Cabinet deliberations of the policy.
I'm not asking about Cabinet. I'm asking about the work that your department has done on this particular project.
I wonder if we will rotate the call because we are up in terms of time. Mr Chisholm, if you have any further information, perhaps you could provide it on notice in terms of what engagement you've had regarding this particular program. We'll go to Senator Davey.
Thank you. And, I mean, on the surface, someone who lives downtown Conago, by the Conago International Airport, I would normally be very excited about an announcement like this, but given it's uncosted, unplanned, unfunded, and there are so many questions, forgive me for being cynical. You know, we were promised that NBN would make internet access equivalent right around Australia, yet people in regional areas are paying up to 3 times more than their urban counterparts just to access speeds that are not equivalent.
I take a bit of responsibility for that one.
The NBN was a Labor government policy, Chair.
10 years of you lot, and look what happened.
No. Chair. It was
Please,
us
Senator
who
Davey,
actually realised the NBN needed to
questions.
get to the regions. But anyway, just coming back to Senator Hanson-Young's questions about sovereign risk, in the 2024 Regional Telecommunications Review, which was headed up by former Labor MP Alana McTiernan, who did a good job. That report flagged that LEOSAT constellations are owned and operated by foreign companies, quote, raising questions about data security and control over sovereign risks. So she's flagged in a report that's publicly available potential sovereign risks of LEOSAT. She also went on ABC Radio on January 14th and said, it does, quote, it does obviously raise issues of sovereign risk when the proprietor is a person that is seeking to have major political power around the world. Yet you've got this announcement today, and I thought Senator Hanson-Young's question was quite reasonable. Were these issues that were raised in the Regional Telecommunications Review flagged at all prior to this announcement?
Thanks for the question, Senator Davey. It had a long preamble, and I will make the point that this government is actually acting to deal with the problems we inherited in relation to the NBN. And I agree with you that communities were let down by the previous government's approach to the NBN. Their completely failed reliance on a multi-technology mix, on the old copper network, was a catastrophe. And we are making very substantial investments to resolve that and to make sure that the promise of the NBN is actually fulfilled, because it was handled incredibly badly by the previous Liberal and National government.
We inherited an NBN. We inherited an NBN solely focused on delivering for urban areas. So,
well, Senator
we are now talking about,
I think,
let's
mobile.
just have a little bit of order.
I did
Senator Davey,
indicate-
you've asked a question. Let the minister answer.
I was asking about sovereign risk.
Well, Senator Davey, I'm just addressing all of the matters that you raised in your question, the first of which was the NBN. The second one, you did ask about sovereign risk, and again, as I indicated to Senator Hanson-Young, I think you are perhaps not yet grappling with the information that officials are putting in front of you, which is that the purpose of the announcement today and the work that the government is doing on universal service obligations more generally is to make sure that we have the policies in place to support the development of this market. Now, Mr Chisholm can talk to you about a number of things. I think it may be helpful if he does talk to you about the market information that we do have about current and likely participants in this market. But it's also the case that this is the beginning of working with industry, as he's already signalled to you, to understand how we will ensure that this market is fleshed out appropriately. Mr Chisholm.
Thank you, Minister. And
can I just clarify, though, Minister, you said the announcement of the policy was to send a signal, and yet in the reports about the policy, it says the intent is to introduce new laws. So it's not just a signal, it's legislation that will require telcos to offer LEO-SAT solutions.
Senator, the legislation is important because it provides a very clear incentive to see the technology deployed in support of the connectivity issues that we outlined at length before. So legislation will play an important role. It's probably the best way you can provide certainty to a market is to legislate it, because it's law and it needs to be provided. The government has also signalled that it will be prepared to partner with industry to see that technology rolled out, whether that's financial or in addressing other regulatory or related barriers, which goes to the work of the working group. The report that we provided to government a year ago goes into some detail about a range of regulatory and related issues that need to be tackled to help support LEO-SAT deployment. But again, no one thinks that this will not be a really critical piece of the technology solution for the future, particularly in relation to natural disasters, but also broadening connectivity in areas that are currently underserved. So there are other, as the Minister said, there are other entrants into the market. We are really keen to see them encouraged and to grow, both in Australia and with our partners, and the policy is focused on that.
Now, you've mentioned natural disasters. Senator Grogan mentioned natural disasters. It's a very crucial topic, and as Senator McAllister, the Minister, is very, very well aware, crucial. We have been talking about the need for a public safety mobile broadband network for around 9 years. The Coalition provided funding for it. This government has continued funding for it. There is a task force working on it. My understanding when I get briefings on it is one of the roadblocks is there is no single-use technology yet. Will this universal outdoor mobile obligation negate the need for a public safety mobile broadband network, given you are saying that it will play an important role in natural disasters, and yet there is no single-use technology available?
I'll ask Ms Lawrence to speak to that. Yeah.
Thanks, Senator. Can I just clarify that LEOs aren't intended, so LEOSATs aren't intended to replace existing technology, including mobile infrastructure. It's supplementing it.
Yes.
It is also supplementing the other initiatives that are underway to strengthen Australia's capacity to communicate in times of disaster and emergency, and more broadly.
So can I also understand, as a regional customer, and who will bear the cost? It's uncosted. You say you'll partner with industry. You don't know what the incentives to industry will look like, whether it will be a financial incentive or an in-kind or a like incentive. As a regional customer who is more likely to be dependent on LEOSATs or LEOSAT facilitated communications than someone who lives in Sydney with a 5G antenna on every street corner, am I going to be paying more for the privilege of that service in the regions because there'll be an extra cost every time you connect to a satellite? I mean, this is the sort of questions that people out there will be asking that I don't. From your answers today, I'm getting the feeling that there's no work been done on that yet.
So, Senator, that is part... So, firstly, as Mr Chisholm said, this is part of a broader review of the universal service obligations. There are two discussion papers which are up on our website. One is looking at the financing arrangements that sit around USO reform, and looking at the mobile element. We're looking at those structures more broadly, flagging that the government is willing to incentivise where necessary and having some runway between now and when this will come into effect. It is about working with industry. Industry currently covers a lot of the costs for the commercial benefit, I guess, commercial interaction. This is about understanding if there are barriers to entry, going to Senator Hanson-Young's point about having a market that involves more than one player, and then being able to address those barriers. So it's first understanding what the barriers to entry are, and there is already funding that is dedicated to universal service obligations. It's about whether we are structuring that in the way that meets the needs of people.
And we keep hearing that there are more than one players. We've all heard about Starlink. Can you give me the names of other potential players? The name of one other LEOSAT provider that might or might not participate?
So we're monitoring the market closely, Senator. There are competitors, including Link, LYNK. It has an agreement with TPG and other companies such as AST Space Mobile, and they've trialled D2D capability. I referenced earlier Amazon's Kuiper project, which is in development now as well. But I'll ask the team if they wish to speak further on that.
Mr Chisholm, I think that you've covered all the main players. Obviously, there's Apple iPhone uses Global Star LEOSAT constellations to make emergency SMS. So there definitely are alternative players emerging in the market.
we expect to continue to see more of that, given just how successful the technology has been. Starlink is obviously at the forefront of the market at this time, but the market is developing really quickly, and I expect to see more of that over time. Which
does beg the question. Telstra have made an announcement that they're trialling this sort of technology, as has Optus. So why is the government intervening in what the market is doing anyway?
We want to see an orderly transition of this technology to support consumers and as part of the Universal Services reform framework. I mean, this is about as critical to the role of government in telecommunications as you can get. The Commonwealth is responsible for communications. For the Commonwealth to just sit back and allow all this to happen without clear signals, regulation, commitments to work with industry, I anticipate we would see very messy transitions taking place, and we would also see likely a single player dominate the market. That is why we want a strong policy framework in place to encourage the new entrants, the competition, the market development, and a focus on keeping it in the context of universal services.
So you want to prevent a single player?
Last question, Senator.
We want to see a strong market develop.
So last question. We saw with the closure of 3G, people all around the country having to upgrade their devices. Will that be the case? And particularly if I've got an Apple which uses Global Star, but the Leo Sats might not be Global Star, or are people going to be obliged to upgrade to access this universal mobiles, or is it going to be streamlined? Because again, the concern is what the cost will be to the end consumer, and you've not been able to enunciate that at all. If Telstra and Optus are forced down this path, will they pass on the cost to their consumers, and will consumers have to go out and buy new phones?
So it is really important, as you say, Senator, for people to know which devices are able to access D2D services. So we will work closely with ACMA to ensure there's clear information on that. We're also...
but the answer is potentially.
We're also involved in a funding device testing processes, and that is work that ACMA's involved in to get a better sense of the device capability. But over time, as mobile phones continue to be developed and roll out, we're going to see greater use of this technology. So, but yes, as with 3G, and I might add, 3G was, when we commenced that process, well, certainly when Minister Rowland inherited responsibility for that process, there was not an orderly transition process in place. New regulations have been put in place to mandate 000 compliance for mobile phones. A device testing regime has been put in place to work with industry and with manufacturers. Because we want to see...
Senator, we're going to rotate you.
Because we want to see that orderly transition happen, and hence that's the same with these technologies, which is that government has a critical role to play.
Which actually makes the case for the framework that's been announced. We actually do need a measure of coordination across all of the elements of the supply chain in the context of the universal service obligation.
Thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to go to some of those other questions that I referenced earlier this morning. First of all, just picking up, Mr. Betts, you said that the policy isn't decided by other countries' administration. The government and the minister put on ice the streaming quotas on the quotas on streaming services specifically because of the US election. So it does seem that there is at least some consideration about the change of administration in the US. Since then, of course, we've heard nothing about regulating streaming services. Where is that up to? And when are we going to get some movement on it, or has it actually been dumped as a government policy? And that's perhaps a question for the Minister.
Perhaps I can start. So we have a proud screen sector, and we're really proud of the work that our filmmakers do, and I observe that they are acknowledged globally for their excellence. And we are committed to introducing Australian content requirements on streaming services to ensure that we have local content and stories. I have already said this morning, and I've said on other occasions, that this is taking longer than we would like. I don't accept your characterisation of the government's posture towards this. We are progressing this, but it is necessary to get it right, and we are engaged in consultations to make sure that that occurs. And I can ask Mr Betts or Dr Arnott to talk you through any of the more particular
I'm specifically, so last time we were here, the Minister had just briefed the sector saying they weren't going to be moving ahead before the election, the US election. US elections happen now, so where are we?
Well, again, Senator, that is... the government was clear at the time that we were working through the issues across a whole range of issues. We're also clear that it wasn't moving as quickly as we would like. However, we remain committed to the policy, and I can ask the officials to speak with you about the work that's underway.
I don't think we have a whole lot to add to that, in addition to the points that Dr Arnott made earlier this morning.
So is this one of the issues that the Treasurer is discussing this week in the US?
You'd have to direct those questions to Treasury.
No, I'm asking from... this is your department. It is your policy.
Well,
it's your government's policy. The Treasurer is overseas discussing, in the US, discussing trade issues, we understand. Is the issue of Australian content on Netflix and Disney part of that conversation or not?
I've already indicated you need to direct those questions to Treasury. We're not in a position to brief on the Treasurer's movements or the Treasurer's itinerary.
Has this department briefed Treasury officials about the policy and where it's going?
So the policy is subject to the normal cabinet processes, which you've attempted.
We're going to get this all day.
Well, this is the way government works, Senator.
No, departments advise and departments should answer.
You've asked the question, allow the official to provide the answer.
So major decisions, including decisions which prospectively involve legislation, which prospectively involve significant levels of public consultation which have been underway for some time, are routinely discussed around the Cabinet table and through Cabinet committees. And in supporting those committees, there are official level forums where departments exchange information and discuss ideas and analysis. And the SPOD regulation that you're referring to has been subject to those processes over a considerable period of time, as we've described.
Is the top, Dr Arnott, is the topic of streaming services and regulation being discussed in the US this week by Australian officials? Are you aware?
I've provided an answer to that question, Senator.
Sorry, I just directed a question to Dr Arnott as to whether he was aware. Surely Senator, he can answer whether he is aware or not.
Senator, for a start...
You're running cover.
Any question may be taken by the Minister, but I've indicated to you that for obvious reasons the department is not in a position to provide answers around the Treasurer's movements or the Treasurer's itinerary. Those really do need to be directed to the Treasury.
So your government's doing nothing on this?
That's inaccurate, Senator.
Well, you haven't... You have given...
Young, I'll ask you to stop shouting.
Last estimates, we were told nothing was going to happen until after the US election. The US election has happened. So what is happening now? What is your government doing? What are your officials doing? When are we going to see a delivery of the promise that was made to the Australian people and to the industry?
Senator, I'll review the transcript, but I don't think that accurately describes the information that was provided to you at the last estimates. I've given you an answer about the government's continuing commitment to this. I've indicated to you that the work is ongoing.
What does ongoing mean, please, Minister? I mean, I would like to know what work is being done. If nothing has moved, fine, say that. But saying ongoing is not a fulsome answer in a Senate estimates, with all due respect.
Well, Senator, Mr Betts has just described to you the fact that this matter is being progressed through the ordinary processes of government, that there is work occurring between agencies.
I'd like to know what work. This is what I'm trying to understand. Well, this is just bureaucratic doublespeak.
Senator, you've asked whether the government is committed to this. I'm telling you that we are, but the work hasn't concluded yet. I've also said to you that that is slower than we would have hoped.
Have you sent officials to the US to discuss this topic since the election?
No, Senator.
Has there been any conversation with the ambassador to the US in relation to this issue since the election?
That's clearly a matter for Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade.
Mm-hmm. Has there been any briefings and work done with the Department of Foreign Affairs in relation to this topic by your department?
I've described to you the normal processes.
No, I'm talking specifically about this issue.
There are forums which sit under the architecture of Cabinet through which these matters are routinely discussed, including with the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. Can
we have a list of meetings, please, on notice, unless you can give it to us now, of when this department, Dr Arnott or others involved in this, have spoken to members of the Foreign Affairs Department around this issue, on this issue, about continuing to deal with this issue since the US election?
We'll provide you what we can on notice, recognising that some of those discussions take place in Cabinet.
I understand that. I'm not asking for Cabinet deliberations. I'm asking for the
Thanks for that clarification, because you won't get them. So we'll give you what we can.
When does the government, Minister, expect that we will see legislation for this regulation as promised? We're 3 years down the track almost.
Senator, I can't provide you with any more information than I have. This work is ongoing. It has not concluded. The government remains committed to progressing it.
News Media Bargaining Code. What is the expected time frame that these consultations will be completed, the new system?
Senator, are you asking about the News Media Bargaining Code or the News Media Bargaining Incentive announcement from the government?
I'm talking about how your government is going to take this issue forward. You've made some promises. You've got the incentive.
Yep. So the incentive is...
Remembering, of course, that a number of the contracts have already expired.
Yes, so Senator, the incentive is a Treasury portfolio matter, both the code and the incentive. So best direct questions to Treasury in another committee.
Is there anyone in your department who's working on this, Mr Chisholm?
Well, we have an interest in the incentive in the context of the broader suite of Newsmap reforms that the government is rolling out. Both the Newsmap policy framework and the financial commitments the government's made to support regional media, media sustainability and diversity.
Of course, the Minister was part of the announcement.
SBS and First Nations and cold communities. So obviously we have an interest in the broader question of media diversity and sustainability, but the incentive itself is Treasury.
Yes, so the Minister is involved. This isn't being done purely by the Treasurer or the Assistant Treasurer. The Minister for Communications is involved. She was there at the announcement.
Yep.
There's a press release with her name on it.
Yep. As I say, we have a strong interest in it, but it's Treasury who leads on the policy.
Who in your department works on this? Is working on this issue?
I work on this issue. Ms Gannon works on this issue.
Could we have a list of the officials who are working on this issue from the department, please?
A list of all officials working on this?
On News Media Bargaining Code and the incentive, I'd like a list of the officials from your department who are working on this issue.
I think we can take that on notice.
Yeah, we'll take it on notice.
Do you know how many there are?
Well, Senator, there is a task force in Ms Gannon's division focused on news and journalism. It is primarily focused at the moment on the Newsmap policy framework and programs of support underpinning that. There's also a branch in Ms Gannon's division that supports the national broadcasters, which are a critical part of what we're doing with Newsmap as well, and there is a media reform team that supports that work. So we've got a number of people working on news and media diversity and media reform. The incentive, we do communicate with Treasury in relation to that, but as I say, it's not something that falls squarely into any.
But there must be somebody in your department or people within your department whose responsibility it is to be working with Treasury.
Yes, and I've told you that's both myself and Ms Gannon.
And nobody else.
There are of course, there are other people working on it, but we'll take on notice the names. You've asked for a list of names.
And the positions.
Positions, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Thank
it's
you.
not, Senator Hanson-Young, we will take that on notice and do what we can. It's not common to provide the names of
I'll tell you why I'm asking for
personnel,
this.
Senator Hanson-Young. So we'll examine the request and see when information can be provided.
I'm not going to waste time then. You examine, you consider my request and get back to me. Mr Chisholm, has there been any briefing with Treasury or any other department within government in relation to the impact of the new US administration and the comments made publicly by the President or indeed Elon Musk in relation to News Media Bargaining Code or the incentive or indeed any other part of your your department's policies?
Okay, so Senator, I'm not aware of specific comments about the code. We are aware of the President's executive order in relation to digital policies, and we will continue to engage with the administration, with industry to ensure that our respective digital policies are meeting our objectives. And the relationship itself, however, with the US is handled by the Department of Foreign Affairs.
Who's in charge of looking at that particular executive order on digital policies and the impact it has on Australian domestic policies and regulations?
It's a fairly, from memory, Senator, and again, we don't have primary responsibility for interpreting executive orders. We would seek the support of DFAT and Treasury on that matter. From memory, and I don't have a copy of it in front of me, it's pretty broad in terms of trade relationships and trade impacts. So again, sorry, Senator, I was just going to finish and say that that's why we're relying on DFAT to help understand that.
Has there been an official cross-departmental or internal departmental briefing on the order and what the implications?
Not that I'm aware of.
So what is the level, I guess what I'm trying to understand is what is the level of engagement of this department since this executive order has been handed down?
I think it was handed down.
With whom, Senator Hanson-Young? Do you mean engagement with other people, or what is your question?
I've just asked externally with other departments and also internally. What I'm trying to understand is, did you just all email it around to each other, Or did you have a meeting? Have you worked out a way forward? Is there a task force charged to look at how this will impact the rollout of a number of your department's policies?
So, Senator, I think we became aware of it over the weekend. It's now Tuesday. I anticipate there will be work in relation to that, which DFAT is leading and coordinating on behalf of the whole of government.
Okay, so there's been no memo or anything internally to the department as of today?
No memos. DFAT is probably working on advice, and we are in regular contact with DFAT about our policies, given how much they relate to international companies, and we
has there been any? Has there been any?
We are going to have to.
What I'm trying to.
You're well over
the executive order was signed on the weekend. Did anyone in your department contact anybody else in the department or DFAT and say, we need to get across this?
Yeah, so we read the executive order. We're aware of it. DFAT is aware of it. Work will be done in relation to that as part of the bilateral relationship, and that is DFAT's responsibility.
Thank you. Senator Billick.
Oh, thank you. Just in regard to the regional communications funding programs, I was wondering if you could detail where the current key programs are at in terms of delivery.
Sorry, I coughed
Sorry,
inopportune
sorry,
time.
Senator, would you mind repeating the last part of the question?
That was my fault.
Sorry, I just said I'm wondering if you could detail where the current key programs are at in terms of delivery.
Yeah, absolutely. I might ask Mr Grunhard to just kick off with that.
Thank you, Senator. Sam Grunhard, First Assistant Secretary, Communications Services and Consumer Division. So you'd be aware, Senator, the government committed, as part of the Better Connectivity Plan, in addition to significant funding for the NBN, the government committed $656 million to improve mobile and broadband connectivity and resilience in rural and regional Australia. Senator, I'm pleased to report that of that funding, the government has announced or awarded over $521 million across 14 separate initiatives, and that allocation is funding a pipeline of over 500 projects, delivering new and enhanced connectivity across regional, rural and remote Australia. Senator, there are a number of programs under that banner of the Better Connectivity Plan. You heard about one of them earlier this morning. That's the Broadcasting Resilience Program, which is achieving some really significant differences for the resilience and the continuity of ABC radio and television broadcasts. So that's one example. Another example is the Mobile Black Spot Program, which you'd be aware the 7th round has been contracted and is underway. And the 8th round of the Mobile Black Spot Program is currently accepting applications. There's also the Mobile Network Hardening Program, which is designed to ensure that mobile telephone towers continue to broadcast in the case of significant floods, fires and other interruptions. That has accepted applications for the 3rd round of that program, and we're presently assessing those. You'd be aware, for example, of the On-Farm Connectivity Program, which has had 2 successful rounds that were fully subscribed, and the Minister has announced a 3rd round of $20 million to roll out later this year. So there are other examples of programs underneath that umbrella, but that's a sample of some of what's underway, Senator.
And I'm afraid I'm going to have to pull you up. Senator Billick, I know you only got a couple of minutes.
I did, sadly. Thank you.
Because we're going to break for morning tea, and we will return at 10:45 and continue on with program 5.1. Welcome back, everyone. We will continue on with Outcome 5, Program 5.1, and we will go to Senator Bligh.
Excellent. Thank you, Chair. I just had some questions in relation to the gambling harms report. And I'll sort of start with a quote from the Communications Minister on the promise to respond to this report. And that was, we will be forward-looking and comprehensive, we will get this right, and we will get this done, and it will have a measurable difference on gambling harms in this country. I guess my question for the department is, when did you guys first hear about the plans to give up on the gambling advertising?
Senator, there's no plan such that you've described it. The government remains committed to tackling the unacceptable levels of harm associated with online wagering advertising. The Minister's comments in that regard are entirely consistent with the government's strong commitment to working through those recommendations, consulting on a proposed model, and rolling out reforms to tackle that harm. So
where exactly are you up to on that? Because I think we were sort of promised something by the end of the term.
We're working through various options to address both the recommendations and the harms associated with online gambling advertising. So that's just work that the team is actively doing. We're considering feedback from industry, and we anticipate being ready to implement that when the government chooses to do so.
Okay, and so the ABC, they reported in November last year that government sources had told them that the contentious bill to restrict the advertising basically was not going to be proceeding and had been abandoned. So that's not correct, those reports?
We haven't received any advice on that from our minister or within government. We're continuing to work on the reforms. We're aware of the media comments, but they're not comments that have been given to us.
Okay. Did the minister want to add any comments to that question?
I think Mr Chisholm has answered your question.
Okay. So I guess in terms of the department's readiness, so basically you've been instructed to be ready to go whoever wins the next election with a plan to roll out?
By whoever wins, we would be responding to the government of the day on what they wish to do on wagering reforms.
Yep. Okay, thank you. That's all.
Just on, you mentioned that you examined various options. Senator Bligh, are you handing your call over to Senator Henderson?
I have, yes, sorry.
Sorry, Chair. Sorry.
Senator Henderson.
Thanks, Chair. Just on the options you raised, what are those options, Mr Chisholm? Could you summarise those, please, what they are?
I think there have been some reports about areas of focus for
No,
the
not.
reforms.
I'm just asking about the options that you're considering.
The government hasn't yet announced a package. What it is focused on is
Sorry,
how
Mr.
to reduce.
Chisholm, just to apologise for interrupting, but I didn't ask about the government's announcement. I asked about what are the options the department is currently considering, to which you referred in one of your previous answers.
So obviously at the heart of it is looking at ways to reduce wagering advertising during sport, live sport. There are also a range of other forms of wagering advertising that the report, the Murphy report, looked at in relation to things like stadia advertising, advertising online, on platforms. We're looking at all those issues to be in a position to respond.
But there's no, Mr Chisholm, there's no action, and maybe I can just refer to the Minister. Minister, there's been absolutely no action on gambling reform. The government did not even support our private member's bill and senator's bill to impose a ban on advertising for 1 hour before and after live sport, which shows, frankly, a pathetic commitment to any sort of reform. Isn't it the case that you've completely dropped the ball?
Senator, no, and it's not correct to say that there's been no action on dealing with harms associated with gambling. And we've talked about this often in the Senate. I've spoken about it in question time. But I'd point you, for example, to BetStop. I mean, at the end of January this year, 37,000 Australians have registered to use it since it was launched. On average, over the past year, that's more than 1,600.
Minister, I'm sorry to interrupt
that's
because we haven't got much time.
Almost 400 per week and more than 50 per week. So it's just not correct to say that no action has been taken. In fact, the government has done more in one term than your government achieved in a number of terms to actually address harms associated with gambling.
Well, Minister, we've just
the government does remain committed to dealing with this one question, which is around advertising of online wagering. And we recognise that it's taking longer than we hoped, but we are working through it and working through the feedback
Minister,
that we're
it's
receiving.
taken all of this term and there is still no action, and that was what I was referring to when I made reference to the fact that there's been no action. Why didn't the government support the opposition's very sensible legislation which would have seen advertising during live sport, including 1 hour before and 1 hour afterwards, banned? Why didn't the government recognise that this was sensible reform and support us in a bipartisan manner?
Senator, the minister's been very clear that we intend to do this and to do this well. And
you're not doing anything, Minister. It's a disaster.
May I finish my answer? And I would point you to the reforms that were undertaken under the previous government. So in 2018, the Liberals introduced
I'm
reform,
asking about
and
your government,
beyond
sorry,
that
Minister.
point, there was a 50% increase in the total volume of gambling spots on television and radio. There was an 86% increase on regional TV.
Sorry, just on direct
and
relevance,
I point
Minister.
to that. It is relevant,
I'm asking
Senator.
about your
May I
Senator Henderson, you've asked a question. Allow the
Yes,
minister
and
to
on direct
finish.
relevance, Chair, I've just asked that the Minister address the question.
Well, I would say that she is addressing the question by nature of how you characterised it. The minister will finish her answer.
It's relevant, Senator, because there are unintended consequences. There can be unintended consequences when you undertake reform without thinking it through. And the government has been working to understand the best way to intervene in this complex policy area in a way that produces the outcome that we want. And we've been really clear about what those outcomes are. It's about the nexus between wagering and sport. It's about reducing the exposure of children to online wagering advertising. And it's about tackling the saturation and targeting of wagering ads. Now, it is complex, and it is possible, as the example I provided to you demonstrates, for reforms to have consequences that you don't expect. And for that reason, the government is taking the time to work through this and to understand it and to get it right.
Can I ask about the draft rules for the social media ban, a very proud initiative of the Coalition, banning social media for under 16s. Would it be possible to provide the committee with a copy of those draft rules, please?
Well, I will, I suppose, raise the question just in relation to your preamble. The Coalition was obviously in power for 9 years and didn't do this, so it's difficult to see how this could be characterised as a proud policy legacy for the Coalition.
Because I'll explain
but
that.
I will ask officials.
I will address that because
officials to provide an answer to the question you asked about to provide an update on the development of the rules.
No, that wasn't my question, Minister.
It was actually.
My question was, could you please provide the committee with a copy of the draft rules?
Senator Andrew Irwin, Assistant Secretary, Online Safety Branch. We can provide those on notice, yes.
Can you provide them now, please?
I think the official's taken it on notice, Senator, and he's quite...
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Minister.
We'll just locate one for you.
Thank you, Deputy Secretary. I understand it might take a bit of time, but if Mr Irwin could, as soon as convenient, locate a copy of those draft rules and so we can distribute them to the committee, that would be very much welcome. Mr Irwin,
we're providing now, Senator.
Oh, thank you very much. So can you give please the committee an update on your consultation, including in relation to the draft rules? And has the government entered into any NDAs at all in relation to this consultation?
Thanks, Senator. Sarah Vandenbroek, First Assistant Secretary. We have commenced consultation. We're working through that. We still have a number of roundtables and individual consultations to go. There haven't been any NDAs entered into as part of that process.
And can you please provide more detail on that consultation? Where are you up to? And will you meet your timeline in terms of implementing an under-16s social media ban?
We believe we will meet the timeline to have the ban active by the 10th of December, which is the deadline, being 12 months from when the legislation came into effect. I'll ask Mr Irwin to go through the consultation program in more detail. We are working through that. We have a couple of weeks to go. We do expect after that we would provide advice to the Minister and that the rules will be made at some point in the first half of this year in order for the E-Safety Commissioner to then be able to issue guidance to industry on how that will be implemented.
So it is required that the social media or tech platforms must take reasonable steps to implement a social media ban.
That's
by
correct.
the 10th of December. Is that correct?
Correct.
That's correct.
And what does reasonable steps mean, please?
That will be worked through over the next few months. There is the technology trial underway to trial the effectiveness of different technologies already being used, and the results of that trial will inform guidance that the E-Safety Commissioner will issue in regards to reasonable steps.
Can you outline which platforms will be exempt from this legislation or services?
Yeah, so it will be platforms that are for messaging or online gaming or primarily for the purposes of health and education.
And can you name those platforms? So
we have been working through with platforms. With the major platforms, it's quite clear which ones are in and which ones are out. With some of the smaller ones, we're working with them to better understand their offering and where they sit.
Okay, so you say it's quite clear. Could you please provide that information to the committee?
Do we have a list?
We don't have a finalised list. We're currently consulting on the rules and taking stakeholder feedback. So what the rules are, which provide those exclusion categories that Ms Vandenbroek went through, is yet to be settled.
Last question,
Thank
Senator
you.
Henderson.
Ms Vandenbroek, you've said it's quite clear which platforms of the larger ones are in and out. So YouTube is one, for instance.
Yes.
Are there any others that will be exempt from the legislation?
Not specifically. YouTube is the only one that's been specifically named in the draft rule. The others are the ones that meet the definition of being solely or primarily for messaging or gaming, or solely or primarily for the purposes of health or education.
And I just want to also...
Senator Henderson, I'm going to rotate.
Your last question. Minister, just to correct the record on something you said earlier, Mr Dutton prosecuted the need for a social media ban for many, many months before this was adopted by the government. And I think it's fair to say that we have seen increasing levels of harm suffered by young Australians, increasing evidence of terrible harm, whether including, of course, shocking incidents of suicide, of eating disorders and the like. And so the Coalition has led the charge in relation to this ban. But my final question to you, Minister, is are you confident that this will be in place by the 10th of December?
Senator, just in relation to your comments about getting things done, I mean, plainly the government did the work necessary to establish a legislative framework that could protect children from the harms that you refer to. And I draw your attention to the fact that you're in the chamber and I was in the chamber. There were a range of Coalition MPs who actively prosecuted the case against these reforms. It's a very big contrast to the Labor caucus, who were universally supportive of these reforms, and it's not clear to me what the position is of many of your colleagues on these questions. The official has given you advice about the implementation timetable and her assessment that it will be possible to have it in place within the 12 months as anticipated.
Thank you. Senator Billick.
Thank you. I just want to go back to the on-farm connectivity program that was mentioned before we broke the tea break. Are you able to... Sorry, I'll just give you a minute to get sorted. Are you able to tell me what the level of interest in this from the primary producer and farmers has been like?
Thank you, Senator. Yes, so those 2 rounds I mentioned of the on-farm connectivity program have been conducted. There was a very, very high level of interest, particularly in the second round. Mr. Lange might be able to take you through some numbers about the second round that was recently conducted.
And if you've got any examples, that would be really helpful too.
Yeah, and just before the witnesses do that, Senator, this has been an incredibly successful program. The program is focused on increasing uptake of agtech and other connectivity solutions in the sector by primary producers in relation to fisheries and forestry, and it provides rebates and supports for eligible equipment. So, yeah, we're really, really excited at how successful this has been. But I'll ask Mr. Lange to speak at further length on it.
Jason Lange, Assistant Secretary, Regional Connectivity Branch. Very, very successful second round of the on-farm connectivity program. So there was well over 2,000 applications were received as part of that program, which was funded to $18 million in total. I haven't got any actual individual case studies with me, but that's definitely something we could provide pretty rapidly, Senator.
Sorry, and that was for round 2 or round 3?
So round 1 and 2 have been announced and completed. Round 3 was announced by the Minister late last year to occur later in 2025. So there's 3 rounds in total, 2 rounds have been completed.
Sorry, I've got my glasses on, I still can't see your name tag. Would you like to add anything?
Senator, I just note, so we certainly will provide some very successful case studies on notice. I would note also that the Regional Tech Hub, which is also funded under the Better Connectivity Plan we were just discussing, has published some case studies on its website of specific farmers and primary producers who've benefited from the new connectivity, particularly the productivity gains that they've been able to find through the rebates that have been provided through this program. So, for example, primary producers who no longer have to drive a couple of 100 kilometres to check the level in a dam, or to check whether a gate is operating correctly, or to weigh cattle or to count stock. Instead, they're able to do this remotely due to the equipment that's been provided through the program. So it has been very successful, and that's why the government has announced a 3rd round to run later in 2025, and there's 20 million allocated to that 3rd round.
How much?
20 million.
Right, great, thanks. Just with all of these programs, is there any sort of kind of theme in terms of consumer need that the programs are particularly focused on responding to?
So, Senator, there's as we were discussing, there's a wide range of initiatives under the Better Connectivity Plan, but I think you could say all of them are directed towards narrowing the digital divide between those in the cities and those living in regional, rural and remote communities. There's a level of constancy of connectivity and speed and reliability of connectivity that people have become used to in the cities that is often lacking in regional, rural and remote areas. These funding programs are all designed to co-invest with industry, to incentivise industry to fill those gaps and make sure that the experience of those living in our regional communities, whether it's to participate in online banking, to connect with their friends and family, to understand what's happening during an emergency, that they have a level of connectivity that's commensurate with what people experience in the cities. So that's broadly what the programs are driving at.
And I think it's worth observing, Senator, that in this particular program in relation to farming, this was actually a recommendation made in 2021 under the Independent Regional Telecommunications Review. That, of course, was a recommendation that was ignored by the Coalition. There's a lot of talk about the commitment to regional communities, a lot of talk about commitment to primary producers, but when a practical, sensible recommendation is made to them by an independent reviewer, absolutely nothing. As the official has described to you, we are very committed to making sure that primary producers enjoy the benefits of the digital revolution and are capable of participating in it. And there's a range of other ways that we're supporting regional communities to improve their connectivity as well.
Thank you. We'll go to Hanson-Young.
Well, thank you. First, I just want to follow up on this question on this announcement the Minister's made this morning in relation to Starlink and the universal obligations incentive for outdoor mobile. I'd just like to know, when did the department start working on this project?
Oh, Senator, we've been working on this for quite some time. I would need to check with my colleagues on a time frame, but I've been the Deputy Secretary for this group for nearly a year, and this has been work certainly ongoing before I started. Mm-hmm. So yeah, this has been a long lead time.
Was it envisaged that this policy would have been put forward prior to the election originally? I mean, you've been working on it for so long. Why is it a promise for afterwards, after the next election?
I don't quite understand the question. Do you mind just...
So you've been working on it for over a year, is what you're saying to me?
Yeah, I think it's been, certainly at least a year, yeah.
Okay. And there was a task force. You mentioned some group.
There's a LEOSATS working group, but that's primarily industry-facing working group. It didn't develop the policy. The policy was developed by government, but informed by inputs such as the thinking from both the working group report and the RTURC report that we referred to earlier, and also it's nested within that broader suite of universal services reforms. Yep.
So when was the working group formed?
It was formed in 2022. We'll just check the exact date, but 2022.
I have already also asked who's on the group. If you've taken
We've got
that
that.
on notice.
We can table that actually.
Yeah. Okay. And is this the only project that this working group works on, or are there other issues?
So, Senator, just to clarify, the working group didn't work on this. The working group is a broad industry working group for LEOSAT technology.
Yep.
And so it's looked at everything from how we ensure LEOSATs are fit for purpose in the context of weather events, how LEOSATs relate to supporting regional communities, farming technology. We've had discussions about, for example, at a recent meeting we had a presentation from Starlink about the work that it did in support of the LA fires response.
When was that? When was that meeting?
Oh, that was earlier this month. Yeah, February. Again, I'm just checking on dates of my colleagues, but it was just a few weeks ago. Yeah.
Okay. We can have a specific date for that meeting where you were briefed by Starlink. That would be good.
Yeah. But the working group representatives include a number of industry representatives, the Communications Alliance,
thanks,
some of the
Mr.
companies
Chisholm.
I mentioned before who are also in the
I'm on
LEOSAT
limited
space.
time, and I've asked for the list to be tabled, so that's fine. I'll just keep asking some questions if we can get through them. When did this working group, when was this working group first briefed or consulted on in relation to this particular project?
We didn't brief the working group on this project.
When was the first time this working group became aware of this project as it's been announced this morning?
My colleagues will correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is it would have been when the announcement was made. Yeah. So
today.
Would that be right? Yep.
Sorry, Senator Lisa.
That's okay.
Lawrence. The members of the working group would have been made aware in their individual capacities. Supporting what Mr. Chisholm said, the terms of reference of the working group are broader than just a mobile USO.
I understand that. I'm wondering and want to know when they discussed or briefed or were consulted in relation to this project.
Senator, one thing that's probably worth bearing in mind, and I touched on it earlier, is that a number of the members of the working group have their own commercial relationships in relation to this technology. So one of the things we have to be careful about when engaging through the working group is being mindful of those commercial sensitivities. Hence, what's really important is that they all find out at the same time about government policy announcements.
Okay. So there wasn't any...
We don't want to give any particular participants advantages.
So there was no discussion within the working group about this new incentive prior to this morning?
We've obviously discussed the technology and the direction in which this is heading, but we didn't discuss this specific policy.
Okay, fair enough. But this specific policy has been in the works for over a year.
Yeah.
So, Senator, can I add to Mr Chisholm's comment? The need for mobile coverage or the capacity to connect outside of traditional mobile networks is something that has come up quite regularly through the consultation process on universal service obligation reform. And it was quite clear that it was a concern in the context of the 3G shutdown. Yes. And at a recent committee appearance, we were asked questions around when this technology would be available more broadly in Australia. So it's something that has been part of our consideration and consultation for some time. Ms Power, did you want to add to that?
Yes, so just to give you a sense of the broader consultation that's been happening and where this arose from. So that first started in October 2023. The government first announced that it wanted to look at the future of universal service arrangements and consider what services a future universal service obligation should cover. And so that discussion paper that was released, to which there was sort of broad responses from both industry and regional and other stakeholders, did ask the question, what role did you see mobile services playing in a future USO? So the feedback through that, as well as other processes such as the Regional Telecommunications Review, was sort of the derivation of where that work considered to how it could play a role, noting that clearly mobile technology is becoming a very preferred form of connectivity.
I can see there's obviously a gap there. Could I ask the briefing from Starlink, which you'll get the exact date for me with, who proposed that Starlink brief that group? Was that by an industry member on the working group? Was that proposed by the government? Who proposed that Starlink would brief?
Yeah, we requested it actually.
You requested it. You requested it directly to Starlink themselves?
Yeah.
Could I have a copy of that correspondence, please?
Senator, I will take that on notice.
Thank you.
How we communicated with them. Can I also confirm that meeting was on the 11th of February?
Great.
And it was around understanding the experiences that they'd had in the US, including regulatory approaches in light of the recent bushfires.
Has there been any other meetings with Starlink and the department?
They're a member of the working group.
As a member of the working group, so we've met... well, certainly in the last 12 months, I think the working group has met about 3 times. And then separate meetings with Starlink, we would have to take on notice.
Okay. I'm happy for you to take that on notice.
I don't think there's been... Yeah.
Okay.
Take on notice,
happy for you to take that on notice, including any meeting the minister or minister's office has a very quick question online.
Okay, I'm just going to be really clear. The committee decided in its private meeting to stick to time, so we will be concluding this session at 11:30. That was the decision of the committee. Senator Cox, if you could be as swift as you can, that would be great.
Chair, I have a question in relation to First Nations digital inclusion, closing the gap target number 17.
Senator.
Thank you. I just wanted a quick update on progress, given that this target is one of the first that are due in 2026, and achieving equity for or equal levels of digital inclusion for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. across Australia. Could you give us an update on the latest 68 million that was allocated in the 2024-25 budget?
Yes, Senator, I'll ask my colleagues to speak to that in a bit more detail, but the most recent update is that we've now released program guidelines for the First Nation digital inclusion programs. They were developed very closely with the First Nations Digital Inclusion Advisory Group, the Department and the NIAA, and that's been the culmination of 2 years of really great work with communities and those organisations. The guidelines are for the programs that also complement the existing community Wi-Fi mesh networks that have been rolled out by NBN in a number of communities over the last year. That was funding announced in February of 2024. And
Mr Chisholm, that was the 23 communities, was it?
Yeah, so 19 of the 23 communities have now got active services as part of that work. But I'll ask...
how are they determined?
I'll ask Mr Ashurst to speak to that.
Those list of communities were determined through consultation with the First Nations Digital Inclusion Advisory Group, as well as states and territories, and ultimately the communities themselves, whether they wish to participate in that program.
Okay, great, thank you. Sorry, I know I'm on limited time. Just in relation to the improving of the national collection of data on First Nations inclusion, is this the money that went to RMIT for the $6 million?
Yes, Senator. Jason Ashurst here, Assistant Secretary of the Digital Inclusion Deployment Branch. $6 million has been allocated to RMIT under a grant arrangement.
Okay. Is this new work, Mr Ashurst, or is this continuation of the work from the previous IDN that was established alongside community-controlled organisations, University of Melbourne, ANU, IATSIS, and the National Network of Community-Controlled orgs in order to ensure that work had already commenced? Is this new work that you're now funding RMIT for?
It is in effect new work, but it builds on the Australian Digital Inclusion Index work, which they've been undertaking over a number of years now, and it's to supplement that index to provide greater granularity of First Nations communities and Australians.
So just one final question, how are you achieving data sovereignty then?
Through a number of mechanisms, but in particular RMIT is engaging closely with some of the organisations you've previously mentioned there, as well as employing First Nations representatives within RMIT, but also in community to help support data collection, analysis and distribution after the data.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much for that. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Cadell.
Last speed dating, and I'll go as quickly as I can through stuff. Department SBS relocation. We're now building not a full relocation, but it's a production facility, is my understanding. Is that correct?
That's right, Senator, yeah.
Do you have an understanding of facilities and staff? Do we know a percentage of staff or numbers of staff that will be relocating out of the employment of SBS under this?
I'll ask Ms Lopez and Ms Gannett to assist you with that, Senator.
Thank you.
Senator, sorry, can you repeat that question? It was about
from the percentage of staff employed in SBS, do we have numbers that are moving, numbers that are not moving?
No, Senator. In terms of the new project, that's an establishment of an additional facility.
Right.
In terms of that production hub, and it's probably a bit too preliminary in terms of identifying which staff would be affected by those new facilities.
There's no ballpark that's 10, 20, 100, 50%, nothing?
No, Senator.
Okay. When will the new facility be open?
Senator, at this stage, what is being proposed is that SBS be developing a business case for establishing that new facility, and that will be the aim is for that to be delivered by the end of this year.
So it's not actually finalised that it will happen? They still have to do a business case?
That's correct.
Right, so no decision has been made to go ahead with the Western production facility?
Senator Bridget Gannon, First Assistant Secretary, Media Policy. SBS has been funded to undertake a business case, as Ms Lopez said, that comes out of work that the department led over the last 2 2 years on a feasibility study for a relocation of SBS. SBS has received funding over 2 years to undertake the business case, which gives you the timeline for the business case, but they are leading that work, and I'd suggest that questions about the timeframes and their program of work be directed to SBS.
In a previous life, I did a business case for a $2.7 billion container terminal in 18 months. How come it takes 2 years to build a shed? 2 years for a business case to build a shed?
Senator, the funding...
More than a shed.
It's a production facility. It's not a $2.7 billion container terminal, is it?
Senator, the funding's been provided over 2 financial years, but the questions about the work program are best directed to SBS.
Okay. So we had a promise of the previous government that would look at relocating SBS's headquarters. That's come down to a proposal to do a business case on moving building a production hub in Western Sydney. Is that right?
That was what the government announced on the 8th of December.
Happy with that? Thank you very much. Next, very quickly on to just touching on the farm, on-farm connectivity program again. Won't be, by the time you get here, the question will be answered, I'm sure. Said it was very successful. My understanding is that November 8, the plan's open. National Farmers Federation by November 12 had an information session to help people with their things. They had to shut that down even before it happened because it was oversubscribed within 3 days. Is that correct?
The program was fully subscribed very quickly, Senator. Yeah, very quickly.
NFF cancelled their information brief because it was already oversubscribed, I was told.
I think it's fair to say we didn't quite anticipate how popular it would be.
Because the first one took 6 months to fill, didn't it?
Yeah, so we have definitely taken that on board for future rollouts, but the strength and the volume of applications was like nothing we've seen before.
Okay.
And round 2 was larger in financial quantum than round 1. So it was really that the program had obviously generated quite a lot of traction in round 1 and there was very high levels of interest.
Round 3, I think last time we were here there wasn't a round 3 on the books that's been announced. Where is the funding for that coming from?
So, Senator, that's $20 million that the government has announced within the Better Connectivity Plan funding envelope.
Right.
And that the Minister announced that would be run later this year following some consultation, partly, Senator, to deal with exactly the questions you were just raising about the rate at which the program was subscribed to. So we'll be doing some further consultation with industry, and indeed we've already commenced that consultation.
And where has that been really prioritised within an envelope? Was that just spare money sitting around, or we've had to take it from another program?
Senator, we've got... So the $20 million for that was within the BCP, the Better Connectivity Plan allocation. I'll just have to check on notice for you, Senator, exactly what that was previously
which mini bucket
allocated to, but it was certainly within the Better Connectivity Plan.
Understood. Thank you very much. That's all I have on that one. Thank you very much. And just questioning misinformation bill, if I can get in the last 5 minutes. I'm going as quickly as I can so we can keep the time check.
You're doing very well.
And as is the department. Thank you very much.
It's like speed dating.
It is. Misinformation bill disappeared from the papers last year here. Did the department recommend that it be pulled from the legislative program?
Well, I think the government was very clear about the reasons it was pulled. There was no pathway forward for this bill in the Senate, and it was on that basis that the government decided not to proceed with the bill.
I understand. Did the department advise that the bill be withdrawn?
Well, the department generally, as a general rule, the approach we take in the chamber is obviously informed by our relationships within the chamber, that those are held by government senators. But I'll ask Mr Chisholm whether he provided any additional advice.
We don't routinely provide advice to government on what it wishes to do with bills that are before the chamber. That's a matter for... I think the Minister has answered the question in the sense that it's a matter for government how it wishes to manage the passage of
I accept that's what happened, and I accept you don't routinely did it. Did you do it on this occasion?
Senator, we were supporting the government on the consideration of the bill, and that was our focus rather than whether or not the government would choose to progress with the bill or not.
This is a pretty clear thing. I accept that the government chose not to do it. It's their decision. Did you advise the government, yes or no, to not proceed with the bill?
And again, Senator, we just don't provide that advice.
You didn't? That's fine. Yeah. So you didn't provide that advice? Okay, I'll take that. The bill is sitting somewhere. What's the status of the bill now? Just sitting in a pile?
The government has been very clear on its position with respect to the bill. There is no intention to reintroduce it.
Right.
But that, of course, is a matter for government.
There's a question on notice, departmental question number SQ240145, question 182, which I refer to. How much did the department spend on the exercise of the misinformation bill?
Okay, so I'll just check with my colleagues on that.
SQ240145.
Senator, yeah.
145.
Yep. Yes. I'm pretending like I drank 3 Pepsi Maxes instead of 2.
Bear with us, Senator, while we track it.
That's okay.
Yeah.
I think it said $80,000 from Clayton News to work out whether people like the misinformation bill.
Oh,
yep.
yeah,
Yes.
and that was in relation to we received how many submissions?
Over 2,000 submissions and 20,000 over 20,000 comments.
So Clayton News assisted us with a document management exercise. Just the sheer volume of submissions was such that we got that support.
And so it's Andrew Hiles, Assistant Secretary, Platforms and Digital Platforms Branch. It's important to note that Clayton Utes didn't review the whole thing. We were only asking them to do a portion of a review. Hence the reason why we only got them to look at 1,100 files.
How were they selected?
How were they selected?
Yeah, was it a random sample or was it particular ones of concern? Or
it was the ones that were remaining outstanding to be reviewed.
Right, so you'd done the other thing, you passed it. What did they say? Did people like the bill?
Sorry, mixed reviews, Senator.
A mixed review. Yeah. How often do we use external sources to review consultations and submissions?
Oh, that's something that, certainly from my memory, that's it's not common that we would do that, but it's also not common that we would get thousands of submissions. So it was a sheer workload management issue for staff to bring that expertise on. It's a bit like if you engage a law firm to assist with document management exercises in other contexts. They've got that expertise, and that really helped us to get through them swiftly.
Okay. Thank you, Jim.
Thank you. Final question to Senator Darmanin.
Thank you. Just quickly, I wondered if you could talk a bit about the consumer safeguards legislation. So specifically, with the introduction of the legislation to Parliament quite recently, can you tell us a bit more about it, including any gaps or challenges in the laws protecting telco consumers at the moment, and therefore what this legislation is really seeking to address?
Absolutely, Senator. And before my colleagues speak to that in a bit more detail, the telecommunications consumer safeguards are part of a broader framework that has been a strong focus for the Minister. This includes action on domestic violence, family and sexual violence, financial hardship, customer communication and complaints, and these have been made directly enforceable through our work with ACMA. And there's also been the establishment of a registration scheme, and we're closely monitoring that work. But I will ask, and it should be seen in the context of the scam work that we're doing as well, which is also strong consumer work. But I'll ask Mr Grunhard and Ms Saleri to speak to that.
Thank you, Senator. So, yes, you'll be aware the bill was introduced into the House a couple of weeks ago. The bill targets a couple of weaknesses in the existing framework, particularly, as Mr Chisholm mentioned, following quite a bit of consultation with the public and with industry, a registration scheme for carriage service providers, which will allow much better oversight of who is entering the market and whether they're operating consistent with the rules that are there for carriage service providers. But it also particularly targets some deficiencies in the penalties and the breaches that can be applied to carriers and carriage service providers. I might ask Ms Solari just to quickly run through that.
Thank you, Mr Grunhard. Kathleen Solari, Assistant Secretary, Consumer Safeguards Branch. The Consumer Safeguards Reform, particularly the Telecommunications Enhancing Consumer Safeguards Bill, had 4 key elements, some of which Mr Grunhard and Mr Chisholm have touched on. The first element was to make Part 6 codes directly enforceable, rather than the ACMA having to go through a 2-step process to enforce those codes. The second element was around increasing reforming penalties for breaches of codes and standards and service provider determinations. The third element was adjusting the infringement notice provisions across a number of applicable breaches. And the last one was the establishment of a carriage service provider registration scheme.
It's probably worth, some of those reforms, they're really significant in a consumer protection context because they are bringing telecommunications consumer safeguards up to speed with what we see in the Competition and Consumer Act and in other consumer protection provisions. At the moment, ACMA does need to go through, as Ms Solari said, this 2-step process in relation to codes. So you have to have an industry code in place first.
The industry code is in place.
Yes.
Nominally, it's voluntary to comply. The ACMA can say, we think you're in non-compliance, and then they have another go to confirm they're compliant. If they don't, the ACMA can then find a breach of that provision. This amendment would make it 1 step. Yeah. So they would just be able to say,
for consumers.
You're in breach. Yeah.
Easier for consumers.
Thank you.
And much more streamlined in terms of regulatory compliance.
Thank you. And with that, we will conclude program 5.1, and we will thank you so much for your time today. Appreciate it. And I will now call officers from the Australian Communications and Media Authority to the table. Fatima, do you have questions for ACMA? Well, I'll put you on the list and you can... Let me know. I'll put you on the list and then you can know. Good sharing. Huh? Sharing. I've still got chilly ones going. Welcome. Welcome, Ms Narendra Lachlan, Chair, and colleagues. Would you care to make an opening statement?
Narendra Lachlan, Chair, Australian Communications and Media Authority. No opening statement, thank you. Happy to take questions.
We will launch straight into questions and we'll start with Senator Davey.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your appearance again today, and thank you for your ongoing reporting of Australian content, which always makes for very interesting reading. However, this year it's not all good news, unfortunately, in the reports, particularly when it comes to reporting on the increased spending on SVODs, streaming video on demand services. The report for the 23-24 financial year does show an uptick in expenditure from the preceding year, which was decidedly lower than the year before that. But can we identify, is part of that uptick potentially because of expenditure on sports, particularly during an Olympics year?
Senator, I might... I think for the 22-23 financial year reporting, SVOD's reported around $70 million on Australian sport, and in 23-24 reported $103 million, just over $103 million on Australian sport. I don't think, I'll ask my colleague, Ms Field, but I don't think we know whether that's attributable to Olympics here.
So we don't know whether it's Olympics or just general sport?
Thank you, Senator. Autumn Field, General Manager, Content Division. No, we don't know whether that is a direct correlation with the screening of the Olympics, but can confirm that there were expenditures in relation to sport. So
sports expenditure between the 2 years went up $33 million, whereas expenditure on Australian content, I haven't got the totals in front of me, sorry, but the increase in expenditure wasn't quite 33 million between the 2 years.
There was an increase, sorry, from my figures, 22-23, the total expenditure by SVODs on the Australian program was just over 324 million, and in 23-24 was 341.5 million.
Yeah, so, okay. Increase of expenditure of 20 million, increase in sports expenditure of 33 million. So sports going up, drama, documentary.
Children's drama came down considerably.
Yes.
Australian documentary came down, but Australian drama went up from 195 to 201 million.
Yes, and that is a concern that Australian children's content has got to its lowest levels since reporting started, which was in 2019-20.
I don't have the previous years on that.
That's correct. I do.
Ms Field has indicated you are correct, Senator.
Yes. And I note, and before anyone yells at me, I do understand that the removal of children's content quotas was done under our government, so mea culpa. But this government has been in place for nearly 3 years and has not reversed that despite at the time when the children's content quotas were taken out, having a lot to say at the time. We haven't heard anything from the government since. But in 2019-20, when children's content quotas were required, there was 101 hours of children's content, and in 23-24 there was only 35 hours. That's quite a decline.
Yes, Senator, it is.
I also note that from what I can work out, most of the commissioning of children's content has been done by the ABC, some 18 million, whereas others are only about 3 million. And when we're talking about others, that's all others, isn't it? That's SVODs, that's free-to-air.
And looking at my notes to try and add things up quickly. So I think that's probably right, Senator. Look, I think it's fair to say that free-to-air commercial broadcasting no longer plays in the children's drama space, and that's partly because of the economics around children's programming, and also that children were moving away from free-to-air broadcasting to particularly the ABC with the introduction of ABC2. There was a big shift of children to those, mainly because, of course, that was considered a safe zone for children as well, because there was no advertising. So we have seen that shift over time. The streamers have done some children's drama, but we really haven't investigated with them what their reasoning is for reducing what they're doing. It seems to be it's just choices that they're making.
And just to be clear, despite the ABC is clearly still spending money on children's content, when you report on Australian content quotas on free-to-air TV, you don't report on the ABC.
No.
So the ABC is outside the content quota.
There are no reporting requirements on the ABC of their expenditure on Australian content.
Just on content quotas, I know my colleague Senator Hanson-Young had a question on notice last year, question number 163, where in response ACMA stated that reports on content expenditure by SVODs is data provided on, and I quote, a set of agreed metrics which has been refined through consultation between ACMA and the SVOD providers over time. Are those metrics publicly available?
I don't believe they are, and it is an arrangement which is a voluntary arrangement with the SVODs at this point in time. I'm happy to take on notice whether or not we could provide those to you, Senator.
Because all other data sets that are defined through the Broadcasting Services Act, they're all clear and publicly available. I acknowledge it is a voluntary situation at this point in time, but
we are using the same definitions for reporting around what is Australian for the SVODs as we are for other content providers, but we'd be happy to take that on notice for you, Senator.
That would be appreciated. With the figures that are reported to you on a voluntary basis, how do you verify and check the integrity of those figures?
Oh, Senator, I might ask my colleague, Ms Fraser.
Alana Fraser, Executive Manager, Content Safeguards Branch. So there's a process over a couple of months where we receive the data from the SVOD providers. There is some back and forth around verification to make sure the numbers make sense and speak to each other. I can take on notice some further detail about the specifics of that verification process, but just to say that there is a back and forth that happens over a period of months.
Okay, that would be very much appreciated if you could take that on notice. And I also note that there is a lot of public interest in knowing when there's reporting of the expenditure figures, how much of that expenditure is actually made up of what is then provided as a tax rebate, because that's not broken down at the moment, is it?
No, it's not, Senator.
Last question, Senator Davey.
That's all from me. I'm happy to pass on.
Senator Hanson-Young. Thank you. Ms O'Loughlin, I asked you some questions last estimates in relation to the decency and appropriateness of the Kyle and Jackie O show. You took some questions on notice and we've got answers back on some of those. Question number 45. You refer to, on the 18th of November 2024, this was during that period, ACMA opened a new investigation into the Kyle and Jackie O show in relation to comments broadcast on July 6, 2024. The complaint alleges the broadcast contained sexually explicit content and that they did not receive a response from the broadcaster as required by the code. What's the status of this, quote, new investigation?
Senator, I might start there and then I might give you a bit more of an update of the actions we've taken since our last discussion. So that particular investigation there are actually two existing investigations around the same program because they're different licensees, and that is pointed around explicit sexual content and failure to respond to complaints. We're in the final stages of that investigation, so I expect that will be settled in the coming weeks, and we will make our findings public at that point.
Could I do want an update on all of those other complaints, but could I just ask this, and I'm reading from your answer to my question, that it included, the complaint alleges broadcast contained sexually explicit content and that they did not receive a response from the broadcaster as required by the code. Can you explain to me what that means? Is it that the radio station is just ignoring?
As you will be aware, under the current provisions in the BSA, complainants need to go to the broadcasters first.
Yes.
They can come to us if they don't receive a response in an appropriate timeframe. They can also come to us if they're not satisfied with the response. And I think in this circumstance it was that they were not satisfied with the response from the broadcaster.
Sorry, Senator, if I might. It was actually in this case they did not receive a response from
they
the
did not. They did not receive a response. So there's all this vile rubbish being broadcast on the radio. A listener or makes a complaint to the radio station, the broadcaster, and they're not even being given a response. That's effectively what you're saying here.
Exactly, which is why we're investigating it, and it is a requirement under the code for them to respond. So that's the subject of the investigation.
And you're in the final stages of that investigation.
Yes, we are, Senator.
How long do you think that we are from having a response?
Weeks. Yeah. Weeks.
Thank you. I also asked some questions in relation to the number of complaints that the broadcaster had received, and you've given us some answers. There's hundreds of them. What will ACMA do to stop this rubbish being broadcast on air in this way?
Well, Senator, perhaps I can give you an update since our last discussion, when you provided some examples of content which were of concern to people. So we had not received complaints about that content. We had these two investigations going on about different content, but we hadn't received those particular complaints. After being provided that information by you, we contacted ARN, who are the licensee involved. We requested the material which was the subject of those matters that you identified to us. They provided that to us in late December. We have reviewed all of that content and we have opened a number of investigations around some of that content, but we've also decided to do a broader investigation about whether there are systemic issues in the program, which is allowing content of concern to go to air, whether that content breaches the code of practice, and that investigation is underway.
That was going to be my next question. Was obviously if we're playing whack-a-mole with individual complaints on such a show that is so prolifically broadcasting this type of sexist, misogynistic content, makes it very hard. I think a more systematic investigation is required. And the reason I say this is because even just since the 20th of January, there is a litany of content that I've been given that is in the same at the same level of what I presented to you last time.
Senator, we'd be pleased to get that information from you. As I said earlier, it is sort of surprising to us, and this is something we need to think about as a regulator, that we're not getting complaints on the program itself. So, but if you're receiving material, we're very happy to look at that and include that in our systemic investigation.
So, are you saying that individuals or community organisations or, you know, mums or dads who are sick of having this rubbish playing on the radio, that they don't know how to put in a complaint to you, or that you're just not getting them at all?
I think that's something that we would like to think about. That people should know that they can come to us if they have concern
right across radio and television. And I think it's just surprising to me that we don't get
it's a flaw in the system, do you think? That the complainants have to go to the broadcaster only then to just be ignored, as we've found out?
That's a particular circumstance. The other circumstance may be that they are satisfied with the response that they get from the broadcasters, so they don't come to us. But I think it is worth us thinking about making sure that people know that they can complain to us.
All right. Well, I have a whole litany of things from the 20th of January that I can give you.
Thank you, Senator.
So I will. Has this show... have you ever taken direct action as a result of an investigation into the Kyle and Jackie O show?
Yes, Senator. We've in the past taken two particular enforcement actions. So 17th of March 2023, we accepted an EU from ARN following findings of a breach of decency in relation to comments about the Paralympics. And on the 8th of August 23, following a breach finding in relation to comments about MPOX, the licensee agreed to extend the EU. Now, I might just ask Ms Field or Ms Fraser to talk about what the content of that EU actually is.
Thank you. Senator, the EU broadly requires the licensee to confirm the employment of a second censor for the program for a period of 2 years, so there's now 2 censors required on that program, to update and deliver code training to include sensitivity training, undergo an independent audit of its systems and processes, report to the ACMA within 3 months on the independent audit, and report to the ACMA every 6 months for 2 years. So we have received 3 6-monthly reports required under the EU, and we have assessed the ARN as meeting those obligations in relation to that specific enforceable undertaking, and the 4th and final report of that EU is due to us on the 17th of March this year.
Could I have a copy of those 3 reports, please?
Senator, I'll take that on notice for you. I don't have them in front of me.
I'd like them tabled.
On the ACMA website as well.
Yeah. You said sensitivity training. Who would that be directed at?
I might ask Ms Fraser.
I think there was a broad range of people within the organisation that was aimed at. We might need to take that on notice in terms of the detail. But it was, producers and the censors, and I believe the broadcasters as well.
So you've asked for sensitivity training. Has Kyle Sandilands done this training?
The presenters were required to do training under the EU, and we believe, and as part of the assessment of the EUs, we understand they've undertaken that training.
Back in 2023?
Might just take on notice the time frames of when they did the training and the requirements of the EU around how frequent that training
Do you think the training's worked?
I think I think this goes to why the ACMA is having that more systemic look at the show, because we know that we have this enforcement action on foot, and we know that these are the requirements that are being met under the EU, but there are obviously still concerns about the content that's being broadcast, so that's something for us to consider as part of the investigation.
And that's why we factor in that we really should look at a more systemic investigation, given that we have taken action previously, and we're still getting material which is of concern to people, particularly on the same matters in terms of the decency provisions in the CRA code.
Well, I'd be interested to know whether you've got any evidence that Mr Sandilands has done any of this training and what the content of that training was, because from what I can see, he's learnt nothing.
We'll go back over.
And we're going to rotate the call now, but if you have anything further you want to provide the Senator, please do so on notice. Senator Payman, did you have questions for this section? Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, or good, yeah, almost. Given the government's recent decision to abandon the Combating Misinformation and Disinformation Bill, does ACMA believe current self-regulatory arrangements under the Australian Code of Practice on Disinformation and Misinformation are sufficient?
Senator, we'll continue our oversight role of the voluntary code on mis and disinformation.
We will continue to work with Digi and the platforms who are signatory to that code. We, in our reports to government, including the third report which was delivered last year, have continually raised some issues that we see in the code. And I think the major point that we are concerned about is the transparency of what the platforms are doing to address the provisions in the code, and whether those actions are sufficient and whether they're effective. So that's where we're very focused in our discussions with the platforms. I'm not sure my colleague wants to add to that.
No, I think that's right.
So just on the having concerns around the quality and consistency of transparency reporting, this is September 2024 report that you just referred to. Is ACMA engaging with platforms to establish those clear performance benchmarks, and what's been the response so far, if you have made recommendations?
So, Senator, you're correct. We provided our third report to government in September last year. We indicated that there was still ongoing concern in the Australian community around mis and disinformation. We accepted that the platforms were providing some insights into things by the provision of case studies, but we felt that their transparency reports that they provide to us actually lack sufficient levels of consistent Australian trended data, either by individual signatories or across signatories, and there were data integrity issues as well. So we find the transparency reports aren't really giving a full view of what the platforms are doing and how effective the actions they're taking are. So that will be a matter that we will be continuing to discuss with them. We also have wanted them for some time to develop some key performance indicators that they could be assessed against. That hasn't happened to date. So we do remain concerned, but again, we will be working with the platforms to see that whole framework improved.
Absolutely. So you've just mentioned stronger governance and better reporting frameworks. In the absence of legislative powers, what mechanisms does ACMA currently have to hold platforms accountable for mis and disinformation?
Senator, it remains a voluntary code, so we don't have powers.
So would you like to see it being strengthened and pushed further than just a voluntary code? Or
we, in our first report to government in 2020, indicated that we would strongly support legislative approaches.
Okay.
So we were very supportive of the bill.
Yeah. Your report, because I did read your submission, your report discusses international regulatory developments, particularly in the EU and UK. What lessons has ACMA taken from these models, and what do you hope or believe that Australia should pursue a similar approach?
I think the EU is probably the main area of interest for us about how they've progressed their legislation, but that's also emerging in the UK as well. We do a lot of discussions with fellow regulators internationally to learn from what they're doing and to apply that here. Of course, there's only a certain amount that we can do while it remains a voluntary code. But we similarly are aligned with our colleagues internationally around really pushing the transparency issue of platforms so that people can have some confidence that they are actually putting in place measures to address mis and disinformation.
Thank you. I've got another set of questions, so if you want to rotate, we can come back. Or
I
can
will make the most of the time you have.
Beautiful.
Now, if I were you.
Fantastic. Well, I was just...
You've got 10 minutes, you've only used 5, so
Beautiful.
Please go ahead.
Well, it will be another 5. Just under the News Media and Digital Platforms Mandatory Bargaining Code, news publishers are registered under the code are entitled to be paid by digital platforms for their news content, and these publishers must be subject to one or more sets of editorial guidelines. Can ACMA revoke a registration under the Mandatory Bargaining Code where a news publisher demonstrates a flagrant disregard for the Australian Press Council standards or violates its own nominated editorial standards?
Senator, the register that we keep, we do an assessment at a point in time of the news sources that are to go on the register. We do have the power to revoke, so I'll pass over to my colleague.
Yes, thank you, Senator. So we assess whether a company meets a number of tests under the code, and if they failed to meet those standards or they changed over a period of time, we could remove them from the register. But the current requirements are in relation to the Australian audience test. So does the news source predominantly operate in Australia for the purpose of Australian audiences? Professional standards tests around whether the news source is subject to professional standards, revenue tests, and then a corporations connection test. So those are the tests that we determine eligibility to be registered, and those would be the criteria against but yes, we are able to remove people.
Fantastic. And so what happens when there's repeated non-compliance, which basically indicate a failure to meet the professional standards test that's required for registration?
So, Senator, I'm happy to take that on notice and provide you with some more information. I'm not aware of any allegations of repeated non-compliance that have come to us.
Okay. And I guess what's been brought to my attention is the Press Council had investigated the Daily Telegraph in regards to 46 separate matters. And of these 46, the Daily Telegraph was found to have violated the standards of practice 57% of the time. That's what I was a bit curious of. How can a news outlet break the rules more than 20, on 26 separate occasions, and still be described as a subject to the standards of practice under the Competition and Consumers Act? So if you could provide more information on notice, that would be helpful. Is there an independent enforcement panel that regularly audits registered news publishers to determine if they uphold their chosen editorial guidelines?
No, Senator, but we have been internally looking at who's on the register, and I think probably more from the point of view, as Ms Field mentioned, whether they're continuing to reach those tests for which they were assessed when they originally went on the register, particularly, the Australian test and are they providing public interest journalism? So we have been doing some internal audit around those tests just to make sure that those people are on the register, should still be on the register. That work is ongoing at the moment.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair.
Thank you. We'll go to Senator Darmanin.
Thank you. I had some questions about the media release that was published this morning about new protections for victim survivors of family violence. So just wondering if you could talk a bit more about what's being proposed here to strengthen customers experiencing family violence, and also talking about why these have come about. So gaps in existing frameworks that you're seeking to address, and how that will work.
Thank you, Senator. I might start and then I'll pass over to my colleague. We have been concerned about the telcos, how the telcos assist and support victim survivors of domestic and family violence for some considerable length of time. The existing rules were only contained in a guideline for the industry rather than it being included in codes. So we worked, and we were very aware that the Minister was very concerned about this issue as well. So we worked very closely with the Department and the Minister to understand the issue. The Minister directed the ACMA on the 10th of December last year to make an industry standard, and we have released that standard for public consultation this morning. I'll pass over to my colleague about what that's intended to achieve.
Thank you. Kathy Rainsford, General Manager, Consumer Division, ACMA. So the draft standard we've released for consultation this morning would require all telcos, so retail telcos, to have and implement policies and procedures around how they interact with victim survivors of domestic and family violence, and sets out some proposed minimum requirements around those policies and procedures. It would require that telcos publish a statement so that it is clear what assistance is available to DFE victim survivors. It would put in place minimum training requirements for staff, and that training is required to be informed by experts in the DFE field. It proposes a range of substantive protections around things like disconnection of services, methods of communicating with DFE victim survivors, prohibitions on telcos in any way requiring a victim of domestic and family violence to engage with the alleged perpetrator as they try to sort out whatever's going on with their telco services. There are some additional proposed security and privacy protections for DFE victim survivors, and assurance programs that would be required to be implemented and oversighted at a senior management level. Now, as I said, that's a consultation we've put out there. In the recent months, we've done a lot of some targeted consultation with experts in this field. So that's included, for example, the 1800 Respect Stakeholder Panel, Women's Services Network, the First Nations Advocates Against Family Violence, the First Peoples Disability Network, Caxton Legal Centre, and members of our Consumer Consultative Forum, which includes the Consumer Action Law Centre, the Isolated Children's Parents Association, Safe and Equal, and the Regional Rural Remote Coalition, Communications Coalition, among others. We've also talked to the telcos to better understand their existing practices and a range of engagement across government, including the E-Safety Commissioner, the Family Safety Area of the Attorney General's Department, the First Nations Digital Inclusion Advisory Group, and the Department of Social Services 1800 Respect team. So that's informed what we've put out for consultation today, and we're looking forward to feedback over the consultation period. We've also scheduled 2 workshops, one for consumer advocates, where we can work through what they're seeing, what they think we might have missed, where they think we might have miscalibrated what seems to be working, and also one with industry, so we can understand their views ahead of obviously considering all of the feedback we get post the consultation and making that standard by the 9th of June.
And Senator Dunn, if I may add, this is obviously a high priority for Minister Rowland. She wrote to ACMA in October last year, directing them to undertake this work. We're really pleased to see the progress that is being made, and I think at a personal level, Senator, you will recall how frustrated we were in the previous government that so little action was taken to deal with some of the systemic issues that women were routinely confronting when they were trying to work through some of these large bureaucracies that were inadvertently placing additional risks in the paths of women who were surviving violence at that time. This is one of many steps that have been taken to make sure that we have systemic protections in place for women, in addition to some of the core services that we are also funding and delivering.
Yeah. That is an amazing amount of work in such a short period of time in terms of consultation and involvement of stakeholders. That's really great to hear. And so just to confirm, it'll be ready for the 9th of June implementation. Is that...
So the standard needs to be made by the 9th of June in accordance with the Minister's direction. We're consulting on what is the best timeframe for the protections to start after that. There may be a case that some start immediately, that some need to be delayed. And in part that reflects feedback from the consumer advocates in this space, that it is important that appropriate arrangements are put in place to meet those protections, and there's a balance to be struck between making sure that we don't see unintended consequences through the implementation, but we're certainly working on the basis we want all protections in place at the earliest possible opportunity.
And the consultation process is really an opportunity for us to hear from the broadest group available to help inform us come up with a standard which will be put in place as quickly as possible and deliver for victim survivors.
Yeah, that's great. And who will be responsible for the enforcement?
That will be us.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Great. Thank you. We'll go to Senator Little.
Thank you. Continuing with that theme, can I ask how many complaints is ACMA receiving each month from family violence victim survivors regarding technology facilitated abuse of any kind?
I think technology facilitated abuse would be a matter for the eSafety Commissioner, who will be on later today.
In terms of phones? In terms of...
technology facilitated abuse is under the jurisdiction of the eSafety Commissioner. In terms of telco
any technology facilitated abuse, you don't include the carriage services in that?
So certainly we're very well aware of the fact that the use of technology, communication services, whether that's broadband or mobile or the like, can be a vector for the perpetration of abuse in there. In terms of the ACMA's remit, we don't generally have a complaint, we're not a direct handler of complaints from members of the community about those services. So we don't generally get those sorts of direct complaints.
Okay. You did say before, Chair, that you were becoming aware of increasing issues. So I'm asking you, how do you know that? What are you getting in your figures, in your complaints?
Yeah, so certainly, Senator, through our engagement over a number of years now, with particularly with advocates for consumers, whether that's ACAN, the peak body for telco consumers, the Consumer Action Law Centre, a range of other stakeholders. We've heard over time of concerns brought to their attention by people about who are experiencing domestic and family violence, who are experiencing difficulties with getting appropriate and safe services when they're engaging with their telcos. In follow-up to that, as under the compliance priority we set in the last financial year, we went in and did an audit, if you like, of a number of telcos' practices around this, and that added to our concern that there weren't enough protections in place, which contributed, in effect, to the outcome that the Minister directed us to make this standard.
Right, but you don't have any quantitative data in which you've made this decision available to you that I don't know about. There's no new data. You haven't got specific data. You've just got information from consultations with people in the sector.
Senator, I think the officials just informed you that they undertook an audit and that informed the decision taken by the Minister.
No, that's an audit. That's not actually data that actually tells me that you've actually got something that tells you that there's been an increase.
We have a lot of information from particularly those advocacy groups, and a lot of the information that came to us reflected specific cases that they were seeing, which were very disturbing, particularly on the point of telcos requiring a victim survivor to come into a store with the perpetrator of the violence to change their account. So we were given quite extensive information, quite detailed information from those advocacy groups. We also looked at stats from the TIO, I would expect, which is where people need to go to complain about their telcos. So it was really pulling all that information together, which we were able to advise the Minister of what we were observing, which were of great concern, and therefore moved to a direction and putting in place the standard.
Right. So you talked about the guidelines being already in place. So what protection does the standard provide above and beyond what you couldn't get from the guidelines?
The guidelines were not enforceable. So that's the main point. The standard is enforceable by the ACMA. Did you want to talk about detail? I think we've included some of those things that were in the guidelines in the standard, but significantly expanded it.
Yes, that's correct.
So in terms of the exemptions for different providers, there are exemptions in the standard?
No.
There are no exemptions in the standard?
No, so it's a draft standard that we've put out at the moment, but at this point it is drafted in a way which it would cover all retail service providers.
So you're not expecting anyone would be exempt from this?
No, well,
No.
that's not reflected in the draft.
Yeah.
Obviously, we might get feedback around that which will need to be considered, but no, we're working on the basis the protection should cover the entire industry.
So I just want to ask about, you mentioned compliance. What will trigger because we all know that implementation is key. You can make an announcement, but it doesn't mean that it actually does anything.
Yep.
What is it that triggers for you to do something or to act on something?
So there are a number of things that could trigger action by us, Senator. Typically, as a starting point, when we put new rules in place, we do a range of proactive audits against sectors of the industry to check that they have uplifted their practice and are complying with the obligations in the new standard. In addition to that, we regularly engage with the TIO to understand what they're seeing. Have they got any concerns around the escalated complaints they're getting that might warrant us having another look? A number of those consumer advocacy groups regularly share information and data with us, which we routinely look at to see whether it raises any concerns around compliance with the requirements. Likewise, we get quarterly complaints data directly from the top 30 or so telcos, so that's covering most of the market. And if that shows up that there were indications that that a particular telco may not be complying with their obligations, whether it was this standard or something else, that would trigger investigations too.
And Senator, if I can just add to that, just as an example, as Ms Rainsford said, one of the things that the standard requires is that telco must have a domestic and family violence statement which is publicly available about what they will do to assist victim survivors. So that would be something which would lend itself to us auditing from a particular date that the telcos have delivered on that statement.
All right. So if I look at the standard, I can't see any reference to penalties or implications for non-compliance.
That's in the broader, that would be in the broader Act rather than the standard itself.
So you wouldn't put that out
so we
there
can
for
talk
consultation for people to...
That's provisions that are encapsulated in the Telecommunications Act, and it's the same suite of enforcement powers which covers everything from formal warnings through to being able to accept EUs through to infringement notices and civil penalties being available. And I think there are some other powers available that would apply across any breach of any standard that is made under the Telecommunications Act, and that same suite would be applicable to this standard we're made.
Thank you. Thank you. I think
Senator Davey, you've got 1.5 minutes to play with.
I just want to, and notwithstanding that I know telecommunications complaints go to the TIO, but has ACMA received any complaints about the shutdown of the 3G network?
Yes, Senator, we have. We received a range of complaints. I think...
So, Senator, since the shutdown in late October, we've received about 270 inquiries/complaints from members of the public around which we attribute to the 3G shutdown. So most of those related to the device blocking arrangements that were put in place, so people being concerned that their devices were blocked. for a range of reasons. There were very few about coverage issues. At this point, we've looked at all of those, including in some instances working with the relevant mobile network operators to understand what's happened.
So to be clear, the device blocking arrangements, this was people who had a device that wasn't 4G, 5G compatible, that they may have been aware that they or that was 4G compatible but not necessarily linked to the VoIP, VoLTE.
The main requirement was making sure that the device would be able to connect to 000.
That's right.
And if it could not support a call to 000, then the telcos would block that device.
And the decision to block, however, was not taken by the telcos. That was a decision of the minister?
Yes.
Yes, it was.
That was a direction from the minister to us, and we put in place the standard.
And with the complaints that you've received, have you investigated, were people made aware that their devices would be blocked on?
I think, Senator, this has come up very strongly in the 3G committee, that there was a huge amount of advice given to consumers across the country about what they might need to do, including the availability of being able to tell people quite easily whether the device they had would be able to continue to be used after the shutdown. So I think there was quite a lot of public communication around the issue, and I think in all these transitions there's probably some learnings we can take from it about how that communications was made and whether it was successful.
Because at the last estimates we did hear that
last question.
The device blocking decision that was taken by the minister, but she did not put out a press release. There was no press release from government to announce this would occur, and the telcos were only advised the week before that it was their responsibility to advise customers.
So, Senator, the telcos were certainly aware from the point the minister directed the ACMA that they would be subject to rules around blocking from when those last two, the Telstra and Optus 3G networks shut down. We worked very closely with the telcos over the intervening period as we worked up the amendments to the emergency call service determination. That determination itself had some minimum requirements for customer notification in them, both for the initial period and now that we're in an ongoing or more business as usual environment, a series of notifications customers are required to get over I think it's 28-day period before their devices are blocked.
And Senator, if I can just add that the minister directed us on the 21st of August, so that would have been made public, and the amendments to the emergency call service determination came into effect from the 28th of October. So the telcos were very well aware of what was intended during that period.
And we'll need to rotate the call. We'll go to Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. It's been reported, Ms O'Loughlin, you would be aware that your agency has been engaged in swapping of press releases with the big telcos, Optus and Telstra, before you issue statements in relation to enforcement action. Is that correct?
It's a requirement for us to actually engage with regulated entities on matters that may affect them. As part of that, so we provide them with our investigation reports. We also provide a short period of time for them to factually check a media release. It is not a drafting exercise between us.
Why couldn't they just be given a copy of the press release embargoed? Why do they get to give feedback on it?
Effectively, we give it to them under embargo to check facts. Sometimes, for example, the legal entity may have a slightly different name, and really it is just a matter of a risk mitigation exercise to make sure we get the facts right before we make something public.
How often has this occurred?
It occurs regularly across, not just in the telco area, but we also do the same due diligence with things like broadcasting investigations.
Have you ever sent a draft press release to the Kyle and Jackie O show?
It would not. Our communication would not be with the Kyle and Jackie O show. It would be with the licensee.
Have you ever sent a draft press release or statement to the licensee?
I'd have to check, but I would expect it's usually standard practice, and I'd add that it's standard practice of most regulators.
You do understand the perception that this creates.
Yes.
When you've.
And we would say that in the criticisms that came forward, we've gone back, we've looked at our processes. We think they're appropriate. Also, given some of the requirements under our legislation, that we do advise people in advance where there might be reports or the reporting of those reports in a media release prior to those being released. So we think that our practices, we have taken on board the criticisms, we've looked at our practices, but we think they're appropriate.
The press releases that I'm particularly interested in, the ones in the ABC report from the 27th of January, you'd be aware which ones I'm talking about. The report from the ABC, telco regulator, that's you, under fire over deal with Optus that slashed fine. You understand the case I'm talking about?
Senator, and as I said,
No, I just want to be clear, we're talking about this. You understand the issue I'm talking about?
Yes, and
Could I please have a copy of the press release that was, the draft press release that was sent, and then in these cases, and then the final that was released on notice, please?
Certainly.
Thank you. In relation to the actual issue, how does the regulator justify cutting a deal with these big telcos, Optus in this particular case, to slash the fine for Optus after they had breached serious public safety rules which impacted over 200,000 Australian citizens?
Senator, and we did put out a statement correcting the record. We consider that that ABC report misconstrued and misunderstood the role of the regulator and how we go about our business. We have a range of powers available to us for achieving compliance and enforcing the rules. That can range from things like a formal warning to a remedial direction, infringement notices, enforceable undertakings, and of course going to court, as we've done with the Optus data breach. We use those mechanisms flexibly, and in that process there is naturally a discussion with a regulated entity about what will be the best enforcement outcome to get them into compliance. So we reject the fact that it's a deal. It is a negotiated outcome.
That sounds like a deal to me.
It's a negotiated outcome where we are sitting on the side as the regulator to say what is going to deter them continuing the behaviour, but also, particularly with enforceable undertakings, what are they going to do to make sure they're compliant in the future? These are processes and discussions that are undertaken by pretty much every regulator, and we think they are consistent with our obligations and they deliver outcomes that are suitable in the circumstances.
I guess that's the question, and it goes to this the report by UTS in relation to the enforcement of telecommunications and consumer protections, which I understand you have disputed the findings for.
Yes.
And these are figures that have come directly, actually, that have been made available via the public release of the agency itself. And people are starting to question whether ACMA is more of a lapdog than a watchdog.
Senator,
and I struggle to see how that is not an accurate description.
Senator Hanson-Young, I don't think name calling is appropriate.
Senator, we have raised our concerns with ACAN. We think that that report underrepresents the extent of compliance and enforcement activities undertaken by the ACMA. We also think it was a point of time. We have undertaken extensive compliance and enforcement actions since that report, including 12 formal warnings, 2 remedial directions, 20 directions to comply, 2 enforceable undertakings and payment of close to $7 million in infringement notices. We also filed civil penalty proceedings against Optus in relation to its September 22 data breach, and in November 2024 we announced that Optus had paid a $12 million in penalties after breaching its obligations around emergency calling during its November 2023 national network outage. So we believe that we are taking making appropriate responses to where we see compliance and enforcement issues, using the broad powers that we had, directed towards what sort of harm is involved in those, and we stand by that record. We also accept, though, that ACAN has concerns about the regulatory framework, and we understand those concerns, and that's a continuing discussion between us.
Do you believe that ACMA needs stronger powers of enforcement?
We've talked today about the domestic and family violence standard. We've also introduced a financial hardship standard.
In relation to cracking down on the big telecommunications companies, do you think you need stronger powers?
Perhaps the official could conclude her answer to your question.
I think
we are short on time,
Senator,
and I'd like some direct
question,
responses.
I think the bill before the Parliament at the moment will provide us with a significant additional power, so we don't have to go through this 2-stage process on code. We think the registration scheme, which we've advocated for many years, will be a really important intervention to make sure that we can also deregister fly-by-nighters who are causing harms to consumers. So we strongly support that, plus the increase in civil penalties. Plus these new standards coming in, as we discussed earlier, give us more powers than we have under codes.
Final question, because I know we're running tight of time. Could you please advise on the amount in penalties the industry has avoided due to these EU arrangements or deals or negotiations that ACMA has conducted?
Senator,
you'll have to take that on notice.
No,
I suspect.
I'd like to address it. Infringement notices are provided. The company can choose to accept the infringement notice or not pay it.
A deal.
No, they cannot pay it. That's the way infringement notices work, right across the Commonwealth.
I'm asking how much these big corporations have avoided having to pay because of the way that you're conducting your complaints and investigations.
Senator, that is completely speculative and would require us to think about what a court might decide. We would not go to court in many of these cases.
What about when you offer Optus a fine from $3 million down to $1.5 million? How many times have you done that? And how many times
Senator Hanson-Young, I will ask you to come to order. I'll ask you to come to order.
With all due respect, Chair,
Senator Hanson-Young,
Ms O'Loughlin is not answering the question.
Senator,
that's incorrect.
Okay, if everybody could just stop. Thank you. It's my job to keep order in here, and having everybody shouting at each other does not qualify. Senator Hanson-Young, you've asked a question. You're not enjoying the answers. That doesn't mean that that is not the answer that is appropriately provided by
maybe I
the
need
witness.
To ask the question more clearly.
Okay, ask your question.
How many incidences, such as what you arranged with Optus, where they got to choose between the $3 million and the $1.5 million fine, how many times has this occurred, and how much has it saved these big corporations?
Senator, as I indicated at the outset, these are negotiated outcomes. They also involve the negotiation of enforceable undertakings. which require investment by the company to make sure they ensure future compliance. So
but we've just seen from Kyle and Jackie O, that's rubbish.
Please allow the witness to finish the answer.
The Kyle and Jackie O might be a particular circumstance. We don't see that with the enforceable undertakings that we see in the telco sector.
So what are you doing differently with the broadcasters then? You're not holding their feet to the fire enough? Like, what is the difference? You're saying these are the mechanisms you've got. We've got proof on one hand that it's not working, and you want us to believe that it's working when it comes to the big telcos.
Senator, I think it's a little hard to understand what question you're actually asking. Perhaps
I'm asking why the
rephrase
watchdog
it.
won't be better at holding corporations to account. That is your job.
Well, Senator, I think the official has told you that the approach they are taking is to bring the regulated community into compliance, and they have a range of tools to do that. Ms O'Loughlin has stepped out to you exactly how they use those tools and their objectives, which are to have a community in compliance. The goal here is to have a regulated community that is operating within the rules.
And Senator, if I can just add very quickly, we do have different rules under the Broadcasting Services Act and the TEL Act, but I won't go into further detail.
I would like on notice how many instances you have struck an agreement where the fine has been reduced.
We will consider that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Billick.
Thank you. Nice to see you again, Ms O'Loughlin.
Thank you, Senator.
ACMA has been provided with funding to implement the new media diversity measurement framework. I'm wondering, when will the first report be released?
Thank you, Senator. So we've been developing the media diversity measurement framework, which is really to look at the levels of diversity across Australia's news media landscape and inform government decision-making in support of public interest journalism and media diversity. It has been a very large project for us. The current measures around media diversity are really just focused on what we call the Voices test, in the Broadcasting Services Act. We're of the view that, particularly with the growth of online sources of news, that there should be a broader look at what diversity means in the contemporary environment. So we've done a huge amount of work on that. We are getting close to releasing the first report, but I might ask Ms Field to talk about the framework and how we're going about it.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
As Ms O'Loughlin said, we are in the very final stages. We're just in the editorial process, and we anticipate that the report will be released in coming weeks. And so it has been delayed by a little bit. We were hoping that we would have it out.
Hansard, can we just turn up the volume a bit for me? Thanks.
Sorry, apologies, Senator.
No, it's me. I've got a hearing.
We had hoped to have the report out at the end of the year, but there were some particular complexities with the volume of data that we have been assessing coming in from multiple sources and the need to ensure that quality of data. So it will be coming out there. The framework is looking at 6 key indicators. So the first 3 indicators relate to groups, controllers and owners, professional news work and professional news outlets. These relate to source diversity. The 4th indicator relates to content diversity. So that's the extent to which content presents different voices, different viewpoints and demographic profiles. And the 5th and 6th indicators are around news consumption, trust and impact. So the report will be accompanied by 6 Power BI reports that will allow people Power BI reports, so interactive reports where people will be able to go in and pull out particular areas of interest to them, and that will accompany the written report.
So you mentioned the 6 key indicators. Are you able to tell me anything about the findings of the first report, or is that still because the report hasn't been released yet?
We haven't released the report as yet, Senator, but I would say that it's taken us a little longer than we expected to get to finalising the report for publication, mainly because it's a very complicated set of data that we're pulling together. Some of that data is readily available. Some of it currently isn't readily available. So alongside with the report, we'll also be releasing what we think are the next stage of the reporting on news media diversity, which will require us to do quite a bit more work on getting additional data, research that might inform the report. So it's very much an initial report at this stage.
Okay. And are you able to talk to me about the recent media mergers and acquisitions? What's that mean for media diversity in Australia, namely the proposed Paramount 10 acquisition of Win Assets and the proposed DAZN DAZN acquisition of Foxtel?
Senator, I think in all those cases they actually don't raise regulatory issues for us under the Broadcasting Services Act, so I wouldn't have a view beyond that.
That's correct, Senator. None of those at this stage.
All right. Yeah. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, well...
Could I just, sorry, Chair, I just have one question.
Go right ahead, Senator Hanson.
I'm going to have a lot of questions on notice in relation to those two matters I've already raised with you. But I just wanted to ask broadly about the current ACMA board. Do you have your full makeup of the board at the moment, Ms O'Loughlin?
Senator, at this point, the former Deputy Chair, Karina Chapman, retired in December last year. There is a process that is being undertaken by the department to appoint a new Deputy Chair to the organisation. In the meantime, Carolyn Ledgerwood is acting as Deputy Chair. So currently we have 4 full-time members where we usually have 5.
Mm-hmm. And could you just tell me, of those 4, does that include you as Chair?
Yes.
Yes. So of the 4 of you currently that make up the board, do you all come from industry backgrounds?
I do not come from an industry background, Senator. I come from
the other 3?
Yes.
Could you table for us a list of the previous backgrounds of the board members, please?
The current board members?
Yes, thank you.
Certainly, that's included in our annual report.
Yeah.
But we're happy to take that on.
Thank you. And, Minister, when do we expect the Deputy Chair position to be filled?
There may be departmental officials who can provide advice on that. Otherwise, I'll need to take that on notice.
Okay. All right. Do you have any idea, Ms O'Loughlin, or it's just up to the government to decide? Or
that's a matter for the Minister, but we understand that the matter is very well progressed.
Yeah. You'd expect it to be done before the election?
I don't think we can comment on that, Senator. I've taken it on notice, and if there is more information...
How long has the position been vacant?
So Ms Chapman retired in December last year, so it's only a couple of months.
Only a couple of months. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. We'll now suspend. We'll release ACMA. Thank you so much for coming and spending some time with us. We will return, unlike the program which says returning at 2, we will return at 1:45 with the ABC. Thank you. Good afternoon. Before we start this afternoon's proceedings, I would just like to draw attention of all senators to their obligations under the Behaviour Code for Australian parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. That includes not badgering, haranguing, harassing or raising your voice at witnesses, and not interrupting witnesses who are attempting to answer a question. I would ask that senators come back through the chair if they wish for a witness to be redirected. I would also note for those who are observing these proceedings in the room that Privilege Resolution 6.5 sets out that a person shall not wilfully disturb a committee while it is in session or engage in disorderly conduct while the committee is meeting. Those present in the gallery today are reminded that their presence is a matter for the committee, and any person present who's engaging in any disorderly conduct will be asked to leave the proceedings, and further disorder could result in that person being removed from the parliamentary precinct. With that said, I will now welcome officers from the Australian Broadcasting Corporation and welcome Ms Melanie Klein, Acting Managing Director and Chief Financial Officer. Do you wish to make an opening statement?
Thank you. Yes, Chair, I do.
Please go ahead.
The ABC welcomes this opportunity to address the committee. I would like to share some information about the ABC's recent performance, as well as our plans for the upcoming federal election. Yesterday, we received the latest digital news rankings for January, and I'm pleased to report ABC News is again Australia's #1 digital news publisher. Our audience across the month was almost 12.5 million Australians. This is a great demonstration of how much the public values our service. This result reflects ABC coverage of major global news events, as well as coverage of domestic issues such as housing and the cost of living. Once again, the ABC was the sound of the sporting summer. Through our unparalleled broadcast network and on-demand audio, we provided access to the thrilling Australia versus India cricket test series and the Australian Open. The quality and breadth of our services means that across all broadcast and digital platforms, the ABC reaches around 80% of Australians each month. The ABC is also Australia's most trusted news provider. 79% of Australians aged 18 to 75 years say they trust or highly trust the information they are provided by the ABC. This is significantly higher than any other media and information providers. It is well known that the ABC provides a vital emergency broadcasting service. So far this financial year, we have covered more than 500 emergency events. In 1 week this month, we broadcast more than 76 hours of dedicated emergency radio programming on the North Queensland floods. A key focus for our coverage in coming weeks will be the next federal election. The ABC is ready to provide the necessary news, information and analysis voters need to make an informed choice. During the campaign, we will also be engaging with more Australians than in any previous election. As part of this, on Thursday, we are launching Your Vote, Your Say. This initiative harnesses our unmatched network of reporters and radio programs, based in more than 60 locations across remote, regional and metro Australia, to make sure people's voices are heard and their concerns are addressed. We will also soon announce the suite of interactive election tools that will help voters understand the issues that matter most to them, highlight the questions they want candidates to answer, and explore their concerns and hopes for Australia's future. Elections give all of us a say in the future of the country, and the ABC is ready to play its important role in supporting our democracy. Thank you, Chair. I now welcome any questions from the committee.
Thank you, Ms Klein. We might start with Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon to you all. Could I just firstly address the rationale for Mr Anderson, the Managing Director, not appearing today? I have received a copy of the letter that Mr Williams has provided to the committee, but it is disappointing he's not here. Can you just explain why he's gone on leave now, when obviously his tenure continues, I think, until the 10th of March?
Senator,
I will just put on the record that the committee is well aware that Mr Anderson was not coming. They were advised due to ill health. Yeah.
Sorry.
No, actually, I think he's on leave.
Yeah,
sorry.
Yes,
My apologies.
Chair.
He's on leave. I have the letter
Senator,
here. If you would like a copy, Senator Henderson.
I've got a copy.
Oh.
Mr Anderson's on a period of approved leave.
And can I just raise concerns about that, given he's still the Managing Director of the ABC?
That is noted, Senator.
So you're the acting ABC Managing Director. Are you also the acting Editor-in-Chief?
That would be correct, Senator, yes, during this period. Of course, Senator, working alongside my colleagues, Mr Stevens and Mr Fan.
So do they also have Editor-in-Chief responsibilities? I'm just...
The acting Managing Director has the full responsibilities of the role, including Editor-in-Chief. That is correct.
So I just wanted to firstly ask you about the Latoof litigation. Could you provide the committee with an update on that dispute, which is obviously garnering a lot of headlines at the moment?
Yes, Senator. So the case is still before the courts. We have closing submissions Thursday and Friday of this week.
So can you please provide the committee with an update on this litigation?
Senator, that is the update I'm able to provide at this point in time. The case is still before the courts.
Are you able to provide an update on the legal fees spent by the ABC to date?
Yes, Senator. I am able to provide an update on that. In answering that question, I would like to highlight that the ABC has tried on multiple occasions to settle the matter on a commercial basis. This is without admission of liability. The ABC maintains that it did not terminate Ms Latouf's one-week casual contract unlawfully, but we do obviously understand that this is an impost on public funds, and that is why we have tried to attempt to settle the matter. So I just want to provide that context, and I can provide the amount spent today is $1.1 million.
And can you provide a breakdown as to that expenditure?
I don't have that in front of me, sorry, Senator.
Is that external legal costs? Does that include your own internal legal costs?
Senator, that would be external legal costs.
And does that include all of the council in relation to, who are appearing on behalf of the ABC in these proceedings?
Yes, Senator.
And what's the total estimated cost of this matter, do you believe, based on...
Senator, I'm not sure at this point in time.
The proceedings, you haven't done any forecasts?
Senator, I'm not sure at this point in time of the total estimated cost.
So what has the ABC learnt in relation to this dispute? And in asking that question, I also raised concerns about the ABC's apparent failure to properly do its due diligence before Ms Latouf was hired.
Senator, I don't think at this point in time it would be appropriate for me to go into detail in response to your question. The matter is still before the courts. We will, of course, be in a position post that, and once we have the judgment, to be able to talk at length in response to that question.
So there is some controversy that's arisen. The former ABC chair, Ms Buttrose, has made public her concerns about the testimony of Mr Anderson. What can you say about that matter?
Senator, I really can't say anything on that matter. I'm afraid I have no involvement, no details on that matter.
So Mr Anderson claims he spoke with Ms Buttrose about the dismissal at an ABC office before a lunch that they both attended. Ms Buttrose has produced a taxi receipt, and she's disputing Mr Anderson's version of events. This is obviously a pretty significant matter. Who is correct, Ms Klein?
Senator, I would not be able to comment at all on the different witness statements.
Could you provide information about Mr Anderson's diary, including on that day, please?
But Senator, I'd have to take that on notice and see what's available.
And are you able to provide any information about whether a meeting did take place at ABC offices before the lunch to which Ms Buttrose refers?
Again, Senator, I'd have to take that on notice.
Did anyone investigate or examine Ms Latouf's social media before she was hired?
Senator, I think these are matters that are being canvassed before the court at the moment. I don't think it would be appropriate for me to comment on those matters as they pertain to matters before the court.
So I appreciate that this matter is before the court. It is a civil proceeding, and I appreciate the position that you are in, Ms Klein, but I am asking quite a separate question in relation to the ordinary human resources functions of the ABC when you are hiring anyone. Can I please ask you again, did the ABC investigate Ms Latouf's social media and her activity and comments on social media? And as you might be aware, I've been very, very critical of the ABC's mismanagement of its social media policy over many years. Did that investigation occur at all?
Senator, again, I guess if I can take that in two ways. One, I do think, and I'm trying to be very careful, obviously, in what I say. I do think these matters were canvassed before the courts. I do believe that. If you're asking me personally, my knowledge, I was not involved in the hiring decisions. But I stress, I believe that was canvassed within the courtroom.
And so what's the normal process for the ABC when engaging any employee or whether of a permanent or temporary nature? Is there a proper due diligence conducted? Because I would put it to you that if there had been proper due diligence, the ABC may have decided not to hire Ms. Lattouf in the first place.
So, Senator, we do have extensive processes in recruitment. I might pass to Ms Amarelli to talk to the process, if that's of assistance.
Yeah, Senator, thanks for the question. Our recruitment processes do have steps as a part of those processes in terms of reference checking through the application process. Obviously interviewing, sometimes multiple rounds of interviews, depends on the role, the nature of the position, the seniority of the position. And so those processes would normally run through the people and culture function or the HR function and lead to a hiring outcome.
And you didn't mention any examination of a potential employee's social media. Does that also occur?
It is not always the case that we would examine a potential candidate's social media activity before hiring.
Isn't that a mistake?
I'm not sure that I would call it a mistake. I don't know that the human resource effort required to canvass individual social media profiles through the hiring process is something that we would look at including in our recruitment processes.
Well, in the context of news and information, you want to ensure that the person you're hiring has exhibited the highest standards of integrity in terms of their position on certain issues. So isn't that a fundamental obligation of the ABC, particularly when hiring someone who is conveying news and information? And of course, as you are well aware, Section 8 of the Act makes it a requirement of the board to ensure that all information is disseminated impartially and objectively.
Through reference checking and through interview process, that is where we are able to engage with candidates around their suitability for a role. It is not a part of the process that we would usually go and examine social media activity for each individual candidate.
And Ms Klein, is this something that you have looked at and are reviewing as a result of the revelations that we're now hearing, that you don't investigate someone's social media activity when before you hire them?
Senator, I think going back to, I think it was one of your first questions, will we learn lessons? Will we reflect? We absolutely will reflect on this matter. We do reflect on this matter. So it's not something that I can say in detail exactly what we will do as a result of this matter. Separate to that, and I understand we have canvassed personal use of social media on a number of occasions. Our position remains that we have a code of conduct policy, we have guidelines that underpin that policy. We do not take it upon ourselves to review each and every member of every member of staff or potential members' social media.
So I would say, and I've just made that same comment, that has proved to be a very big mistake, because isn't it incumbent on the ABC to ensure that you are not hiring an activist or someone who's expressed particular views which might be contrary to your code or which might fall foul of your obligations under the ABC Act?
Senator, I answer the question in the same manner. There are certain issues I think that you're raising that we're engaging with in a current court proceeding. I can't answer things as they pertain to that current court proceeding. We have our personal use of social media guidelines. We always look to refine and improve, and we have our recruitment processes and we have our recruitment policies. We always look to refine and improve.
I just want to raise a concern about the competence of your lawyers. Mr Anderson, during the proceedings, was asked to comment in relation to evidence he gave during Senate estimates, which is privileged, and yet your lawyers did not raise objections. Why not? Are you able to provide the committee with any information about that?
Senator, I would not be able to respond to the lawyer's actions at a certain point in time in the case, but I'm happy to take that on notice.
Well, we've raised a range of concerns about ABC lawyers in recent hearings, and I do want to raise another matter. Chair, I do want to go into another issue. Is that an appropriate time to share the call?
That would be,
yeah,
that would be great. Thank you, Senator Henderson.
Thanks, Chair.
We'll go to Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. Ms Klein, I think, firstly, surely ABC management can see that this whole affair has been handled badly and has resulted in quite a messy legal process, quite a messy public debate about the ABC. I just want to understand that at a management level, this has been handled poorly, hasn't it?
Senator, I wouldn't agree that at a management level this has been handled poorly. I think there are many facets and many elements, as I have already stated. I think we are and will continue to reflect on this matter, and we will learn what we can. I want to be clear, we're still in court. The process is still before the courts. We defend our position that we did not unlawfully terminate a casual contract, and we'll wait to see how this unfolds, and we will continue to reflect and learn.
The bigger problem for the rest of the broadcaster, though, is questions of integrity, questions of independence, questions of respect for staff. I mean, journalists themselves are indeed entitled to opinions, aren't they?
Yes, Senator. Yes.
So, I mean, the demanding from some that somehow Antoinette Lattouf should be held up as a warning sign for others who work at the public broadcaster, who dare to speak facts, who dare to have opinion. I mean, that's the last thing we want from an independent, fearless, trustworthy broadcaster, isn't it?
Senator, I don't think the ABC is taking that position with regard to Ms Lattouf.
Could I ask, I understand there's a number of, I think we all have, or a number of us have a lot of questions about this incident and how it's been managed, but I get the difficulty of it being before the court. So I'm going to try and keep my questions to areas where I do think you can answer. In some of the reporting and, of course, in some of the evidence given in relation to how this unfolded, it was said that Chris Oliver Taylor said that he was getting ahead of the story in relation to dealing with Lattouf, Ms Lattouf. What is the ABC's understanding of what getting ahead of the story meant?
Senator, again, the specific evidence, as I understand it, that Mr Oliver Taylor has provided in an ongoing matter, I just feel it's not appropriate for me to comment on that.
All right. We've had many exchanges in this Senate estimates session about the ABC having to respond and deal with criticism and attacks from the Murdoch press, particularly the Australian, but it's broader than that. But let's not beat around the bush. The Australian leads the charge on attacking the public broadcaster and the people who work there.
when an attack happens, when the Australian newspaper decides to go after one of your staff, one of your journalists, what do you do? What's the first thing the organisation does?
Senator, there's a range of actions and protections we have in place for our staff. I think, firstly, I'd say we understand as employees of the public broadcaster the obligations we have, and we garner a lot of feedback, positive and negative, and we accept that is part of doing our job, and it makes us better. That's the truth of it. It makes us do our job better. When it comes to particular matters, I mean, it's really on a case-by-case basis, and we have processes from people and culture point of view that support our staff, and we also have managers that do their role in welfare checks and in supporting our staff. So it would be something we take on a case-by-case matter, and we've got, as I say, I repeat myself, we've got very strong people and culture processes in support of the welfare of our staff.
And what about dealing with the fallout for the organisation? The reason I'm asking this is because of this phrase, getting ahead of the story. Getting ahead of the story was a reference to getting ahead of the story before the Australian newspaper tore shreds off Ms Lattouf, as they do to other journalists who work at our public broadcaster. They have done it consistently, they continue to do it, they take glee and pride in it.
Senator, I truly don't know what Mr Oliver Taylor was trying to convey by his words.
Okay. In relation to the JANIC review, number 4 of the recommendations is that the ABC improve its responses to public attacks. What steps have been taken internally by the organisation in relation to that reference?
Senator, I'll pass to Ms Amarelli on that one.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for the question, Senator. We're continuing to work through the recommendations of the Listen Loudly, Act Strongly review by Dr Janke, which was delivered last year. On that particular recommendation, we have an existing wellbeing team, and as a part of that team, we've got support for social media. We have a social media advisor who provides training to staff on social media on protecting themselves online against bullying and trolling. That team works closely into the divisions with news and content to support staff. We are looking at how we continue to grow our support for staff in response to those attacks, and we've got staff embedded in the different divisions to continue to do that. It's an ongoing challenge, as you know, and as you're pointing out, and it is difficult, but it is something that we're very alive to. We participate, for example, just a couple of weeks ago, there was a Safer Internet Day, and we conducted a panel where we had experts from across the organisation come and talk to experiences online and how to manage that. So it really is a live discussion, and we continue to put support around that.
Okay. And what about on an organisational level or an editorial level, beyond the individual staff member? And when the ABC is under attack from the Murdoch press, that impacts your journalists doing their daily work. Up here in the gallery, if the ABC is being pulled to bits by, Rupert Murdoch's favourite rag, how do you deal with that as an organisation, not just as an individual staff, the welfare of individual staff? I'm trying to understand, how do you stand up for yourselves and for the integrity of the public broadcaster?
So, again, Senator, apologise for repeating myself. We take feedback from many sources, positive and negative, on a daily basis. We respond in different ways, so we can have you may have seen our chair's statement quite recently, where we put on the record, corrected the record, achievements of the ABC, corrected statements, for example, that are relatively innocuous, I mean, in all honesty, but that a presenter was in Paris who just did not happen to be in Paris. So there are a range of things that we do to correct the record or to improve, I guess, the public discourse, the understanding of what the ABC does, the value of the ABC. We then there are a range of, individual responses to individual circumstances with our journalists. Mr. Stevens, you might be able to talk to a few of those circumstances.
Yeah, I can speak generally, Senator, to our approach in the news division, and I can confirm that News Limited do have a strange obsession with sort of taking scrutiny beyond scrutiny and sort of regularly agitating against the work of our journalists. We're flattered with their interest, but despite their very small readership, we do engage and respond to a lot of their queries quite regularly. And we do defend the work of our journalists almost every week. There's multiple queries a week. Having said that, as a public broadcaster, we must be subjected to scrutiny, and we must have a culture of accepting scrutiny and self-reflect where we get things wrong and be transparent about that. So I think it's balancing all of those things, but defending the work of our journalists and the work that our presenters and journalists do generally, as junior as they are, or as well high profile as they are, is very important. And through that, if a legitimate concern has been raised about their work or conduct, we also have a look at that and work through what has occurred. But I must say that by and large, the queries being raised are disproportionate to the issues that are being realised.
Mm-hmm. We'll need to rotate the call if you have one final question.
Just on this particular topic, has there been any response from management to staff morale at the ABC since the court case has been in trial?
Senator, I guess we can take that question in a range of directions. I mean, we have numerous conversations on a one-on-one basis with our staff. I think it can depend where you work without diminishing any aspect of this, but it can depend where you work in the ABC.
Of course.
As to the impact it does have on our staff. I mean, our staff on balance are, amazingly resilient, as Mr. Stevens noted. There's a high level of criticism that can come our way. That they're a resilient group of people. We have responded, again, contextually on a case-by-case basis as required, and Ms Amarelli personally, in fact, has responded to specific concerns in email correspondence to the whole organisation. So we are, I guess one way of putting it, we are very alive to the issue.
Thanks, Chair. Well, I've obviously got lots of other questions.
We'll just keep rotating.
Yeah.
Senator Darmody.
Thank you. I want to talk about Australia Day coverage of this year. So specifically, I'm not sure if you've seen, there was an article in The Australian dated the 26th of January entitled "Macintosh Takes Aim at ABC for Focusing on Divisive Protests Over Australia Day," where Melissa McIntosh, the Shadow Minister for Communications, criticises the ABC for its Australia Day coverage. I was wondering if you could, for the benefit of the committee, provide an overview of the ABC's coverage of Australia Day this year.
Certainly. So I might start with a few sort of comments, and then I will pass to Mr. Stevens. So I guess I'll start by saying, we completely recognise there is a divergence of views in the Australian community around Australia Day. In our news coverage, we reflect the diversity of views in our community. It's what the ABC Act requires, it's what our editorial policies require. But there's no doubt that the ABC recognises Australia as our national day, and no other media organisation, I would say, comes close to the sort of broad coverage that we provide in screen. And so I've just got a long list, so I'll just say a few things, but I will pass to Mr Stevens. We do the Australia Day live coverage. We have the Governor-General's Australia Day message, the National Citizenship Ceremony, Australian of the Year. We have extensive coverage online. We have audio coverage across RN, for example. We had Big Ideas, Saturday Extra, Revision, The Science Show, the Australia Day Weekend Special. So there is a long and extensive list of coverage. Mr Stevens, did you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, we can, Senator, provide on notice a collection of the full gamut of coverage that we did. Just as a small example, if you take, for instance, our 7 p.m. bulletins that night, we covered an array of stories and events in regards to Australia Day. So I know that, for example, in Melbourne, on 7 p.m. of the night of Australia Day, they led with a piece about the Australians of the Year, which is obviously a significant moment. I know that most bulletins ran a package which captured some of the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander events that took place, including the Invasion Day March as a separate item. There was a really strong story about Citizen Day ceremonies, citizenship and community events associated with that. And then there was an extensive package which looked at Australia Day honours, and in each state they would have done specific packages related to people in their state or territory that got honours on the honours list. So that's just on 7 p.m. alone. Of course, across all of our platforms, the coverage was quite vast, and as Ms Klein referred to, you know, it's incumbent on us to reflect the full gamut of perspectives across Australia in moments like this, and we did that quite effectively.
Thank you. So you just talked about the 7 p.m. news, and the Shadow Minister's assertion that there was not one story about Australia Day on 7 p.m. news that night clearly sounds like it was incorrect, given what you've just
what we can do
outlined.
Is we can take on notice and collect all of the different rundowns for 7 p.m. I'm not sure which state or territory the Senator was in that night. Obviously, there's specific local elements per bulletin, so we can collect that. And also, we have to remember that 7 p.m. reaches a large chunk of our audience, but a lot of Australians access our news and information in a whole host of other ways now, on our website and through radio and social media.
Thanks. That would be good if you could provide that. How does the ABC achieve balance overall in its reporting of events like this?
I can talk to our approach on that specific day, but Mr Fang, our Editorial Director, can talk more broadly to the organisation at large for non-news events. So how about you speak to the broader approach as it applies to EdPulse?
Yeah, thanks, Senator. So, as has been pointed out by my colleagues, diversity of perspectives over a reasonable amount of time is a key part of our editorial policies. So we don't speak to balance as such, but rather capturing the relevant and the perspectives across the community on all of our news and current affairs coverage, including Australia Day. So on a day like Australia Day, there are a whole raft of different perspectives on the day that we would expect to be covered, not just in our news output, but also across audio, our talkback radio programs, digital, etc. And so really what we're looking to do there is canvass all those relevant perspectives in the Australian community so that Australians can hear about those things, can make up their own minds about how they feel about that particular day. Because there are so many events and things going on, that does mean that there is a comprehensive coverage, as has been pointed out. But yeah, it is about a diversity of relevant perspectives over time.
Who determines what's relevant?
So when you're thinking about relevance, it's what is impactful in the community. It is what is clearly views that are being expressed by parts of the community. It is essentially on something like Australia Day, it is views that would run right across the whole of our community, except for views that would be considered to be non-representative or fringe views.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Look, just on that last question in relation to the Shadow Minister for Communication, I'm just keen to have that article tabled. McIntosh takes aim at ABC for focusing on divisive protests over Australia Day. And Mr Stevens, just to clarify, my understanding is that the Shadow Minister was raising concerns about the ABC's coverage because, in her view, there was a story about Invasion Day on this particular night that she refers, but not Australia Day.
So, thanks, Senator. I don't want to make assumptions about what coverage the Senator was viewing or observing, but what I can assure you is that almost half the 7 p.m. bulletin that night in Sydney and Melbourne, at least, and possibly Queensland, covered around 4 to 5 different major events or issues as it related to Australia Day, and one of those included a piece about Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander perspectives. And had the ABC not covered those perspectives on that day, it would have been not accurate as to the disparate perspectives and communities we're obligated to reflect on major events like that.
Yeah, my understanding was it wasn't in relation to actual Australia Day, the 26th.
Right.
I think this broadcast occurred preceding Australia Day, and the Shadow Minister's proper concern was that there was a report about the Invasion Day rallies, but there was no
on the 25th,
reference,
not the 26th.
Yeah, there was no reference to Australia Day. It just seemed to be very, very skewed.
Okay, we can have a look at the 25th of January as well. I think, irrespective of the day, covering that perspective is still absolutely legitimate and defensible.
Well, I just want to raise a broader point, because often when I have raised concerns about appropriate impartiality and balance in the ABC's reporting, the ABC will say, oh no, but we did another story on another day. Isn't it incumbent on every journalist to ensure that every report is balanced and impartial in accordance with their obligations under the ABC Act?
Yeah, certainly it's incumbent on journalists to make sure their journalism is accurate and impartial. That's beyond doubt. What the nuance there, of course, is the nature of what is included by differing perspectives and discussion and debate in an individual item will depend on the nature of the debate and or gravity of what's being discussed, and that will vary item to item.
But aren't your journalists required to report without fear or favour, impartially and accurately in every story they do?
Correct.
And so I would put to you that the defence that the ABC often puts forward, oh well, and I'm referring to the ABC's coverage of a particular pro-Palestinian march where a terrorist leader was reflected upon in very positive terms, and then the ABC said, well, but you must look at our other coverage. My concern is that the ABC is not sufficiently requiring its journalists to ensure that every report is accurate and impartial.
Senator, I think I can help here if I may. Our impartiality and diversity of perspectives standard in our editorial policies speaks about due impartiality. So that means what is reasonable, what's appropriate for the platform and the story at any given time. So what you're referring to is, each particular story. We don't speak about balance in every particular story. We speak about diversity of relevant perspectives over reasonable time, thinking about the audience consumption of that material.
I'm concerned about your statutory obligation to disseminate news and information impartially and objectively. You can't pick and choose. That is a requirement under the legislation which governs the ABC.
I understand that, Senator. What I'm just referencing is that the recognised standards of objective journalism that are set out in the Ed polls recognise due impartiality, which means that on every particular item you cannot include all perspectives that might exist in the community. What you want to be including is the relevant ones for that particular story.
Mr Stevens, in your last appearance I asked whether you had instructed ABC lawyers in the Heston Russell case. You took that on notice, which was very surprising. You would clearly know the answer, and I'm asking you again. Did you instruct the lawyers in any respect on the Heston Russell case?
I think in regards to the question, Senator, as I understood it, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think what we expressed was different members and members of management at the ABC provided legal direction or was in contact with the ABC legal department. I had thought that was a question on notice which we did respond to.
Can I ask you, for the record, did you instruct the lawyers at all in relation to the Heston Russell case?
So, in regards to the defamation proceedings themselves, at different points in time, of course, I was consulted on different aspects of the case. To go to the specifics of what was discussed obviously relates to the ABC's legal advice at the time. I'm struggling to understand what the revelation is that I was aware of legal advice or in discussions with the ABC legal department during the trial.
Senator,
I'm not, Mr. Stevens. You're confusing what I'm asking. You would not answer the question when I last asked this of you. You said you'd need to take it on notice. I found it very surprising that you wouldn't know that. Sorry, Ms. Klein, just let me finish this. That you wouldn't know that answer, and therefore what I'm asking for is clearly. Did you instruct the lawyers in the defamation proceedings concerning Mr. Russell? And you're now telling me that yes, you did. Is that correct?
Senator, if it's helpful, sorry, and I understand the questions from Mr. Stevens, but just if it's helpful that I reference, we have provided an answer to that question. If it's helpful, it's question on notice 1278, which actually does indicate that, yes, Mr. Stevens was a part of the team. Sorry, I'm just getting receipt of the question now, if it's helpful.
I would like to continue. Thank you, Ms. Klein, but I just would like to continue my questions in relation to this matter.
Senator Henderson, I wonder, and will afford you the additional time, if we could actually hear what that response was, because I'm not recalling it myself.
Thank you, Chair. So the response we provided was, over the course of the Heston Russell defamation trial, ABC Legal was instructed from a number of departments across the news division, including the investigative journalism and current affairs team, the digital and national news team, and news management.
Thanks, Ms. Klein. So you didn't address my question. My question was, did Mr. Stevens instruct ABC lawyers in relation to the Heston Russell case? Now, in the question, now Mr. Stevens is confirming for the first time that you did. Could you please explain the extent to which you provided the instructions, Mr. Stevens, and did ABC lawyers at any time tell you that they had been put on notice in relation to the fake gunshots?
So, in regards to the second question, the first I became aware, and I would like to, I assume you're referencing the legal correspondence between Mr. Russell's lawyers and the ABC in November 2023 and then subsequently in April 2024. I was not privy to either of those pieces of correspondence, nor was anyone in news until the subsequent allegations were raised by the Spotlight program in Channel 7 in September of last year.
Sorry. I'm not trying to jump in. I just wanted to correct that. That was November 2022, I believe. It was in April 2023.
Okay, getting the years mixed up.
Yeah.
But the November of that year, which is the letter which has been widely publicised and assessed by Mr. Sunderland in his interim report. So, no, the contents of those letters were not given to me. I was not made aware of there being concerns about the editing of the videos that were subsequently investigated by Mr. Sunderland until Spotlight raised them. And at the point they raised them, we moved very quickly to immediately look at them, and you would note we removed them immediately as well.
I mean, Mr. Stevens, from your perspective, and Ms. Klein, that is an astonishing failure by your lawyers. Well, I mean, that has absolutely compromised the integrity of ABC News and Current Affairs if you were not put on notice about that matter. And I would put to you that you should have been on notice because these matters were then canvassed during the trial. But it is shocking that ABC lawyers failed to inform your division and I assume management about these matters, given they were raised and given that the ability of the ABC to correct the record in relation to incorrect reports is so paramount to the trust that Australians hold in the ABC. Have there been consequences because of these failings by ABC Legal?
Senator, it's detailed in Mr Sunderland's report. And I think Mr Sunderland has spoken to a number of people in relation to this matter. I don't think any of us deny that it would have been preferable, and I appreciate that is a very soft word, that the letter was passed to Mr Stevens and to the News Division. It was an error. It was an error by the team. There was no intent behind it. And you'll note in the report, Mr Sunderland, Mr Sunderland notes appropriately that he is not in a position to breach the ABC, to talk to our, he talks to our editorial policies. It is clear that he sees an issue from a corrections and a clarifications point of view, and we have accepted that, and we would agree with that.
I mean, as I say, it is completely astonishing, and I go back to my question. What are the consequences for people responsible, employed in the ABC Legal Department, for failing to pass on such critical information which would have enabled ABC News and Current Affairs to quickly reassess its position on the case and to correct the record straight away?
Senator, the actions we are taking now is to adopt the recommendations from Mr Sunderland's review. There are 7 recommendations. We will adopt them. We will implement them as a leadership team. We have taken note of them. Mr Fang has carried in many ways of the implementation of those, and Mr Fang, I'm sure, would be happy to talk through that in detail. They're the actions that we are taking.
Well, I'm not asking about those recommendations. I'm asking about a bigger issue, and it's about managing the ABC. And I just raised another issue about, and I don't know who was responsible, which particular lawyer, but there was clearly some incompetence in the Ms Latouf trial proceedings because the lawyers didn't seem to understand that evidence given in Senate estimates is privileged and cannot be used in a court. And we've seen what appears to be gross negligence or incompetence by ABC lawyers. And it just seems inexcusable, Ms Klein, that ABC management is not taking action in relation to these very significant shortcomings.
Senator, I wouldn't agree that we're not taking action.
Right, well, what action are you taking then? That's what I'm asking you. Has there been any decisions made in relation to personnel such that those people who made those mistakes are no longer working at the ABC? Or do they still have your full trust and confidence?
Senator, I do not think it would be appropriate for me to go into detail or to name the legal team that were involved. It was an error. It was an accepted error. They accept the error. There has, we're talking about November 2022. Not all lawyers who are in the team at that point in time are still with the team. That is not me intending to say that there has been any action. There has not been any specific action taken against any of the lawyers that were involved in that process in November 2022. We have steps in place now. These are the recommendations of Mr Sunderland. The leadership team is working assiduously to implement those recommendations. You'll see there is one step. I think it is recommendation number 7, and it states, steps should be taken to ensure adequate staff and resources are available to deal with complex and demanding legal matters. We're taking this very seriously and we are implementing the recommendations.
Can I ask whether the ABC is going to unequivocally apologise to Mr Russell?
Senator, the ABC has apologised to Mr Russell.
Only in a very conditional and limited way. Mr Russell is seeking a public apology from Mr Anderson on behalf of the ABC for the way in which he was portrayed, for the egregious way in which he was falsely portrayed as a war criminal. Will you apologise unequivocally to Mr Russell?
Senator, the ABC has apologised to Mr Russell.
No, it's been only very limited. It's a very conditional apology. You only apologised to Mr Heston Russell and other members of the second commando, and I'm reading from Mr Anderson's statement, for the impact of these shortcomings, which relates to the fake gunshots being edited into the video. The ABC has never apologised to Mr Russell for calling him a war criminal, for dragging him through the ringer. You've never apologised, so I'm asking you now, are you going to apologise? And will you apologise now?
Senator, my position is, as I have said, the ABC has apologised. We have issued an apology within the opening statement at Senate estimates on November 5 last year. On November 7, Mr Stevens issued an apology. There have been some other correspondence along the way, and then I refer to Mr Anderson's public statement on the 7th of February, where he also apologises directly to Mr Russell.
Well, I would put to you that that is not sufficient, and the apology was very much framed within the context of the false gunshots edited into the vision, and not to the broader issues, which is the basis on which Mr Heston Russell took defamation proceedings in the federal court.
And we'll rotate
Thanks, Chair.
the call, and we will go to Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. Does the ABC believe that Lebanese people exist?
Senator, I take that question to be a question of, does the ABC deny the existence of race? I understand that was something that was canvassed, came to light, I'm not sure of the correct terminology, during the Lattouf matter. My response would be the ABC does not deny the existence of race. In fact, Ms Amarelli, who is by my side here, has clarified that in an email in an all-staff communication.
That was not my question. That was not my question. I thought Ms Klein had finished.
Senator Faruqi, please do not speak over the witnesses and do not speak over me. Please continue with your questioning.
Thank you, Chair. I was just going to note that I'm happy to provide the contents of the email from Ms Amarelli, but to answer the question, the ABC does not deny the existence of race.
Ms Klein, that was not my question. My question was pretty straightforward, and it is actually not a complex question as your legal argument case purports. Does the ABC believe that Lebanese people exist?
Yes, Senator.
Thank you. Does the ABC believe that Arab people exist?
Yes, Senator.
Does the ABC believe that Middle Eastern people exist?
Yes, Senator.
So then why was it part of ABC's legal argument to question the existence of Lebanese, Arab, and Middle Eastern race? And why did Mr. Anderson state in court that he hadn't formed a view on whether there is a Lebanese race?
Senator, I think, again, and I will read from Ms Amarelli's email because it provided good context. It was an email that was sent to all staff to provide clarity on this matter. I believe the email did make its way onto the public record. And I think I will quote Ms Amarelli, who is sitting next to me, but for assistance, and then we'll pass to Ms Amarelli if that's helpful. Ms Amarelli wrote, "The ABC has only raised the issue that in these proceedings the legal onus lies with Ms Lattouf to establish her claim about race.
Ms Klein, you did, since then the ABC has retracted that argument in court after huge community backlash. So you do understand that this has harmed and hurt many communities that are racially marginalized in this country, I hope. I mean, we all know that ABC has a racism problem. That was pretty much there in Dr. Janki's review, where 120 staff, including current and former ABC staff, said that racism was systemic in the ABC.
Senator, if I may, I don't believe it is a fair and reasonable statement to say, at a broad brush, the ABC is a racist organisation. We absolutely have acknowledged, particularly through the Janki review, and we are incredibly grateful for the people who came forward during that review. It's not an easy thing to come forward by any stretch of the imagination. And I just would like to make that statement. I also acknowledge what you're saying around distress in some sections of the community and our workforce. And again, if I can refer you quite specifically to an email from Ms Amarelli, also I believe now on the public record, and I will quote from this again: the ABC recognises that regrettably this legal argument has caused distress in some sections of the community and our workforce. This was not the ABC's intention. Today the ABC has made clear to the court that it does not dispute or contest Ms Lattouf's race or national extraction, being Lebanese, Middle Eastern or Arab.
I guess what I'm saying is that ABC has a racism problem, because Dr. Janki's review made it clear that racism is systemic at the ABC. So I think a few of you have said to a number of questions today that the ABC is reflecting on certain things.
That is right.
So I would like to ask, will you reflect on this decision to take this argument to court, a pretty atrocious argument about the existence of certain communities and races? Will you review this system at the ABC that has allowed this blatant racism to take place? Will you also reflect on that?
I think, Senator, we have reflected on it, which is evidenced by the fact that Ms Amarelli wrote an email that showed that reflection and, you know, was very, very clear again. I think in the language, the ABC recognises regrettably we have reflected and we have issued some correspondence that demonstrates that reflection.
The problem is that it happened after so many reviews into racism at the ABC, and the community has called it surreal and blatantly racist. The ABC, in terms of Dr. Janki's review, when systemic racism was found at the ABC, there was a recommendation that the ABC commit to being proactively anti-racist. Now, do you think the comments or this legal argument was proactively anti-racist, or the comments from Mr. Anderson were proactively anti-racist?
Senator, I think they're two very, very different things that you're talking about. I'm happy to pass to Ms Amarelli to talk to the recommendations of the Janki review and what we're doing to implement the recommendations of the Janki review, if that's of assistance.
It's just one particular recommendation I'm referring to, which is that ABC commit to being proactively anti-racist. Questioning people's race, is that proactively anti-racist? It's the exact antithesis of being proactively anti-racist. It is actually racist.
I understand the comment, Senator, and it was a technical legal argument that we accept should never have been made, and we withdrew the argument before the ABC opened its case. But I appreciate the sentiment throughout sections of the community and our workforce, which we absolutely heard, and we regret that the decision to run that argument was made, and accept that it should not have been made. If I may speak just on the recommendation in the review regarding anti-racism in particular, We are having many active discussions internally about that at the moment. We have partnered with the Australian Human Rights Commission and are rolling out anti-racism training, which is compulsory for all of our staff, including the executive leadership team and the board. That is currently underway. That is the first part of an anti-racism campaign, which we are also currently rolling out. We recognise that at the moment it feels difficult to reconcile some of what is being said with what has played out over the last month. But it is why we withdrew that argument and accept it should never have been made in the first place.
So the argument was withdrawn and you regretted that it shouldn't have taken place. Have you actually apologised to all your staff who are people of colour and First Nations and acknowledged that this would have hurt and harmed them? Has there been an apology issued to all the staff and the community by the ABC?
We have not done that as yet, but we do apologise for the distress that was caused. And as Ms Klein read out in terms of the all-staff communication I sent, it was the intention to do that, to recognise that people were hurt. I think Senator Hanson-Young asked before about understanding how staff are feeling at the moment. I have had many emails from staff. I have almost responded to all of them. I have a few more there, but I have been in direct contact with many staff who've expressed their disappointment at what has occurred over the last month. I have met with many teams across the organisation. I've met with our News Diversity Action Group. I've met with the extended leadership team in the Division of News and have listened and understood how people are feeling about this. The leadership team accepts that what has played out in public over the last month has had a very real impact on our staff, and we have work to do once we're able to talk more openly about this matter, once it is the court proceedings are finalised, in order to really address some of these things.
So just to clarify, you are going to apologise to staff for causing this hurt and harm, and also to the public? Is the ABC going to commit to apologising to the staff and apologising to the public? Because there are many people in the community as well who have been hurt and harmed by this.
Yes.
So you will publicly apologise?
We regret that that argument was made. It should never have been made, and we will apologise.
Thank you very much.
We need to rotate the call.
Sure.
We'll go to Senator Billick.
Thank you. There was an article recently in the Daily Telegraph, which I'm sure you're aware of. It was entitled "ABC Cost Aussies More Than a Netflix Subscription." In that article, a number of assertions about the cost of the ABC, the reach of the ABC and ABC spending were made. Now, the Chair issued a statement in response stating the article contained inaccuracies. For the benefit of the committee, could you outline to us what you consider to be the key inaccuracies in the article, and could you please provide the facts in relation to the cost and, firstly, the cost and audience reach of the ABC?
Certainly, thank you, Senator. So I think on balance there were many errors from our perspective that in the article, and the chair's response I think was quite clear. I think I'll start with the manner in which the calculation was done on the Netflix subscription. I believe it was a subscription that was ad supported, not a free subscription. Of course, the ABC is free to all Australians. So I think the starting point for the calculation was it was an error in and of itself. I think then the key point to raise is that it's impossible to do a comparison between Netflix and the ABC and what the ABC does, where the ABC is, the broad reach of the ABC, our infrastructure to support all Australians. I think some of the key points we highlighted in the statement, and I will highlight here, of course, is our emergency broadcasting services. So I think, as I said in my opening statement, we have covered more than 500 emergency events this financial year alone. And I think what's really important to stress when we talk about emergency broadcasting, we often talk about an emergency broadcasting team who are an amazing team, a very little team, the truth be told, that keep us across all of these, all of the events, but then they are supported by a workforce that can only exist in an organisation like ours because of how far-reaching we are and our infrastructure and our presence across all of Australia. So to actually have that presence, you can't compare that to what Netflix have and do, and it's not a criticism of Netflix at all. We've got 24-hour news, continuous 24-hour news. That's on the news channel, that's on news radio, that's on the ABC News web and app. That isn't a service that Netflix provide, nor should they. I think I've mentioned we've got our services are across 67 locations across the country. Again, as that sort of relates to emergency broadcasting, it's critical, but then just connecting with communities. Actually having a local service for our communities across Australia is a responsibility that we take very, very seriously, and a responsibility that I think sits wholly and solely with the ABC, often in isolation. Again, no comparison to a Netflix service. We've got international bureaus in 10 locations. We've got dedicated Pacific reporters. We've got a long list. We've got international services that make ABC storytelling available on TV, radio and online worldwide, with a focus on our region. In fact, we've got a monthly viewership across the Asia Pacific of at least 10.5 million people, and it's carried by more than 100 broadcast partners. We've got the most watched kids content, specialist educational content aligned to the curriculum. We've got dedicated news content for young people like Behind the News and BTN High. We have high quality locally made Australian drama. I mean, I could go on, but it's an incredibly long list. And then if I can just, also correct a few of the statements around our audience and our audience performance, I think there was a lot missed in the interpretation provided in that article, and a lot of the key facts are in our annual report. We say them as often as we can. The ABC network was the #1 ranked television broadcaster in 23-24 with a reach of 36.4% or 6.6 million people across the 5-city metro population. As I said in the opening statement, we were #1 again in digital news for January, and that's repeat performance for us. We've got news stories in podcast rankers. We've been the #1 news podcast. We've had the #1 news podcast on many occasions. I could go on and on and on. ABC iView was the #1 ranked BVOD service in 23-24 based on on-demand minutes, with a 34% share of on-demand minutes across the year. ABC Radio reached an estimated 4.77 million people each week in the 5 capital cities. So we have a lot of facts, a lot of data. I'm prepared. We'd be more than happy to provide as much as helps anybody on notice. But I think in summary, I will say again, we disagree with the statements that were made.
That list of long activities that you've mentioned, let alone the ones you haven't mentioned, they're all part of your statutory role at the ABC, aren't they?
That is correct.
That's in there.
Please do table them.
Yes, please do. That'll be great. The article also cited a number of examples of what it asserts to be wasteful spending, such as the new ABC Parramatta offices and studios, which I understood was self-funded, but I could be wrong. I'm happy to be corrected. Commentary for the Paris Olympics and fact-checking services, amongst other things. So, once again, for the benefit of the committee, could you please outline the ABC's response to the key assertions in relation to waste?
Absolutely, Senator, happy to. So I think I alluded to earlier statements like we paid thousands to put up Bruce McAvaney in Paris were just wrong. Mr McAvaney wasn't in Paris. Parramatta could talk to at great length, so that was at no impost to taxpayers. We sold a property at Lansley Place in Artarmon. We sold that for the express purpose of rationalising our property footprint and also being able to be in Parramatta in particular, given I think 1 in 10 Australians live in that area. It has an incredible diverse community. We saw that as, an absolute obligation on the ABC, really, to be in a location like that. So, we sold a property that we had in North Sydney. Using the proceeds from that property was how we were able to do the work at Parramatta, develop that site in Parramatta. We also, at the same time, were able to rationalise our footprint in Ultimo, so we were able to do that by actually twofold, by moving certain members of our team to Parramatta, but also it was a project to look at rationalising, I guess, our operation from an efficiency floor plate point of view, allowing for modern workplaces, for new technology, etc. So we were able to do all of that within, and in fact less than the proceeds we had from the sale of Lansley Place. And then on an ongoing basis in doing that, we've been able to lease out floors in our Ultimo building, which means that there's also no cost to the taxpayer for the leasing of the Parramatta site.
And what about the fact-checking services?
Fact-checking services, Senator, I might pass to Mr Stevens on that one, but suffice to say, we disagree with the comments, but Mr Stevens could provide more detail.
Yeah, I'll have to check the specifics of the claims that Mr Drill made about fact-checking services. The ABC used to have an agreement with RMIT where we ran fact-checking across RMIT and the ABC over a number of years, and we ceased that agreement in the last 12 months, so we no longer have that agreement. That's in part because our focus has pivoted for the team at the ABC end of that to focus on verification, so we've created ABC News Verify. They've generated a lot of original stories, including in the last fortnight alone, looking at various pieces of mis and disinformation. And certainly we see that while it was a valuable service at the time, a lot of teams are now doing that style of explainer-driven and fact-driven journalism anyway.
The Coalition's vowed to crack down on what it considers to be wasteful spending with the appointment of Senator Price as Shadow Minister for Government Efficiency. Are you aware of anything to indicate that the Coalition's focused on waste and efficiency will extend to the ABC?
Senator, I'm not specifically aware of anything at this point in time. I'm not. I apologise if I should be, but I'm not currently aware of anything. I mean, I guess what I would say is we take seriously our statutory obligation to be efficient, to maintain efficiency in our operations, and so I think we are efficient by nature of our operation.
I'm going to need to rotate the calls.
Can I have one last question? Okay, thank you.
Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. I wanted to ask about how the ABC is managing the reporting on the invasion in Gaza. Firstly, I'd like to know, does the ABC have a formal policy or guideline regarding the use of the terms Israeli occupation or occupier when referring to Israel's presence in both the West Bank and Gaza?
Senator, I might pass that to Mr Fang.
Yes, thanks, Senator. We issued what we call Middle East guidance to our teams more than 12 months ago, and the guidance is that we refer to the occupied territory.
And has that, so that guidance was issued 12 months ago, has that had to be, have you refined that, have you updated it, have you had, has there been any review of that?
We are always looking to make sure that that guidance is fit for purpose and takes into account changing circumstances or new news and events. So the guidance is regularly updated. I couldn't tell you how many times exactly. I can provide that on notice, but every time we update the guidance, we make sure that we log that for staff and ensure that they're aware of any changes.
And what's the reasoning? I want to understand the understood and defended reasoning of the ABC for having such a policy or a guideline?
Well, we have guidance for a variety of things, everything from our editorial policies through to breaking stories, and to ensure that ABC staff in our coverage are using accurate language, for example, are being accurate in their terminology, are covering stories impartially. So this guidance is no different. We recognise that it is an area of contention, and so the guidance is really to help our journalists, to help our staff to better cover the conflict and the issues that relate to that, and to make sure that we're meeting our obligations for objective and impartial journalism.
And has the ABC conducted any internal reviews or consultations with external experts in relation to the use of terminology and ensuring that it aligns with international legal standards?
Senator, not that I'm aware of. I would say that we consulted internally within our editorial policies team and within experts that have covered the conflict. Like any guidance and like any story, we would seek to do research on what are the acceptable terms. For example, what is UN classification, what does the Australian government say, and the like.
Mm-hmm.
And these things would inform our guidance.
Has there been any guidance given in relation to the International Court of Justice ruling about the illegality of Israel's occupation?
Yes, we have provided guidance on that. I'm happy to provide that to you and to the committee.
That would be helpful.
It's in our guidance. Yep.
That would be helpful. So you can give that to us on notice or
Absolutely.
Table it?
Yes.
Thank you. I'd also like to know whether there's been any guidance on the ICJ's orders made under the Genocide Convention following the application of South Africa against Israel.
Yes, we provided guidance to staff on the ICJ case, on the coverage of that, on where it's at, on the use of the term genocide, and how to report on that case as guidance, and that's also in our Middle East guidance.
Mm-hmm. And has that had to be updated at any point?
The guidance was updated following as the case developed.
Yes, okay. Has there been any guidance given how the terminology used by the ABC or reporting within the ABC in relation to the arrest warrants by the International Criminal Court against the Israeli Prime Minister?
Yes, we've provided guidance on the allegations of war crimes, both what the ICC has said in relation to the Israeli leaders and also the Hamas leaders.
And are these guidelines distributed to staff? I've asked for three different issues here. I guess Now what I want to understand is how are they used in practice?
Yes. So all of that guidance is available internally on our intranet to staff. It's available both in what we call the News Knowledge Hub, which is where that guidance lives, and also on the Editorial Policies Hub, and we direct staff to that. In addition, editorial leaders that engage with their EdPols advisors or are across these matters themselves and are providing advice to their staff have access to that guidance and should be utilising it when working with staff on their stories.
Mm. And has there been any concerns raised by journalists or editorial staff in relation to these particular matters?
I probably wouldn't characterise it that way. I mean, I think that there's been discussion about a variety of issues that have come up across the conflict and about how the ABC will be reporting those. But ultimately, the editorial guidance is agreed upon by myself and working with my colleagues in news, and we issue that as our guidance and what we expect the ABC to do and what our staff should do in the coverage of this conflict.
Mm-hmm. And is there any policy or has there been any practice introduced in relation to mentioning or not mentioning the ICJ or ICC positions in relation to Israel?
I'm not sure I understand what you mean, Senator, other than we have issued guidance around how to accurately cover the ICJ case and the allegations made by the ICC.
Mm-hmm. So there's no direction or policy that it shouldn't be referenced, it shouldn't be reported on, or that it must be included in either way. It's just if it is to be talked about, this is the guidelines by
Correct. Where it's relevant, where it is factually important, where it's relevant to a story to discuss the ICJ or the ICC case or the allegations put by the ICC, then it should be included in stories. But we don't provide any other guidance other than that, and for people to utilise our guidance to be accurate around their coverage.
And are you aware of whether these guidelines and the advice that you wish your journalists and editors to use is in line with other public broadcasters such as the BBC?
Some of them would be. Mm-hmm. There are some differences, I understand, between different parts of guidance around broadcasters around the world. But, our guidance is for Australian journalism, taking into account what's acceptable to our audience and accurate coverage of what's going on in the conflict.
Mm-hmm. And do you feel, has there been any, I asked whether anyone's raised any concerns about it or there's been any resistance, and you're saying, well, we've put these guidelines together, we've talked through why they exist. Has there been any resistance raised by external bodies in relation to these guidelines?
Not that I'm aware of, Senator, no. There may be. I can find out further, but not that I'm aware of.
Mm-hmm. Did you want to jump in there?
No.
Okay.
Sorry, Senator.
Okay.
Last question.
I'm interested, obviously this is a very, the way the invasion in Gaza is talked about, the way the behaviour of and attitude of the Israeli Prime Minister is referenced, is hotly debated, and we are living in a time when Islamophobia and, of course, anti-Semitism is sadly something we see and hear raised and referenced all too much at the moment. I want to understand how, as the public broadcaster, you take a lot of complaints from people, senators, elected officials, members of the public. It is part of the job as being part of the public broadcaster. That we talked about this before, Ms. Klein, being available for criticism and critique. I'm interested as to how you measure this particular issue. I'm wondering whether the ABC has any other metrics apart from how many complaints are received by various voices.
Well,
and how do you manage that? That's what I'm interested in, that particular, because I can see it's a very difficult issue.
So Senator, I'm not sure if I have all the information, but I'll do my best. I mean, firstly, there is a transparent and publicly available complaint process, which details how the audience can contact us and make their feelings heard about ABC content. There is what's called the audience support team, which I've used the word triage, but essentially working with the Ombudsman's office, makes a determination about what should be considered a content complaint versus just a general complaint, and content complaints can then be handled by direct response from content making teams if that is the best way, or if that's the direction from the Ombudsman's office, or they can be then investigated by the Ombudsman's office. The Ombudsman compiles an annual report which provides data on the amount of content complaints, the amount of resolved complaints, any breaches, and also what is the nature of those complaints. So that data enables us to get a sense of what are the complaints about, what are the issues within our content, and helps us to correct them and improve on them. The other measure would be in regards to, for the public to be aware of, is the Ombudsman publishes her reports. We also publish corrections and clarifications and have a corrections and clarifications page, which is another way that corrected errors can be tracked. In regards to the Israel-Gaza conflict, I can say we had one editorial breach finding last year, and there were 1,541 content complaints about that matter.
We'll need to rotate. Okay, thank you.
Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Look, I just wanted to raise other concerns about bias at the ABC, and I particularly want to raise concerns about the ABC's repeated use of the Jewish Council of Australia as a spokesperson representing the broader Jewish community. Has there been any review of the ABC's ongoing use of the Jewish Council of Australia, given they, I would put to you, are a fringe group which have only about 900 members, and they're, of course, very, very opposed to the State of Israel?
So, Senator, I will pass to Mr Fang. I think I would just say I wouldn't characterise it as repeated and ongoing, but I will pass to Mr Fang.
Well, just on that point, so I'm talking about interviews on the 5th of May, the 9th of July, the 9th of December and the 10th of December in 2024, and then another interview on the 30th of January 2025. And the one that I think is particularly egregious was an interview on the 5th of May 2024 when Ms Swartz concluded her time on the air by saying, "We need to put in place measures that we would put in place against any pariah state that is committing these atrocities, and that includes sanctions, cutting military and diplomatic ties, and showing that there is a real cost to committing these types of war crimes." The interviewer then said, "Sarah, it's great talking to you. Thank you so much for sharing your insights with us on Weekend Breakfast." And that particular interview is still available on the ABC's YouTube channel, and that's had 2.3 million, and that has 2.3 million subscribers.
Thank you, Senator. The exact reference is helpful, so I'll pass to Mr Fang, who I'm sure will know.
Thanks, Senator. I'd have to go back and have a look at the 5th of May interview specifically, but I can tell you that my knowledge is that we have interviewed Sarah Schwartz from the Jewish Council of Australia 5 times in the past 12 months, or since April 2024. You asked if there's been any review, I believe. Is that correct?
That's right.
There has not. There has been a complaint. There have been a number of complaints about the Jewish Council of Australia's appearance on the ABC, and one of them was investigated by the Ombudsman and found not to be a breach. I think that that Sarah Schwartz and the Jewish Council represent, one perspective, and where they're appropriate, we have interviewed members of that group. There are about 1,000 people, as you point out. I think you said 900. I think it's about 1,000 people, and they are there. It is a relevant perspective depending on the story. They are also speak about anti-Semitism, which is an important matter to discuss. But we obviously recognise proportionality in the sense that for matters that broadly affect the Jewish community, we go to spokespeople that are more widely representative. I can go through a whole list of people that we have interviewed if you like, or else I can provide that to you on notice.
I'm happy to take that on notice, but I'm particularly concerned because Ms Swartz has been interviewed in a number of one-on-one interviews, not just news grabs, and as I mentioned before, with comments such as making very, very controversial allegations against the State of Israel, which were not countered by your ABC interviewer, and those comments have been allowed to stand, and this has deeply upset many, many Jewish Australians, including all of the mainstream Jewish organisations.
I suppose what I would say, Senator, is that our obligation is to present a diversity of perspectives. The JCA, or Jewish Council, represents a particular perspective in the community. We have put that to air a number of times, 5 times I believe, over the past 12 months, but it is in amongst a wide variety of interviews of spokespeople and representatives of the wider Jewish community.
Well, I would welcome the evidence to support that, because in terms of these, breakfast program interviews and the like, what is the evidence that you've given a similar platform for those sorts of long-form running interviews to other groups?
Well, happy to go through that. I mean, I'll take, if I may, what was one of the latest examples, which was on News Breakfast a couple of weeks ago. So on the day that we interviewed Sarah Schwartz, we also interviewed an extremism expert from Deakin University. We interviewed James Patterson, the Shadow Home Affairs Minister. We interviewed Benjamin Klein from the Adass Israel Synagogue. We interviewed, across this period, Alex Rivkin. We've interviewed Rabbi Benjamin Elton from the Great Synagogue Sydney, Michelle Goldman from the New South Wales Jewish Board of Deputies, and a whole collection of other spokespeople and people that are representative of the Jewish community.
I'm not talking about news grabs. I'm actually talking about long-form interviews where the perspectives of the Jewish Council of Australia have been elevated, and at no point in time has the ABC sought to explain that this is not a representative group of the Jewish community at large when you consider other representative organisations. And I'm raising these very legitimate concerns, and I would put it to you that I'm concerned that you don't see any reason to review these sorts of decisions.
So, Senator, I suppose what I'm saying is that we definitely take on board the feedback and from the community, but I'm just providing you with the data about the number of times that we have interviewed that group, and it's my view that we have also interviewed widely other representatives of the wider Jewish community, and I can go away and provide you on notice when we have done that in significant long interviews. Happy to take that on notice.
Thank you. I would appreciate it, including if you could please provide the time that each person was given as a representative of the Jewish community in the last 12 months. The broadcast.
We can look at that. We can absolutely look at that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I just want to go back to the Heston Russell case and ask, in terms of the recommendations made by Mr Sunderland, has there been any implementation of those recommendations?
Senator, I will again pass to Mr Fang to talk through the recommendations.
Yes, thank you. Senator, thank you. I'll just pull up the appropriate bits of information for you. So Mr Sunderland made Mr Sunderland made 7 recommendations, which we have taken on board fully. So the first recommendation is about editorial policies and guidance should be reviewed to ensure that the importance of maintaining the integrity of crucial source material is maintained, particularly in investigative stories. So that falls under my remit as the editorial director, and a review of that guidance has begun, and we will also talk to ABC staff about that in order to make sure that the guidance meets Mr Sunderland's recommendations and also meets audience expectations. The second recommendation is that the training should be reviewed, in particular for non-editorial staff working in investigative areas, to ensure everyone is aware of key editorial principles, including the need to maintain the integrity of source material. So that is already underway, and there is mandatory editorial policy training for ABC content makers, and so working with News, we are adding the appropriate non-editorial staff to that list of mandatory editorial policy training. The third recommendation is that editing practices should be reviewed to ensure there is regular, timely and detailed face-to-face contact between editors, reporters and researchers during the editing process. And then recommendation 4 is when multi-platform stories are being prepared, consistent and equal scrutiny should be applied to all elements of the story across all platforms. So this is an action item that has begun in the news division. So a review of all editing practices in all news teams is underway, focusing on identification of specific risk factors by reporters and producers at the scripting and production phase. Workshops are also workshops and training. My apologies. There's also, as part of that recommendation, a response with all teams discussing how to implement this requirement and looking at workflows, for example. And then finally, applying this requirement as set out by Mr Sunderland to all story elements for all platforms. As you would imagine, in a complex media environment that we have today, we make stories that go across multiple platforms at multiple times. So we're taking on board Mr Sunderland's recommendation about that. Recommendation 5 is that News should review the guidance note on interviews and discuss. So this is also within my remit now as editorial director, and I'm looking at the guidance note around interviews and looking to see where the guidance requires some additional information for staff to meet Mr Sunderland's recommendation around accuracy as it relates to interviews. And the final 2 recommendations have been already discussed by the acting MD, but I'll read them out for you. So recommendation 6...
Sorry, just in terms of, just to cut to the chase because we haven't got much time. So that's in the effective communication between News and Legal?
That's correct. So recommendation 6 and 7 are about communication with News and Legal, and then steps to ensure adequate staff and resources are available to deal with complex and demanding legal matters. And my understanding is that there's also already a review of ABC Legal underway to ensure we appropriately meet those recommendations.
And what can you just describe the nature of that review? Is that review examining the operations of ABC Legal?
I am sorry, Senator, I don't have that information. It's not in my area. I can take that on notice, or else somebody else might have that information.
Can you add anything in relation to that review, Ms Klein?
So it is, yes, looking at the processes within the legal department and the resources allocated to matters of this magnitude is the essence of it.
And what's the outcome in that review? What's the nature of that review and how long will it take?
We'll rotate after this answer.
Sure. Senator, I'll have to take on notice the exact time taken to do the review.
Just in relation to the question.
Senator Henderson, we have to rotate.
Oh, sure, okay, Chair, thanks.
Thank you. Senator Rennick.
Hi guys, how are you going? Good? Okay, I just want to raise a couple of issues. There was an article released back in August 21 that basically was a fact check on, so you did an ABC fact check, I think at the time with RMIT, and you raised the issue of, or it was raised that the claim by Alan Haitian that a bloke by the name of Roberto Garin died from the vaccine was misinformation. Now, it turns out that the autopsy report confirmed that he did indeed die from the vaccine. He died in front of his wife and his daughter, I think it was one of his children, when the other child walked in. Now, this occurred 7 days after the vaccine. The person that, the coroner who performed the autopsy confirmed it was indeed from the vaccine. Are you willing to withdraw the statement that this was actually misrepresentation and apologise to Kirsty Garin?
Senator, I apologise. I am not familiar with what the matter you're referring to. I'm not sure, Mr Stevens, if you're familiar.
Happy to take that on notice. Did you say it's from 2021?
Yep, August 2021.
August
and clearly, you know, this fact check did not contact the person involved, because had they contacted the person involved, they would have had this information and not made a statement in the first place.
Senator, could I ask, are you able to provide us with the exact detail on that so that we can look into it?
I'll put it on notice.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd appreciate it if you did, because it was extremely traumatic. And I think it's important to note that the TGA has acknowledged that even though they receive autopsy reports that acknowledge people were killed, where the coroner has said that the vaccine caused their death, that the TGA didn't actually report that as a reported death from the vaccine. And that's, so you can't rely on everything the TGA tells you, I guess is the point. And had your fact checker done their work, they would have known that. The second question I've got is, back in 2019, Four Corners did a piece about Donald Trump, whereby it quoted a lot of the Russian collusion stories that Donald Trump was colluding with Russia, all of this information, and somehow that Donald Trump was receiving money from Russia. All of this these so-called allegations have been proven to be false and deliberate misinformation spread by intelligence agencies for political purposes. But however, that Four Corners program is still up on your website, and given that we now know that it's false information, can you please explain why it's still on the website?
Again, sorry, Senator, I'm not personally familiar with the story, Mr. Stevens.
Yeah, 2019 is obviously some time ago, but I think you're referring to the multi-part program by Sarah Ferguson.
Yeah,
and
follow the money. Yeah.
What I would say, not having had the chance to look back over the story recently, is that Sarah's one of the most esteemed journalists in the country, and the materials that they were relying on for those programs were the best available information at the time, and they reported it accurately.
Well, I haven't, because it's been proven to be false.
The information that was available to them at the time was reported accurately, and Sarah is one of Australia's most respected journalists with the utmost integrity. So we'll have a good look at your question and we'll take that on notice.
Okay, and final question, thanks, Chair. So Sarah's still on the 7:30 report. She's the lead presenter, I'm led to believe. I've asked a number of times for interviews with 7:30 report. I know another independent senators have gotten interviews with the 7:30 report, and I haven't yet to get one. And I'm just curious to know why there's bias in the fact that ABC seem to want to present other independent politicians from the left side of politics but not the right side of politics.
So, with respect, Senator, I contest the assertion that the program only requests or speaks to people from one side of politics. I can say with confidence that's not the case. Sorry, I'm responding to Senator Rennick. And in regards to specific requests you've made for that program to interview, I'm not privy to those, but I'm happy to have a look at that. The program makes independent decisions about who they approach to interview, obviously, and the individuals obviously have to be relevant to the public discussion that is of news that day or week.
Okay, well, that's interesting. So I'll give you the example of Senator Payman. When she announced her new party, she got a gig on the 7:30 report that night. Nothing against Senator Payman, it's nothing personal or anything like that. But my question is, I also approached the 7:30 report immediately after that and said, can I also get an opportunity to promote people first, which is effectively what the 7:30 report was doing, and that was 4 months ago, and I still haven't got a response.
So, Senator, the 7:30 program and the ABC generally is not in the business of promoting political parties like yours. It's in the business of questioning and asking.
Yep, absolutely.
And secondly, I don't think anyone would question that Senator Payman's decisions over the course of that fortnight were massively relevant to the news agenda that week and very much in the public interest.
But that, okay, well... Okay,
Not
that's fine.
enough.
But I'm just curious because, I mean, you've just said, and I'll admit we're not that, big either, but the point is it was a clear example of how one person got a gig and another person didn't.
I think they're different circumstances with respect as to the considerations.
Both new parties started around the same time.
I think it's a inaccurate correlation to make. That the correlation would be accurate if you were a member of the party room of, say, one of the two major political parties, and there was a great deal of questioning around your voting motivations that week with a key policy issue, to the extent that it went against the party room and then subsequently left the party. I'm not aware that you've been through a similar journey yourself in that respect.
Well, you must have had your head in the sand for the last 3 years. I mean, I withheld my vote from the from the Liberal Party over the vaccine mandates and injuries.
I appreciate that you're upset that they haven't interviewed on the telly.
Oh, I'm not upset. It's totally what I expect.
I will say that, you know, I'm not sure that continuing on, I think Mr Stevens has quite clearly said that it's a matter of public interest as they view it, rather than a scent of bias.
Well, I'd just like to correct for the record, Chair, I'm not upset. I didn't expect to get an interview with the ABC. I just want to highlight the hypocrisy of the ABC and how impartial you are, or lack of impartiality, how you interview certain people but not other people.
Understood,
So
and we'll chat with the program about it, and I can confirm Sarah still anchors the program. She's doing a terrific job.
Yeah, and this Russian collusion one's a classic example. You've still got it up there, you haven't corrected it. Same for the poor woman who had a husband die in front of her and you've gaslighted her. So, you know, you need to look at the way you report your news. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Rennick.
Can I just get an undertaking that I will never feature on 7:30 reports?
I can't guarantee that, Senator Cadet.
Not everyone's clamouring for the same limelight, right? Thank you. Senator Faruqi, you have about 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Last Senate estimates, we had a discussion about internal editorial guidance, which I think Senator Hanson-Young has asked questions on as well. And I guess, in my opinion, ABC's Israel-Palestine coverage is heavily weighted towards covering up Israel's culpability in genocide. But you have said that you have updated the guidance from last time to now. Last time, the guidance, I think, was to not use the word genocide. Since that time, Amnesty International has concluded that there is sufficient evidence to believe that Israel's conduct in Gaza following 7th October 2023 amounts to genocide, and they have joined others, including United Nations and Human Rights Watch, who have a similar opinion. So you did say that your guidance had changed in terms of genocide, and I just want to know if ABC journalists are now allowed to use genocide in relation to Israel's massacre of Palestinians in Gaza, or are you still insisting on calling it a conflict?
So sorry, Senator, I will just, you've made a bunch of different assertions there, so I'll just deal with the facts from the ABC perspective. If you took from my answer before to your colleague that we have updated the guidance about genocide since the last time I was here, that's not correct.
Okay.
I was making a general comment that we are always updating our guidance depending on facts, news on the ground, events, new things that come up. I don't believe we've updated anything to do with the our guidance regarding genocide since we were last here. Happy to provide all of the, as I said to your colleague, happy to provide the Middle East guidance on notice for you. I don't believe we've actually changed our guidance on genocide, nor have we ever said that the term genocide cannot be used. What we've put in our guidance to staff is that it's a highly contentious matter, and that by and large, or in most occasions, that you would, if you are reporting on allegations of genocide, you need to provide the other perspective on this issue. There are exceptions to that, clearly, if you are talking to somebody, or if you are putting a live interview for it to air where somebody's experienced been involved in a family member's died or something like that. We don't expect you to be questioning their claim at the time. But if we are doing anything where there is the contentious allegation of genocide is made, our guidance is that you need to include Israel's denial of that, and that has been our guidance from the beginning.
So have ABC journalists used the term genocide, do you know, in their reporting?
Absolutely.
They have?
Yes.
Okay. I think it was Ms. Klein, I think you said earlier that 1.1 million has been spent on Antoinette Lattouf's case by the ABC on as external fees to date.
Correct, yes.
Does the ABC regret not apologising to Antoinette Lattouf and paying her $85,000 and letting her finish her 2 shifts on air as she asked in an open letter offer in July last year? given that now you have spent $1.1 million already and probably internally a lot more?
So, Senator, it's very important for me to state the ABC maintains that it did not terminate Ms Latouffe's 1-week casual contract unlawfully. If you're asking me, would the ABC have preferred not to spend $1.1 million? The answer to that is yes. That's why we have attempted to settle the matter on a number of occasions. I think, as you reference, there has been information put on the public record. I think that includes things like reinstatement. It included a range of other requests. Financial compensation has only been one element of those requests, which has resulted in an unfortunate circumstance where we have not been able to settle the matter.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Fang, you said earlier in response to Senator Hanson-Young's questions that there was one editorial breach finding last year in regards to Israel-Gaza. Could you tell us what that breach was?
Yes, we spoke about this at the last Senate estimates, so I would have to go back and to make sure I'm detailing it correctly, but it was in relation to our coverage of the rally post the death of the Lebanese leader, Hassan Nasrallah.
Okay. Just a couple more quick questions from me. I'm not sure if we have the number of complaints that the ABC received about Antoinette Lattouf, or do you have the number of complaints that were received?
Senator, not with me. I don't, and no, I don't believe we've provided that on notice before.
Could you take that on notice?
Certainly.
Did any of the complaints relate to her actual on-air conduct?
Senator, I'm sorry, I do not have the detail of complaints.
Could you provide that?
Certainly.
Could I just do a follow-up to that? Then we're going to have to... I think it'd be helpful to know what the official complaints were through the normal, public complaint process, but also when complaints were made to members of the board, which we know occurred, where did they go? Were they logged as part of the process, or were they kept separately?
We'll take all of that on notice, Senator.
Thank you. And could you also take on notice how many complaints the ABC has received about journalists perceived to have a pro-Israel bias in their reporting?
We can take that on notice, yes.
And have any journalists had their employment terminated?
Senator
on those? Just one quick one, and then I'm done.
Senator Faruqi, there's a whole line
I'll
of
put it
people
on notice.
who wish to
I will
ask
put it
questions.
on notice, Chair.
The committee had determined to stick to time. You can absolutely put further questions on notice. We have one final question from Senator Billick and one final from Senator Cadell.
Thank you. Just returning to the questions I was asking earlier regarding potential funding cuts. We all know we're not going to be told until after the elections, if the opposition win government, that we're not going to be told what's going to be cut. So I'm quite concerned, because their love for the ABC isn't really, out there in bold letters. And I heard
But their hatred for the ABC.
I heard an interview on the ABC radio recently with Shadow Minister Melissa McIntosh, and she was asked if she would rule out privatising the ABC, and she didn't rule this out. As also, she's the Shadow Minister for Western Sydney, so I'm interested to know also, have you got concerns about the fact she didn't rule that issue out? And also, at the recent opening of the new Parramatta studios, was the Shadow Minister invited?
So, Senator, to answer your first question, I have a strong belief in the importance of the ABC and the importance of the ABC for democracy, and I trust that is a belief widely shared. To answer your second question around the Shadow Minister, no, I don't believe the Shadow Minister herself was able to attend the event.
Invited?
But certainly, my understanding is The Shadow Minister was invited. She was not personally able to attend, but she did send representatives to the event.
So the PM and the Minister for Communications was there, but I don't think either of...
Senator Billick, we're going to have to move on.
Can I just finish this question?
You can put further questions on notice.
I'll do that.
I'm trying to take us to time.
All right. I just want to raise a point of order, Chair, in relation to Senator Billick's questioning of the witness. I'm just concerned that she's trying to misrepresent the position of the Coalition. The Coalition has not made no statement whatsoever in relation to privatising the ABC. It's scurrilous. And it
Senator
just goes to show that the government is
Senator Henderson, you do not have the call. Senator Billick, you do not have the call either. The call... No. Okay, sorry, Senator Cadell. We will suspend. Thank you. Thank you very much for coming along. I really appreciate it. I would like to just put on the record our appreciation, mine anyway, for Mr David Anderson. I know he's not able to be here today, but he has given over 35 years of service to the ABC, has been in front of this committee many times, and I just wanted to wish him well for his future endeavours and just wanted that on the record. Thank you all very much for coming along.
Can I just also endorse your comments on behalf of the opposition? We too would like to pay tribute to Mr Anderson for 35 years of service, a very long stint. We worked alongside each other in Elstonwick many years ago, so I've known Mr Anderson for a very long time, and I really appreciate the way that he has undertaken his responsibilities through the good, the bad and the ugly in Senate estimates, and we wish him all the best.
Yes, always presented himself exceptionally well. Thank you so much for your time today. We do really appreciate it. We will now suspend and we will return at 4 p.m. Welcome back, everybody, and welcome to the Office of the E-Safety Commissioner, and particularly Ms Iman Grant. Would you care to make an opening statement?
If you'd indulge me, I would like
Absolutely.
to keep you up to great. Thank you for the opportunity to update the committee on some important developments at e-safety since the last meeting. Firstly, you might have seen that e-safety recently took enforcement action against messaging services Telegram. We gave the company an infringement notice for almost $1 million for missing our transparency reporting deadline by over 5 months after dogged and consistent efforts to deliver the legally enforceable notice to them. This delay held up publication of critical information about what the company has and has not taken to address any terrorist and violent extremist material, as well as child sexual exploitation material on its platform. And I think you would agree that this is the worst of the worst online content being made accessible to Australians and deserves answers. Telegram took 160 days to provide the information required to complete the transparency report, obstructing e-safety from delivering its function under the Online Safety Act in a timely and efficient way. We believe this action sends an important deterrent message to industry that timely transparency is not a voluntary requirement in Australia, and that all companies that operate here must comply with Australian law. You may have also seen a new e-safety report showing Australian children are easily circumventing inadequate and poorly enforced minimum age rules employed by 8 well-known social media services. In fact, 80% of Australian 8 to 12-year-olds used one or more social media service in 2024. This is based on the findings of a national survey looking at the social media use of children aged 8 to 15, combined with information provided directly by my office, to the office by the platforms in response to information requests under the basic online safety expectations. None of these platforms has sufficiently stringent measures in place to determine age accurately at the point of sign-up, so there is currently not much stopping an underage child from entering a false age or date of birth to set up an unrestricted adult account without extra safety features. There is clearly more work to be done to bolster age assurance measures, especially as some services will be expected to prevent under 16s from having accounts when the government's social media minimum age legislation comes into force later this year. Implementing these new industry obligations will be challenging for e-safety too, but we are hitting the ground running thanks to considerable work we've done already in this space, including the updated age assurance issues paper we released in July 2024. This, in turn, built on consultations we conducted for the Restricted Access System Declaration under the Online Safety Act of 2021 and our extensive work in developing the age verification roadmap, which we provided to government in March 2023. E-safety is mindful of the need to balance the imperatives of safety with privacy, children's rights to expression online, and a range of other fundamental human rights. Young people should also help inform these processes, which is why we continue to support our e-Safety Youth Council. Of course, the government's age assurance trial that is currently underway will provide vital input. Since the last time I updated the committee, e-safety's world-first standards have now come into force, requiring global tech giants to tackle the most harmful online content, including child sexual abuse material and pro-terror content. As per our regulatory guidance, we are giving industry a 6-month grace period to improve their safety systems and for enforcement of the standards to start in earnest. Our designated internet services and relevant electronic services standards require file and photo storage services like Apple iCloud, Google Drive, and Microsoft OneDrive, as well as chat and messaging services to prevent their products being misused to store and distribute this harmful material. They also cover generative AI services where there are insufficient controls to reduce the risk of generating child sexual exploitation material, which could include some so-called nudified or declothing apps. We've written to a number of these providers whose technology has been implicated in the creation of deep-faked image-based abuse of under 18s in classrooms across Australia, enabling the creation of synthetic CSAM to the great detriment of these schoolgirls. We have let them know of their safety obligations and that we will take enforcement action in earnest. eSafety has released a number of groundbreaking research publications with critical Australian partners during this period. In January, we published joint research with QUT showing 1 in 4 girls have experienced online sexual exploitation online by an adult by the time they turn 18. Girls are often as young as 11 when this occurs, and we took the opportunity to once again urge families to prioritize online safety conversations with their children and provided them with the blueprint in which to have these important discussions. We, in fact, have a broad array of information and resources to help parents do just that, as well as to report online abuse at esafety.gov.au. Earlier this month, we published the second of 2 reports on what can be done to provide the healthy, positive role models and experiences our boys and young men tell us that they are looking for online. We've also telegraphed the work we're doing with a range of men's groups, including Movember and the Man Cave, to develop constructive guidance and a range of innovative resources for young Australian men. And last week, we partnered with the Australian Institute of Criminology to take a closer look at sexual extortion, which we've seen a 1,300% rise in complaints to our image-based abuse scheme since 2018, the vast majority from boys and young men. Shockingly, more than 1 in 10 adolescents surveyed had been sexually extorted in their lifetime, most when they were under the age of 18. The research once again highlights the importance of continuing to address sextortion right across the community. And last week, I met with law enforcement officials across the country to talk about ways we can join efforts to deliver effective prevention strategies for young men facing this incredibly pernicious form of social engineering. In the 6 months to December alone, we received 1,400 actionable reports of sexual extortion to our image-based abuse scheme, and we know this is just the tip of the iceberg. But on a brighter note, I'm pleased to be able to say that the scheme achieved a fantastic success rate of 98% in removing abuse material during the 2023-24 period. And this goes a long way to reducing the significant harm these young men are facing so that they know that they are supported, that they are not alone, and that this too shall pass. I look forward to discussing further with the committee today how we are fulfilling our mission to keep all Australians safer online, and I'm happy to take any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. That's very helpful. Now, we have heard a lot about adult cyber abuse scheme this year. And I wonder if you could walk the committee through the process that you use for handling complaints, and particularly how you prioritise those complaints. Do some things get pushed further up the priority list than others, and how you manage that?
Right. Well, as you probably know, the Australian Adult Cyber Abuse Scheme is the newest scheme that came into force in with the Online Safety Act of 2021. And that was because of a very strong public push to emulate the youth-based child cyberbullying scheme for adults. So the government at the time made sure that when they set the thresholds, that it was well above to encourage freedom of speech and well above defamation, and set the thresholds very high. In fact, there's a 2-pronged objective test where investigators, once a person who's experienced cyber abuse and reports it to the platform, they can come to us if it isn't taken down, and we assess whether or not there was serious intent to harm and not just mere emotional distress, and that it's menacing, harassing, and offensive to an ordinary, reasonable person in all circumstances. So again, a very high bar. As a result, it is the smallest complaint scheme. The vast majority of reports we receive are for child sexual abuse material. That makes up about 84%. So only about 6% of the reports we get are actionable for removal or formal removal notice. I think what I'll do, though, is turn over to our General Manager, Ms. Snell, to explain how that process works, or to Mr. Downey, if you prefer.
Thank you, Commissioner. Heidi Snell, General Manager, Regulatory Operations. So the process when we get a complaint in, as the Commissioner has explained, they need to first of all make a complaint to the social media company. So we receive the complaint, we check whether it's met the thresholds of whether they're an Australian citizen, whether they've already complained, and then we assess it against the thresholds around, as the Commissioner also identified, whether a reasonable person would consider that the material was intended to cause serious harm, and whether a reasonable person in the targeted Australians' position would have thought that that was harassment, etc. So we do those assessments. At that point, if we think we need further information to clarify those, we'll contact the complainant and get that information. And then we make a decision, we assess it, and if we think it meets the threshold, then the next step is to consider either formally issuing a takedown notice to the platform or engaging with them in an informal way. And I can talk more to the reasons why we might engage informally. But firstly, if it doesn't meet the thresholds, but we think it's likely that it might breach the terms of service of the relevant platform, then we'll notify the platform for them to exercise their own discretion to review it for themselves to determine whether it does breach their terms of service, and if it does, whether they're going to take any action. They're not obliged to report that back to us or anything, so that's an option for them. We also, in those circumstances, provide the complainant with other avenues for further support themselves if we're not going to take any further action. If we've decided it meets the threshold, then sometimes we might engage informally with the platforms first. Now, the reasons for that is that a lot of platforms actually prefer informal engagement. It doesn't put the same amount of regulatory burden on them, so that's a positive for them, and for the complainants it can achieve a result more quickly. So it's a win-win in those situations. If a platform doesn't respond or doesn't take it down and we've considered that it meets the threshold, the next step would be to issue a formal notice, and we do that when we think it's appropriate.
So I note that you said that it's the smallest cohort of incoming that you have. Would that mean that you just deal with all of them, or is there a prioritisation pathway that you use?
No, I mean, we have no litmus test. If we think there's imminent threat to harm or death, then we might triage it or refer it right on to law enforcement. But the vast majority of cases that we are actioning are, in fact, very severe. Doxing, where personal information might be shared about the person. Sometimes it's about where they live. We've seen forms of relationship retribution where former partners will say, my former partner's a prostitute, here's her address, knock on her door. So again, things that could put them in peril, serious threats of harassment. And remember, it does have to be directed at an Australian individual, an adult, so it doesn't capture groups. I think it's also worth saying that in this committee and through some of the challenges in the ART, they have been really focused on individuals that are gender diverse. Probably 2% of the reports that we take involve gender diverse individuals. We also know that there is a much higher instance through research and practice of trans individuals, for instance, being targeted. And I'd just like to remind the committee that this is about targeted, direct online abuse that is designed to silence voices and to cause serious harm. So this is about online abuse. We don't choose who complains to us. We respond to everyone. We have to look at the facts and the evidence available to us at the time.
Great, thank you. It was really great to be able to join your team last week at the amazing Port Adelaide Football Club, potentially the best football club in the country.
You didn't even get a rise out of it.
No, I know. And she's an opposing supporter. That's okay. Lovely to see that you're agreeing with me there, Senator Hanson-Young. Look, it was.
I'm just sticking by the rules of not picking fights in the committee is what I'm doing, Chair. So just letting you know.
For those who don't know, we are from opposing home team towns. which is entertaining and always fun and friendly.
Until it's not.
The amazing Port Adelaide Football Club and Centrecare were launching a project funded and supported through the eSafety Commissioner's Office. And I wonder if you would like to just take us through the kind of education programs that you are supporting and why you're funding sort of NGOs and such like to be doing this work. Because I certainly know they took us through the program, showed us the online videos, they'd utilised the players to connect with the kids. It's basically an online resource for all schools, free, to promote behaviour, how to deal with issues, and the way they talked about how they developed it was really, really impressive. So I'd be keen to understand a bit more about your education programs.
Well, thank you. When I started, grants were not part of the eSafety Education Prevention and Communities program. And we've now had 3 different rounds. The first were broad online safety grants programs, 3 rounds of over 10 million apiece. The second really focused on tech-based abuse against women, which we know has been a very important issue. And I guess the way I like to look at it is it allows, 1,000 innovative flowers to bloom, the creativity, the innovation, the impact that these community groups are having at the coalface. Is more than any one agency could do. If I may, I'd like to call up Mr. Clark, who runs our Education, Prevention and Communities program, to talk a little bit more about some of these programs. I thought he'd be rip-roaring ready to go.
I think we've converted him to the Port Adelaide Football Club as well. I'm pretty sure I saw you with a scarf on down there.
Thank you, Thank you, Senator. As the Commissioner mentioned, the first round with $9 million over 3 grant rounds, one of the biggest things we see the impact of these community grants is that they're able to complement and build on our existing suite of resources. So, for example, with the online safety grants, the first 2 rounds had an impact of around 2.5 million Australians in local communities. And so the third round, of which the launch was last week, is the final tranche of that. They go to a very diverse range of community organisations. So, for example, Port Adelaide with Centrecare and Catholic Care NT, but we've worked with Project Rocket, a Maze Foundation, who develop work specifically for young people with disability as well. So it is just a really great way to get into direct community engagement.
And leveraging off the relationships they already have and the connection they already have, I assume.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. That's really all I had. It was lovely to be there with you, Mr. Clark. It was a very uplifting day. We will now go to Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. Thank you for being here, Commissioner. Look, I do want to ask about what type of consultation you've had from the government since the passage of their online, the social media ban. You've been on the record previously about the fact that blunt bans in and of themselves don't necessarily work to make social media platforms safer. What type of consultation has happened with the government since the passage of that legislation?
Well, listen, as you know, we don't make the laws, but we implement them. And this is, a very novel and complicated piece of legislation we take very seriously. And there are a lot of interdependent and moving parts. So, of course, right now, there are 2 very important processes taking place right now. The consultation around the disallowable instrument that is being run by the department. As you know, the legislation requires that eSafety set out independent safety advice in the context of that. And when that advice is requested, we're looking at about 100 different platforms. We're, of course, using our regulatory insights, our complaints and investigations data. We're also looking at things like harmful and deceptive design practices. Because certainly when you're talking about opaque algorithms or addictive features or algorithmic manipulation, I think under 16s would certainly benefit from not being exposed to that. That's not really a fair fight. So when we are asked for that information, we will provide it to the Minister, and that will be part of her consideration in terms of determining which platforms are contained under the scheme. The second part, of course, is the age verification trial. We've signed a separate MOU with ACCS just so we can stay arm's length. This is being run by the department. Obviously, we're following it with great interest. We signed the MOU so that everything was transparent and above board. We provided input, for instance, into their evaluation proposal because whatever outputs they have will really inform our reasonable steps. So the most important area for us is in determining the reasonable steps, and the dependencies there are which technologies pass muster that are both deemed to be safe and private enough. We're building a team, what we're calling the SMART team, the social media age restriction team, and an industry supervision person. So we're starting to put those into place. I think that deep, meaningful consultation is really important to me, including young people in the process themselves. The other thing that we're doing is a theory of change. And that is done by our evaluation and research team, and we're making that available through a panel process to academics that are in this field so that we can actually measure the impact and have an evaluation basis and be able to look at unintended consequences as well as benefits.
Yep. Sorry. Senator Roberts, if you're not on, maybe turn the camera off while you're waiting, because thank you.
It's great to see you're wearing a seatbelt, though, Senator Roberts. All about the safety. Yeah. E-safety and real safety.
Thank you. Could I? I'm interested to see how that rolls out, and obviously, so just to be clear, the online safety rules, which is effectively what will determine which platforms are in or out.
Those will be determined by the Minister for Communication.
And you haven't been consulted on those yet, but you expect to be?
Well, the Minister through the department is consulting with stakeholders on that now. She will request at the appropriate time our independent safety advice. And I imagine before she makes her final determination, she'll discuss it with us as she always does.
Okay. But that hasn't happened yet. So at this point, we still don't know whether is YouTube in or out, is Spotify in or out, or is, where does Discord sit on any of this?
That is what, this really important initial process is meant to determine.
There were some draft rules tabled today by the thing that actually gives guidance on that.
Good, okay. Could I go to zoom out a bit?
Sure.
Obviously, there's been a lot of talk about the impact of online safety and what the world looks like in terms of social media companies behaving and looking after users following the US election. We've seen, obviously Elon Musk have a lot of newfound power in the White House. He's literally hanging out in the Oval Office daily, it seems. And obviously there's been announcements and changes at Meta as a result of Mr. Zuckerberg wanting to suck up to the president. I'm interested as to what, you're an expert in this. Your agency looks at how these platforms engage. Are you worried about the comments and changes and behaviours of these big tech platforms since the election of re-election of the Trump administration?
Well, I mean, I would note we're in touch with these major companies on a daily basis through complaints, through our codes and standards processes. And when we did learn of the plans to roll back the online hate policies, I did reach out to Facebook globally and locally to ask whether or not they expected whether our working relationship and our arrangements would change markedly as a result. They said no, and it's been less than 30 days, so we haven't seen any market change, but we'll continue to watch. I mean, my job is to enforce the laws of Australia under the Online Safety Act and to ensure that children in particular are kept safe.
Has any government ministers or departmental officers reached out to talk to you about how to handle this going forward? In particular in relation to how the US is behaving, given the amount of power these tech bros seem to have in the White House?
Well, listen, the government-to-government engagement does happen at the leadership level. The way that we don't have a direct counterpart in the United States. We've worked tangentially with a number of organizations like the FTC, like the Department of Justice. Just last December, we did a project with the Department of Homeland Security and 40 US-based tech and AI companies around safety by design to combat child sexual abuse material. So this was just 2 months ago. I think that in particular is an issue where there'll be synergies. When I started this role, that was part of the first Trump administration, so we've continued, cordial relations in areas where there are intersections, but I'm, of course, letting the government take the lead on engagement with the Trump administration.
Yes, but there's been no official briefing sought from the minister, either Minister Rowland or indeed Minister Wong in relation to these matters.
I have not spoken to Minister Wong, and unfortunately I haven't spoken directly to Minister Rowland, but I speak to their office on a regular basis.
Yeah, okay. All right, thanks.
Thank you. Senator Cadell.
Thank you, Chair. Going back to in your thing, the Telegram situation, so you said 160 days that they had to comply and they chose not to. Has there been any communication why they chose not to, or have they just gone radio silence? Or
It was an interesting situation because we've issued about 30 notices to 19 different companies, and it's standard that we would ask the question, say, we've got a transparency notice, it's legally enforceable. Can we, are we sending this to the right entity? And they will usually tell us yes. We had an email, a single name of a person, and the email for the abuse team, and we continued to use that, and we let them know we were going to issue a notice. They wouldn't accept the notice. When we asked them where we should send it to, they wouldn't respond, and so we tried to send it physically.
They existed. It wasn't a dead email address. This person was communicating.
It was very sporadic and frankly quite shady.
Yep.
So, it was unlike any engagement we had before. Things changed, and they have had a abuse team. They're a billion-dollar company with 950 million users. They have a legal compliance officer. They have what is called a grievance officer, which is required under the India IT Act. So they've had these personnel in place since 2021, and they decided to engage around late August of last year.
Okay, so I take odd amount, 957,780. I take that's a penalty unit multiplier, not any other strange amount. I think Senator Shoebridge last time raised questions when there was challenges to this. Can Telegram appeal the infringement notice? Can they what's the process there? Are they stuck with it, or what happens now?
They can appeal. They have 28 days
From when?
to ask for...
From yesterday?
From when it was issued, which was late last week.
Yeah.
Would you like to continue, Mr. Fleming?
Yeah, thanks, Senator. Richard Fleming, General Counsel. So just to run through some of the obligations on Telegram. So they don't have to pay is the short answer.
That was the same situation that we went through. Yeah, okay.
So they can choose to pay to resolve the issue. They can also seek an extension of time to pay the amount. They can choose not to pay. They can seek to have it withdrawn. And then they can also seek judicial review of the issuing of a notice. In terms of what it means for e-safety, if they don't pay, we can do nothing, or we can enforce the notice by commencing proceedings in the federal court.
Okay. Now, I think from the reading, you could have put a higher penalty level against them. Is that my understanding? You could have chosen that?
Yes.
What was the maximum you could have gone to?
I believe it was 2.7 million.
Like a 3 times multiplier?
Over 2 million.
Yep. Okay, I'll take it on notice, but between 2 and 3 million.
We could put that on notice.
Okay.
It was substantially more. This was meant to send it, as I said, a deterrent message, but it also acknowledged that eventually they did come to the table. But if every company, obstructed our ability to do our jobs for 5 or 6 months at a time, we wouldn't be able to provide this transparency and without this transparency, there is no accountability or responsibility.
Yeah. You mentioned 20 odd other notices for information you gave out. So they were Meta, Google, Reddit, X, they were all, you were satisfied with the processes the other platforms went through or companies went through?
We can go through those. I think we issued one formal warning.
Yeah, in respect of the same notice that we issued to Telegram, there were 8 notices issued.
Yep.
The Commissioner was talking more broadly over a period of time, how many notices we've issued, but in respect of the 8 that were issued, then X also refused to comply and has actually seeking review of that notice, so that's a matter before
but they're
the
engaging.
tribunal. X is not, that's a matter before the tribunal, so there's nothing more that we can really say about that. All of the other platforms responded within time and or sought extensions as appropriate at the time.
Just to give you the overall view, just to make sure you have these numbers, 19 non-periodic notices to 30 services regarding child sexual abuse material, online hate and terrorist and violent extremist material.
Yep.
We've given 2 infringement notices, 1 to X Corp, 1 to Telegram, 2 service provider notifications, 1 formal warning to 3 companies in relation to 4 notices.
Okay.
And we have 8 periodic reporting notices that we'll be publishing shortly.
So I'm showing my lack of knowledge here when we talk about takedown notices and stuff like that. It works on platforms where there are posts and there are things like this, the Reddit and stuff. Given peer-to-peer, and your stat 1 in 4 girls is suffering some sort of sexual thing. And I have a mother, I've just been texting when I couldn't find the right folder for what questions I was going to ask you. I was reaching out. 14-year-old daughter, 7-year-old male just sends a junk pic, and Xavier from Cardiff, you shouldn't advertise inferior products. But what steps does she take to try and protect it? We said shut down, get it off, but it's a split relationship and she doesn't have control of the device all the time. You've said you've got to go to the platform first on a peer-to-peer, and what can she do to protect her daughter when she doesn't control the device?
Do you know what platform that was on?
Instagram,
and that's a concern that we've raised.
Snapchat's been banned.
With Meta, is that 1 in 8 young people, young girls, have reported being solicited by an adult, which is a criminal offence.
Yep.
That's research that Instagram undertook themselves.
Instagram did their own research and found 1 in 8.
Yep, and they still don't have any kind of button or functionality for a young person to be able to say, I've been approached by an adult, this is creepy. So that is another issue that I've continued to raise with their senior leadership. They do have teen accounts, but there's clearly a lot more that needs to be done. In a case like that, if unsolicited intimate imagery...
Well, even solicited 14-year-olds or 17-year-olds.
Pardon me?
Yeah, rubbish, isn't it? Or
well,
it's illegal.
They're both still minors.
Yeah.
But I mean, I would recommend that she, of course, block. And not engage. And because he is a minor, or me, as another mother, if I would be speaking to their parents.
Oh, unknown. Yeah,
unknown. Oh, unknown.
Yeah.
So we don't even know if they're 17, and it could
correct.
be a criminal offence.
Yeah, okay.
Yep, this is the problem with commingled platforms.
Yeah. Okay. So on that peer-to-peer stuff, it's much harder, isn't it? There's not takedown notices, things are there. You're not reported. It's a much unsafer space. The Snapchats and these things.
Well, so through our complaints and investigations, we do have a cyberbullying scheme, which does deal. It's almost always peer-to-peer, and an extension of that. If it's image-based abuse, if it's sharing of non-consensual imagery without consent, as I said, we have a 98% success rate, so that can be reported to us through our complaint schemes. And generally, when they're minors, that is then considered child sexual abuse material if there's nudity involved. So we refer to the Australian Centre to Counter Child Exploitation.
I'm going to look at the chair if she's going to rotate, or if I'm going to go on a separate matter.
I'll go to Senator Roberts and come back to you. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for attending today. Can I first of all pay a compliment, and I'll read out some statistics. From the ACMA Annual Report 2023-24, the Office of the E-Safety Commissioner has received 13,824 complaints regarding web URLs, with 82% relating to reports about child sexual abuse, child abuse or paedophile activity. This is a 19% increase from the previous year. Now, you sent, or your office sent, 9,190 notifications relating to child sexual abuse material to the InHope, which I understand are the good guys, the right people to work with, network, and referred 130 investigations to the Australian Federal Police. On cyber abuse, you received 2,695 complaints to the cyberbullying scheme for Australian children and 3,113 complaints to the adult cyber abuse scheme with a removal rate of 88%, where removal was required. My opening comment is simple. Well done. Thank you very much. This is important work. Now, my first question, you finalised 9,461 critical investigations into terrorist and violent extremist content, representing a 229% increase. That's amazing. Increase in these types of complaints from the previous year. So I'd like to ask about that. How do you define terrorist and violent extremist content?
I will turn over to Ms. Snell to talk about that. That is part of our illegal and restricted content team under the online content scheme.
I'm actually going to invite Mr. Downey, who is the Executive Manager for our Investigations branch, who oversees this work, to talk specifically to this. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Brian Downey, Executive Manager of the Investigations branch. When we're dealing with terrorism and violent extremist content under the Online Safety Act, we deal with that terrorism defined under the Criminal Code, so the pure definition of what a terrorist act is. However, when we're applying the Online Safety Act, we apply the content according to the classification scheme, and we'll classify that material as either refused classification, which then falls into Class 1 and Class 2 definitions.
Thank you. Is this content relating to Australian content or international content?
With the complaints that we receive content that can be generated or hosted anywhere in the world. But the key is that it's accessible by the people within the Australian community.
Okay, thank you. Do you seek this content out yourself, or do you rely on a complaint before acting?
Generally, we rely on a complaint before acting. However, we do have own motion investigation provisions where we are then able to further conduct investigations to locate material that may be in furtherance of that complaint.
Okay, thank you. Of those 9,461 completed investigations, what was the outcome, please?
Senator, I'd have to take that on notice for the specific details of those investigations, but in the majority of cases that content is removed. Thank you.
Is there any demonstrable benefit from you taking this material down? What is your benefit to the taxpayer in this aspect of your office?
Well, I think, Senator, having access to that type of content, whether it be globally or not, is very harmful to members of the community. That material can be used to incite violence, can be used to radicalise vulnerable people or youth, which can then, obviously, as we've seen in the media, can be then used to incite further violence within the community. So the less access to that type of content can only be beneficial for the Australian community.
And I'd note, Senator Roberts, that Director General of ASIO Burgess has said that the vast majority of terrorism investigations they're conducting right now are of young people between the ages of 14 and 21, and in every single case they've been radicalized somehow on the internet. You would probably also be aware that heartbreakingly the stabbing video of Bishop Mari Emanuel that was geo-blocked here by X but was available in the rest of the world. In the sentencing of the 17-year-old Southport killer, Axel Rudabakabanda, who went and stabbed 3 little girls to death while they were making bracelets at a Taylor Swift-themed dance party. That very video, that very Wakely stabbing video, he accessed on X 25 minutes before he stabbed those little girls and claimed that that was his inspiration. So you can imagine that this is something that the UK government has wanted to talk to us about. We have a partnership with Ofcom. We, of course, have different powers, but I think it's just a very powerful reminder that this kind of content is accessed by young people. It can normalize, desensitize, and in the worst cases, radicalize.
Thank you. On page 206 of your report, or the ACMA report, there's a graph which shows X is the source of 5% of your cyber abuse claims. Google 4% compared to Facebook on 25%. Page 216 of your report lists major non-compliance actions. X has 4, Google 1. Why does X occupy so much of your time?
In terms of adult cyber abuse?
In terms of terrorism complaints and cyber abuse?
Well, Senator, if you'll recall back in April 16th, around the Wakely stabbing, we worked with all platforms and they, with the exception of Meta and X Corp, they all did a good job in trying to identify, detect, and remove the Wakely terrorism video. We weren't satisfied that either Meta or X did, but once we issued formal removal notices, Meta responded and complied within the hour, and of course, you know the story, X said, we'll see you in court. And so that's what has taken our time.
So what about the others? That would apply to one of your complaints against them. What about the others? Why the other 3?
Well, it depends on the type of harm, Senator. So, for instance, when we're talking about youth-based cyberbullying, most of the cyberbullying happens on the top 4 platforms where children spend their time on YouTube, TikTok, Snap, and Instagram. When it comes to image-based abuse, there's a much higher proportion now of sexual extortion targeting young men between the ages of 18 and 24. They tend to meet on Instagram, sometimes on Snap, and then they're moved off platform. So it depends on the form of abuse. It also depends on the complaints we get. But when it comes to the terrorist and child sexual abuse material, we go to where the content is hosted and shared.
So that still doesn't answer the question, Ms. Imran-Grant, about you've got four major non-compliance actions against X and only 1 on Google. Yet you've mentioned several platforms. Why does X occupy so much of your time?
Because they did not comply with our notices, and Google came close to not complying, so we gave them a formal warning. But would you like to?
Yeah, Senator Roberts, just wanted to mention that those tribunal and court cases often are initiated by X, so we're responding to the claims that they make challenging our powers. So that's why they feature in the list.
The report goes on to list how many notices were issued under each part of the Act, yet does not provide a detailed list. This is fine for child and adult abuse material, of course, so we're happy with that. For extremist and violent or Class 1 material, though, why have we not provided a list of what the Commissioner considers worthy of a takedown notice and reasons why? Because there's a widespread belief in the public you're overstepping on your choice of material to take down.
I'd just like to respectfully read from some weighted and validated surveys of the Australian public. In fact, in November 2024, a weighted survey of Australians found that 87% of those surveyed supported the introduction of stronger penalties for social media companies that do not comply with Australian laws. 77% of the proposed ban on social media for children, and 75% supported the Australian government's plan to introduce a digital duty of care. And in August 2024, a weighted survey of Australians found that 79% said that social media platforms should operate with a regulator with power to order content removal. So that seems like a pretty overwhelming number of support from the public.
That wasn't my question, Mr. McGrant. My question was, why have we not provided a list of what the Commissioner considers worthy of a takedown notice and reasons why? A breakdown of the reasons.
Well, we provide as much transparency as we can. You would understand that confidentiality is incredibly important in terms of we can't describe these in great detail. We can't name names. What kind of information do you think would be helpful to your understanding? And that's something that we can certainly look at in the interests of transparency.
The specific behaviours, without breaching confidentiality, we wouldn't expect you to breach confidentiality or name names, certainly not. But the types of actions that the Commissioner thinks worthy of a takedown notice, as I said, and the reasons why.
Is it? I think the Commissioner and indeed myself are trying to understand with a little more precision what sort of information you think. So you're simply saying a generalised list of examples that are de-identified?
Of 40,000 complaints we receive annually.
Well, you're dealing with them, so presumably you know what they are. So I'd like them to see them some sort of classification so that people could understand the proportions. Because at the moment, I don't think you're accountable for that.
We can take that on
What was
notice.
that, Chair?
I just said last question.
Senator,
Okay,
we can take that on notice. Of course, something like we would have to look at privacy and confidentiality. We'd also have to look at resource implications and how that might serve the public interest, but we're happy to take a look at that and take that on notice.
I think the people have the right to know. Okay, last question. Referencing unofficial takedown notices, which I note are issued under Section 183(2) ZK, these go to the question of your secrecy. If these are dangerous enough to require a takedown, then they should be dangerous enough for you to list out by making the register of takedown notices public knowledge. That's what I was getting at. Otherwise, you're simply exercising power without any accountability, power that can be abused. How would we know? Can you point, Commissioner, to one terrorist act you prevented, one person de-radicalised, one benefit to Australian society from the money you have spent on your campaign against extremist material?
I often go back to what, again, DG Burgess often says, you know, you're never congratulated when you stop something from happening. And again, do we have to have more heartbreaking examples of, like I just explained to you, happened with those 3 little girls murdered in Southport, UK? We'll never know. What I do know is I have parents coming up to me and saying, you've saved my son's life. He was sexually extorted. He had just turned 18. He went to the police. No one would help him. I wasn't going to let it go. I found your website. Your investigators supported him, got the content down, gave him advice, sent him on to mental health support services. So I do know that we're saving lives every day. I mean, how many cases of 12 and 13-year-old girls being cyberbullied and bullied do you need to prove that this is a veritable epidemic, and young people are losing their lives. We're here to help them and to prevent that from happening. You know, my biggest regret, if there is one, is that more people don't know about us. Only about 40% of the Australian population knows about us, but we do everything we can to help people. When we stop helping people, making the online world a safer and better place, then yeah, it's time to hang up our hats, but we're just getting started.
With due respect,
Senator Roberts, we have to rotate the call. There's a lot of senators who wish to ask questions. I can come back to you if you wish.
Well, it'll only take a second to do this.
Go on then.
Thank you. I asked about, can you point to one terrorist act? Look, I accept you're doing a good job with preventing child abuse. No doubt about that. We've discussed that in the past. Can you point to one terrorist act you prevented, one person de-radicalised, one benefit to Australian society from the money you have spent on your campaign against extremist material? That's what I want to know.
We're not going out into the public asking young people if they saw a particular video that radicalized them or not. We do know when people have been radicalized by content that has been online. I would like to think that we've probably, some of the gore content that we've taken down, the manifestos, the horrific imagery of people at Christchurch huddling in the corner while being shot, anything that's dehumanizing, that we are able to get down and not cause further pain to victims and their families and not incite others into taking the same action, I think is worth doing. But I don't need proof that I've prevented this, that, or the other from happening. We're trying to make the internet a safer, more positive place with less violent extremist material, and that's why we take these issues so seriously.
We'll go to Senator Dunn. I'm sorry, Senator Roberts, we're moving on. I'm sorry, Senator Roberts, but we are moving on. You can put your questions on notice from here. We'll go to Senator Dunn.
Thank you. Commissioner, we've seen recent reports of an invitation that you received from Dr. Andrew Forrest to attend the Artificial Intelligence Summit at Minderoo Station last August. Just wondered if you could talk to the committee about why you would attend an event like this and how it fits within your broader engagement strategy.
Sure, Senator. Well, the invitation came from the Minderoo Foundation. As you may know, they've been involved in frontier tech for a long time, so they've developed a very strong network of global academics and AI leaders around the globe. And so they actually brought together at Minderoo Station 32 of the greatest minds in AI for a weekend discussion around AI safety, responsible AI, and ethics. And of course, I always assess, I always do is there ROI here? And I have to say, I don't think there's ever been a gathering of this many AI experts ever in Australia. So I had a 4-city trip, one that took me to Perth. The only way that I could get up to Minderoo Station, short of driving 14 and a half hours each way, was through the chartered plane. So I did accept that as a gift. I rode with the other people up there, and I stayed on the premises. The estimated gift, if you were, was about $5,100. I've learned a tremendous amount, and really my philosophy is I could sit in my office and just do correspondence, or I could get out there and I could learn about the technology changes that are happening, and I can meet the technologists who are creating it. I can talk to the people who are experts who know how this could go wrong and what we need to do to draw these red lines. So I've harnessed a lot of those relationships and that knowledge in terms of the regulation of AI we're doing today. So that was the relevance. It wasn't a great expense to the taxpayer at all. And it is on the January gifts and registers list. And having ACMA and eSafety having gone through an AO audit, we've learned a lot. We've really strengthened our policies, and I think you'll see a lot of rigor, not only in terms of which things I accept and how much they cost, and that goes for my staff too, but I'm also listing all of the things I'm invited to that I say no to, which are obviously a longer list.
Did you want to make any further comments about your broader engagement strategy? And I note earlier in response to Senator Roberts, I think you talked about, only 40% of Australians know.
Right. I mean, we're just coming up on 10 years. We're a small agency. We have 189 ASL. So we use earned media to try and get word out, and some marketing, and I think we really punch above our weight. This year we've had 4.7 million unique visitors to our website. We've had 11 million website views. We've reached 1 million Australian school students through our virtual classrooms. We have trusted eSafety providers, which last year alone reached 1.2 million users. So we're using all the tools at our disposal. It's just that, sometimes I come across people, particularly people who've had tragic occurrences with a child, and even sometimes police. I had no idea that you had these powers, or you had the ability to, achieve takedown or to work directly with these overseas entities. And so, really that's why we want to get more of the word out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Cadell.
Thank you. Going to the recent ART tribunal, I think with Baumgartner was the plaintiff. That was recent enough. Are you still considering a position? Can that be appealed, or what's the position of the eSafety Commission on that ruling?
That is, as you know, before the tribunal. I will turn over to our General Counsel, Mr. Fleming, to talk about what that decision actually said and what our options are.
Yeah, Senator, thanks for the question. So, as you say, we need to be careful about what we say, given it's still before the tribunal. The ART noted the range of powers that the eSafety Commissioner has in its performing her role and functions. The main issue for the ART was whether they had jurisdiction to review the process decision that was made by eSafety. That was an interlocutory decision. They found they did have jurisdiction. We are still considering that decision, and we'll make a decision before the end of the appeal period.
The balance between free speech and protection is a hard one for legislators and enforcers. I get that balance of that, and we're all on the spectrum one way or another, but on this one it's an interesting one. My understanding, and please, I'm learning here as I go, is that the difference between an informal versus a formal takedown notice is what was the interlocutor decision. It was that you said it was informal notice, there wasn't. And the ART initially said that because it was the way it was lodged, not because of the form it was a reason that they could appeal. Is that my understanding?
Again, Senator, without kind of going too much into it, there was the judgment sets out a range of factors that they used as indicia as to why they found they had jurisdiction.
Yep.
Without sort of wanting to paraphrase those, just direct you to that judgment. It does set those out.
Okay. Have you changed procedures or any other methods of doing business or giving informal notice in the basis of that decision to this point?
So, Senator, these are very individual and specific judgments based on the specific circumstances and facts.
Narrow, yep.
We have considered whether what we're doing is what we should be doing, and we've made some small changes, and we hope that will further clarify the difference between those two approaches.
Right. Understood. Sort of. So a small change in procedure, looking how this goes forth while we assessed options of what you will do on this specific decision.
And that's right, Senator. And the other thing to bear out is that in the Online Safety Act review, there's a recommendation in there that recommends that this approach be maintained and strengthened. So I think that's recommendation 14 of the Online Safety Act review. So that independent review did see a lot of value in the timeliness that we can get things taken down because of that informal process. So there's a few things to play out.
Are there any other notices or appeals or actions like this that you're aware of on foot?
We have a number of matters before the tribunal, but this is really the only one that relates to this issue.
Okay. If I can go something you touched on with earlier questions, I think from Senator Hanson-Young, around the age verification trials and what we get there. I am notoriously torn apart by people for being the senator that looked up pornography in this hearing 2.5 years ago. Will that extend beyond social media? I think you expressed some desire to go to gambling and or pornography. Is that a possibility that the technical and solutions could go that far, or is it only on social media?
This particular bill?
No, not the bill, the assurance trials that you're...
the age assurance trial is one that's being run by the department.
Yeah. Are you having input into that? Would you like to see it look at these other things?
I think the trial as it is very well scoped. It's worth noting that we have a set of what we call our Phase 2 codes, which will cover 8 sectors of the industry, from device manufacturers to app stores to social media sites. And these will be provided to us, the draft codes will be provided to us by industry at the end of this week. And that will require them to take steps to prevent children from accessing Class 2 content like pornography, self-harm, disordered eating content. And our stated desire through a position paper we put to the industry is that we would like to see responsibility taken up and down the technology stack. So once we get those and we analyze those against the guidance that we've given them, I need to determine whether they meet appropriate community safeguards. And I think the reason I'm mentioning this is this goes back to a statement that she had said that the social media minimum age bill will help us achieve certain things, but not everything. We need multiple interventions, and that includes the prevention, that includes safety by design, that includes the systemic powers, the transparency, the codes, the standards. All of these things together, I think, will make us strong. Now, this is definitely a very bold step that we're taking, and the world is watching. Last week, I put out some online safety advisories, a new kind of product around AI companions and sexualized chatbots, and our concern that young people, even in upper primary school, are spending up to 4 to 5 hours a day engaging with AI companions that can be based on celebrities or characters. You may be aware there was a big New York Times piece about a US-based case where a mother is suing character AI. That is something that's impacting children here too. Right now, we don't have any tools to be able to deal with that phenomenon. And that's why I think it is really smart that we've got a 2-year review period for the social media minimum age bill. The government this year brought up the Online Safety Act review to 2 years. Technology is changing rapidly, and the tools that we have need to evolve with it.
Knowing it was both a government and bipartisan thing, the age assurance, one of the personal reservations I had, sorry, Leader, was that it was to look at these age assurance trials and other things and develop the rules as they work. We don't know how it's going to work or what. There was general agreement across everywhere of the intent, but how it's going to work still in. So are you working closely, seeing you'll have carriage of the under 16 social media ban with this? You have good visibility of...
I have good, we're observers on the stakeholder group. As I said, we have a separate MOU. This is being run by the department. I think they made a very good choice with respect to the consortium that they're going with. I think that in April we'll have an interim report. In June we'll have a final report. And the scoping that the department did shows that it will be looking even beyond the age assurance trial to things like parental controls. That will be valuable for all of us in terms of looking at very different ways we can keep kids safer online.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Billick, Senator Dunman, do you have anything further?
I can ask. Yep.
Just looking back over this term of Parliament, I'm wondering if you could talk a bit about how the Commission has changed over the last couple of years. So your office received substantial new resourcing and stability of funding since 2022, and you've talked quite a bit today about, you know, some of the achievements that the office has made and the inroads into making things safer. Can you talk a bit more about how you've been able to deliver more specifically with the increased resourcing that you've been able to secure?
Yeah, I'll just start by saying, you know, we've really welcomed the foundation of certainty that consistent funding has brought to us, and the resourcing for us to be able to move from 35 ASL when I started to 189. What I'd love to do is turn over to our Head of Technology and Strategy, Ms. King, to talk about the range of things that we've been able to do, again, to help us get a little bit ahead with our technology advisory and our technology tools that are actually home-built as well.
Thank you, Commissioner. And evening, Senator. Catherine King, General Manager. As the Commissioner said, we have received additional funding over time, in particular related to our ongoing baseline funding. And so through that, we've been able to build up additional internal capability, of course, around our regulatory functions, our education functions, but also around our technology capability. As the Commissioner said, technology is advancing and moving so rapidly. We need to have that internal expertise as well. So we have internal technology teams that have been part of that funding over time. That includes the ability to provide those advisories that the Commissioner also just mentioned around new and emerging applications and technologies. And we'll be really supporting things like our technology facilitated abuse service and other advice we give to the public as well. So we've really put quite a focus on having that internal expertise in-house to be able to keep up best we can.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Commissioner, thank you so much for your time. I was incorrect. We didn't make it all the way to 5:15.
I'm not going to complain.
Thank you so much for coming along.
Thank you for having us.
And sharing with us. And we will now dismiss you from this round of estimates and call officers from the Australian Postal Corporation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This doesn't happen often. Don't think this is the norm. This is everyone wants to get to the main event.
Well, I'm happy to move as swiftly as you want.
Yeah.
Look, I'm going with you. I think it's exceptional.
New questions? No, okay, just, yep. Top.
Welcome, Mr. Graham.
Thank you, Chair.
We might want to just tidy up. Yes.
Bit of housekeeping.
A little bit of housekeeping, and we're good to go. Mr. Graham, welcome.
Thank you.
It's good to see you. Would you, obviously I should put on the record, Group Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director, would you like to make an opening statement?
Yes, please, Chair, I would. Thank you. Thank you, Chair and Senators. My name is Paul Graham. I'm the Group Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director of Australia Post. I'm joined today by Jane Anderson, our Executive General Manager, Community Sustainability and Stakeholder Engagement, and Mr. Nick McDonald, our Group Corporate Secretary. I'd like to start by acknowledging traditional custodians and Ngunnawal and Ngamberi peoples and pay my respects to their elders. I thank the committee for the opportunity to provide this brief statement. Australia Post continues to make significant progress in our Post-26 transformation program, which is driving material improvements across the business. Whilst we've not yet announced our first half results, the combination of our Post-26 strategy, modernisation reforms approved by Parliament and a record peak, we delivered 1.2 million packages, has underpinned a strong performance in the first half. Although positive, it's important to note our first half is traditionally profitable, whilst we usually run at a large loss in the second half, and we don't anticipate FY25 to be any different. Australia Post continues to face a number of challenges, both structural and competitive, and letter volumes continue to decline year on year. And I have said before, letters will never return to profitability, but I can assure you that Australia Post will continue to deliver mail to every part of the country until the last letter is sent. Additionally, we are under significant competitive pressure from global logistics and e-commerce providers making significant investments in our market, along with the growing number of foreign startups. Australia Post competes against these players who don't make the same important to our contribution to our job market, economy and community well-being. We are committed to supporting Australia and the community, which is why it's important we build a long-term financially sustainable business. We recently announced new in-principle Bank at Post agreements with Australia's big banks. Before this, Bank at Post was on a pathway of significant financial losses, and these deals were secured after months of challenging negotiations. I want to thank the Australia Post team for securing the new agreements and the government for their support in delivering a much improved Bank at Post outcome. On behalf of the millions of Australians who use our banking services, I'd also like to thank the banks for signing up to the new funding agreements. It will enable us to continue to provide basic banking in the hundreds of communities where the post office is the last bank in town. And while these new deals will help reduce Bank at Post losses, Australia Post, the government and the banks all recognise we need a longer-term solution to ensure services remain available and financially viable, especially in rural and regional Australia. It's also great news for our licensed post offices. They will have greater certainty over the service, and with ANZ agreeing to join, we'll be able to help more customers conduct banking through Australia Post. Our licensees are hard-working, family-run businesses who are the heart and soul of their communities. But we are experiencing a generational change in how customers use their local post office, compounded by the age and demographics of our licensee community. Declining foot traffic and a reduction in over-the-counter transactions are all having an impact as our economy digitises, which will only accelerate. Australia Post remains committed to working with our licensees to help build a more sustainable future for these small business owners, but it will be challenging. Finally, I'd like to acknowledge Australia Post team who worked around the clock during our record-breaking peak season to ensure Australian families received their parcels. I would like to thank our extended workforce of 64,000 team members for making this possible. We're also very mindful, Chair, that 2025 is a federal election year, and I can assure the committee we are primed and ready to help with the democratic process when the election is called.
Already got the bookings in.
We have been working closely with the AEC to ensure our teams are ready to manage the increased demand during the campaign. Thank you, Senators, and I'm happy to take your questions.
Yes, you're very popular at this particular round of
estimates. Hope that remains, Chair. Let's hope that remains.
Thank you very much, and thank you for that update. That's very helpful. We will go to Senator Cadell.
I have lots of questions on behalf of others, so I'm the first batch I'll ask are not overly deeply knowledgeable. First one regarding Northern Territory postcode 0822. I think you're aware. I think the Chief Minister up there wrote up a lot of residential suburban areas of Palmerston are caught up in the very rural postcode as the rest of Northern Territory and paying higher freight and package rates. Is there any potential to review that area? Because it wouldn't be a big adjustment, it'd just be getting out of Palmerston a bit more.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. We get numerous requests around postcodes, as you may imagine, both for insurance purposes, a whole raft of different issues. We look at each one on a case-by-case basis. We are looking at the Palmerston one, and as you say, as areas change and we see new housing developments or there's a demographic shift or a population shift, we take that into consideration. So it's still under review, but at this point we haven't made any decision on that.
Right. So that's interesting. That's specific on how you said you often get requests. How many requests would we be looking at?
I would have to take, and I know, but we get frequent requests, primarily around insurance purposes, because postcodes can influence where people have insurance premiums. So if you're in Walcombe Heights versus Walcombe Hills, it may be the same postcode, but people will ask to be the postcode for the next suburb because it's got a lower rate of or lower premium. Or the good folks of Norfolk Island who don't like a New South Wales postcode.
And anecdotally, I won't hold you to this. What percentage of it, for other reasons other than postage reasons, like this one?
We very rarely make any adjustments because the impact operationally can be quite significant to change postal rounds and also to inform things like online merchants that this suburb has now got a different postcode because they've got it set up in their systems for the original postcode. Yeah. So we reluctantly do it. I can't recall actually having done any in my time in this role, but again, happy to take that on notice.
So we review a lot, but we don't approve a lot?
Correct.
Okay. I'm putting my vote in. Help the people of Palmerston, I'll say that and I'll move on.
We will take that on board, Senator.
The interesting when you say we review a lot, we don't do a lot. I asked about post office closures and you've raised some there and we have a lot of general chases. I have a question on notice before SQ 24 1490, if you want to look it up, but it's about post office closures. And which ones were planned and which ones have occurred. Now, the interesting thing is on there, very specifically Auburn is listed, and I saw a social media post by Mr J Sinclair stating that he won a lobbying thing with you to overturn and keep Auburn open. Have any others remained open off that list?
Thank you, Senator, for your question. We have not overturned any decisions that we have made around closures. We did not make a decision to close Auburn. It was forced upon us through redevelopment of that post office area. It is a very busy area, and that post office has a lot of foot traffic. We also have a larger proportion of over-the-counter services in Auburn through either language issues or cultural issues. So when that post office was closed due to factors outside our control, we did a review, as we will always do. We have found a new premises that is a smaller footprint than the original one, but we believe that sustaining a postal service in Auburn because of the foot traffic and the demographic profile was important, and therefore we will be opening a new postal service there. It is a smaller footprint, significantly smaller than the original one, but again reinforce the fact that we have not had any decision that we have formally made to close overturned.
Okay, so of this other list, the rest of the ones on here, have there been any others that commercial reasons have seen them reopen elsewhere, or that was Auburn's the only one?
We've had a number of, I'll have to go through the list in details, and we have closures due to eviction notices, redevelopment, a whole range of different things. Where we believe that there is a need for a post office in that community, we will look to find alternative premises. Some cases that is not available, but if it is available, then we will look to take a tenancy in that, or we will look to find an in conjunction post office that may be with a IGA or a newsagents or a pharmacy, which would be a better longer term economically viable solution than having another licensee who may struggle with the rent of a single source business.
So, without knowing others, how long was Auburn closed for?
I'll take that on notice, Senator. Off the top of my head, I believe it's about 8 months. It's still not reopened.
Right. So, potentially I'll ask on notice, because I won't know now, of sites that have closed in the last 2 years, any that are reopened or imminent to reopen in similar sites?
Take it on notice. I would say there are a few, because the vast majority of closures have related to where we have significant overlap and duplication. Likewise, we did still have a licensee buyback program, which has been supported by both the licensee associations and the union. And this is targeted at metropolitan areas where we have significant overlap. So a large proportion of those are ones where we have worked with the licensee to transition them either to retirement or to something else. But we will come back specifically on your question. Are there any post offices where we have closed for whatever reason and reopened again in the same community?
That you've found somewhere 6 months later.
Correct.
Or 2 months
I believe the number is very small, but we'll take it on notice and come back to you, Senator.
Okay. So to be clear, there was no ministerial direction to reopen Auburn?
No, we reviewed that community as we review every other community.
Okay.
But you're right.
Pardon?
You're right. Mr Clare is a very diligent local campaigner and local member.
But had no impact in this, apparently.
No, I think mobilising the community is always worthwhile.
Well, if we're mobilising community...
Senator Cannell?
Very specifically, I'll go to a different one, then I'll go to the people in Willow Grove that you've also got on the same list.
Mm-hmm.
And the campaign they have put to me is that there was no community consultation on that closure in Willow Grove, and they just saw it as a difficult, and they did motivate, and they did do a similar sort of campaign. On the January 8th, they're told they have access to community mailboxes, but they don't have anywhere near the same as LPO. What is a community mailbox? Just a PO box?
Basically, yes, Senator. And again, Willow Grove was a decision made by the licensee, not by Australia Post.
Right. So is that one of the ones, the licensee, the age demographic you're going forward and looking at, no longer there? If someone in the community in Willow Grove was to say, I'm ready to step up, is that a new decision to be made by Australia Post, or are you happy that that's gone, or what's the situation?
Well, we've looked at Willow Grove, and again, we believe there are sufficient services within a very close proximity. But if someone was to put their hand up and say they would want to take on that licence, we would counsel them on the viability of that, because one of the reasons why that licensee walked away is because it was not financially viable. And again, as I said in my opening statements, and due to a reduction in foot traffic through digitisation, range of services that we no longer provide, or indeed those services being provided through other parties, the viability of our licensees continues to come under pressure, which is why the Bank at Post agreement was so important for us to get renegotiated.
Okay, so was that a buyback or a walk away?
That was a walk away.
Really?
In my view, yes. I'll double check, but I believe it was a walk away.
So, I mean, what would be the nearest places? Moe, Trafalgar?
I'm not familiar with that geography, Senator, but again, and to your other point about no community consultation, we have a very strict protocol of 90 days notice to the community. However, when a licensee hands back and then announces the community on the same day, we have very little control over that process.
Okay, so the 600 people on a petition should work out if one of them wants to step up with a viable business plan to come and see you and say...
We will talk to anybody that shows an interest. However, we will make them aware as to the factors behind our decision, the decision that was made by the licensee, which is primarily the fact that this may not be a viable business for them to undertake.
Who would they contact in your business? Because I'm told someone's there that wants to do it. Who would they contact?
Well, they would contact our head of... I can give you the name offline, Senator.
I would be happy to have that. That would be good.
Yep.
I'm happy to rotate it this time.
Okay, excellent. We'll go to Senator Billick.
Thank you. I'm interested in how Australia Post adjusts the services to meet the essential needs during a disaster. I'm thinking about the recent floods in North Queensland that have had such a devastating effect on the community, including, I presume, interrupting the essential services. So could you talk us through what happens there?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. Yeah, we had about 70 post offices disrupted during the major flooding in North Queensland, and obviously we unfortunately have a well-trained muscle when it comes to natural disasters, given the propensity for them. We've put, for example, 6,000 school children through our pillowcase program that we run in conjunction with the Red Cross, which came in very beneficial during those North Queensland floods. That is basically a program that teaches primary school kids, in the event of a disaster, have your pillowcase ready, what do you want to take if you have to leave, obviously with very little notice, and we know that was used to great effect during those floods. We obviously put our temporary post offices on the ground where we can as soon as possible. We do have post offices that basically come off the back of a truck and we drop them on the ground. We also provided 12 months free mail redirection for those people who had lost their homes. And we also put out through social media and through a leaflet campaign how people affected by the flooding could avail themselves of change of address services, redirection services, or indeed our Bank at Post, or other services that may be important to them in that tragic circumstance.
Thank you. And you mentioned Red Cross and the pillowcase. I think that's a brilliant little project, by the way. Is there any additional initiatives underway with community partners, such as the Red Cross, to support flood-impacted communities?
Yeah, we have an ongoing program. Lismore obviously was another one that came to mind, where again we have our post office on the ground within 36 hours of that terrible flooding. North Queensland was a little bit different because it was such a vast area, but places like Cairns, for example, we reopened temporarily, the next day, to ensure that people could at least get access to parcels and mail. So we make sure that we're up and running as quickly as possible, and we shouldn't downplay not only the important impact of people being able to access important correspondence or indeed parcels, but the psychological impact of things getting back to normal, because the postie's on the street saying g'day, and it's amazing the knowledge that our frontline team have of the areas that they patrol and deliver parcels and letters to. They know those that have been greatly impacted and provide a lift up of the spirit. So we've got our Red Cross pillowcase campaign. We obviously work very closely with Beyond Blue and making sure that, again, mental health support through both our social media channels as well as leaflets that are available through our vast postal network are there to help give people access to necessary support and where to find help.
Good work, thank you.
Senator Cadell.
Hello, welcome again. Bank at post, I think that's in our private meetings and everything, we've said that. Interesting terminology that concerned me slightly. You said you will reduce your losses under the new deal for bank at post. Are they still not paying their fair share or their full way so that we can make a slight profit out of bank at post?
Thank you, Senator. Yes, it was certainly a tense negotiation, and we are very happy that we have been able to conclude agreements with the three major banks, but also especially happy that ANZ have decided to join. They will not join till October, and indeed we will wrap up the finite negotiations of these new deals probably by the end of this financial year. So in this financial year we will still lose money on bank at post, but as we enter the new financial year with the new agreements in place and ANZ coming on stream in October, again, difficult for us to predict the full extent of the revenue because a lot of it is based on transactional volume, and we don't know those transactions. Yes, we have forecasts, but they may be, plus or minus. But certainly the new agreements put us on a far stronger financial footing with the prospect of ensuring we cover our core costs, and those costs are split into the revenue that goes for transactions and what we call our community representation fee, which is to pay for the infrastructure, access to the network, cyber security, training, compliance, and security.
Okay, so I think in my private conversations with you, once again, not opposition policy, I said that when banks are saving so much money by closing branches, losing their cash handling fees to move cash around the country, and then able to charge people surcharges for their card transactions, it's only fair that they pay their fair share of the replacement. They have not necessarily been tense negotiations, you said, but they haven't been overly forthcoming with enough money to make this a more viable operation.
Well, we, again, not understanding the full volume of the transactions, and ANZ could have a material positive impact on that. It's difficult to predict. We also deal with 80 other financial institutions, so it is quite a complex business to understand exactly where we will end up. As I say, this financial year we will certainly not make money on bank at post, but going forward, depending on transaction volumes, we are on a much stronger footing. We also have a 3+2 year agreement. The other agreements were long-term agreements with no CPI in many of them, so we are able to sit round the negotiating table in 3 years' time when the circumstances may be better known as to what the longer-term outlook is around banking services in Australia.
You said ANZ's done for October. How about HSBC and Macquarie?
We've had fruitful talks with Macquarie. We have discussion with HSBC next week, I believe. Macquarie's early discussions have been positive, and I would remain hopeful that they, like the other major banks, recognise the community responsibility they have to ensuring that the essential bank at post services we provide in over 3,300 branches are sustained.
Are there any, is there a pecking order of potentially smaller branches or smaller financial institutions that we'll also have conversations with going forward to once again increase? Do you have Bendigo?
We do have Bendigo, yes. Yep. We have the vast majority. There may be a couple of stragglers, but say over 80 financial institutions that we do business with, and we encourage all of them to participate in bank at post where they see that of value to them and, more importantly, value to their customers.
My hometown, Newcastle Perm, Greater Bank.
Sorry?
The Newcastle Permanent Building Society, Greater Bank.
I believe they are a member, but I will take that on notice and check, yeah.
Fair enough.
There's far more who are than those who are not.
Are you finding concerns around cash handling vehicles and the companies that do that makes your business more complicated as well, the Prosegur and Armaguard issues?
Well, we have seen with the reduction in bank branches, particularly in places where we're the only banking service in town, that we have borne the cost of that cash availability to that community, which is one of the key issues on the table with our renegotiation.
Farmers love cash.
Yes, and that's the local coffee shop, it's the hairdresser, it's the cash float, it's the local footy team, it was $1 coin day, all of those very important things, and we provide that service. It's public knowledge that there has been discussions ongoing with Armaguard and the funding parties for what was a 12-month funding arrangement, of which Australia Post is party to. We continue to participate in those discussions, and we are hopeful that we will be able to reach along with the other funding parties, a longer-term solution. But as we have seen the decline in cash overall, that becomes more challenging for the community. And indeed, whilst there has been digitisation of transactions, there are still an important element of the community that does play in cash or use cash, and we tend to skew more towards that element of the community because of our over-the-counter services. So it is the people who are more vulnerable, who need assistance, and therefore cash remains an important outlet for our customers.
Okay. Another statement in your opening statement, you don't think will be profitable again, I think was words to that effect, or soon, and I understand that.
Our mail business, Senator.
Yeah, mail business, yeah. I think the Christmas business keeps you going. If only Easter eggs didn't melt or break, you might have another big delivery bonus there. But anyway, cost of stamps, $1.50 now. Is there a review of that going on?
There is, Senator. We have made an application which has been made public to the ACCC to increase the price of a stamp another 20 cents. As we know, we still have one of the lowest stamp prices in the OECD. 98.5% of all stamps or mail is corporate mail. We believe the 20 cents, whilst it is an impost on the average household, but based on the number of letters that the average household sends, it'll be about $1.20 a year. And the vast majority, indeed most of the cost will be borne by corporate Australia.
Okay. What timings are indicative for decisions on that?
The ACCC has a process. We would be hopeful that they would conclude their process and advise us of their view before the end of this calendar year.
Calendar year?
Correct.
A long time.
Yes, it is an extensive process of review, including at times external parties employed by the ACCC. It is a complicated process that has been put in place many, many years ago, and one that's still followed by the ACCC under the guidance of Treasury, due to the fact that we have obviously a letter monopoly.
Okay. Question off the books. Like, last few times I've been stunned by the number of dog attacks for your staff and the steps you have to take to keep people safe. Are we seeing any trend in that decreasing, or is it getting worse?
We are seeing it getting slightly worse, Senator, unfortunately. We have had some great support in public campaigns. South Australian Government particularly, I'd like to call out, who stood up and with the Department of Transport ran a very strong public campaign, both in social media as well as in collaboration with us and our post offices, so posters and material in each post office. We've taken a number of actions to help address this. One, we have deployed citronella spray, which is targeted at dogs and seems to be working. We've tried many, many things. This one does seem to be working. The other important action we've taken is, for the first time, we've actually launched public prosecutions against household offenders. And we've been able to have 4 successful prosecutions, I believe, to date. The individual postee has to take the prosecution because it's they who have been injured under the Public Liability Act. We obviously provide financial and legal support to do that. And then any settlement we reach goes directly to the postee.
Right. So you indemnify their costs, basically?
Absolutely. And the benefit of the outcome goes to them. What we have seen since those actions have been successful is an increase in awareness from insurance companies. Because obviously ultimately they're the ones that pay out that public liability, and we are working with them through our community team and government relations team to have them also embark on a campaign of social media and with their members to reinforce the importance of dog security and to show some of the recent prosecutions we have had as an example to what could happen to them as individual households should they fail to restrain their dogs appropriately.
Okay. I can't recall. There was a strange attack, a non-dog attack you told me about last time, but I can't recall what animal it was. It was a bit strange. But any other ones?
We have some very interesting ones, Senator.
How many houses are blocked from delivery because of dogs at the moment, do you know?
There are none that I'm aware of today. What we do is when we have a serious attack, we ban delivery in that street for a week.
That's if it's on the street, not in the premises, isn't
correct.
it? Yeah, correct.
Correct, yes. And we obviously engage with local council, but I'm not aware of any we have at the moment. But again, as you say, unfortunately, these are day-to-day incidents, so there could have been one in the last 48 hours I've not been made aware that we may have put a ban on.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Dunn. Thank you. In your opening statement, you touched on
some of the changes to your delivery model as part of the government's modernisation reforms. I wondered if you could expand on that a little bit and give us an update on how it's tracking in terms of implementation overall, and what you're seeing in terms of improvements to the organisation in a bit more detail.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. Yeah, we have what we call our new delivery model. We've now rolled it out to 70% of all our facilities, so it's a fairly extensive number. We did say it would take between 14 and 16 months to roll it out across the network, obviously a very large network, but it has been received really well by our frontline team members. I've been to many of our facilities where it's been implemented and they would not go back to the previous process that we had. They feel that they are being kept productive. They are, in many cases, delivering more small parcels than they would have been able to under the old method. The feedback we've got from community is no one has noticed any change in their mail delivery because, frankly, the average household gets between 1 and 2 letters a week. And I have many people who said they don't check their mailbox for weeks on end and still discover nothing. What we have seen, though, is a bit of a positive halo effect in that people believe they're getting a superior parcel service because they see the postie carrying more small parcels. So our team members feel that they are being more productive and having a more fulfilling role. We are not getting any negative feedback from community or customers in regard to mail. We're getting a positive uplift, neutral to positive uplift in relation to our parcel service. We expect to complete the other 30% before the start of peak this year, which will be about October.
You talked a bit about the change, I guess, in terms of post and parcels. How's productivity being improved through the implementation of the new delivery rosters?
We have seen an increase in productivity. Again, difficult to say until we've completely rolled out the network and settled it down. But as we are able to get posties delivering every alternative day, we still deliver mail every single day. And I think that's been a misnomer by some members of the public. Every day we still deliver mail, but it is split between a heavy round and a light round. We are seeing a productivity uplift due to that. And obviously, as we're able to stream more parcels, more small parcels to these posties, that is an activity that would have gone to contractors or other areas. So that's a productivity benefit as well. I think it will take us probably until this time next year to get a full assessment of the overall impact in the network. But we are on track in terms of what we believe the advantages would have been, and we remain cautiously optimistic we'll deliver the financial as well as the workplace benefits that we anticipated when we asked for reform to the government.
Okay, thank you. And in terms of your meeting peak demand, I think in your opening statement, I think you said that the last season was the highest. Is that right?
Correct, Sandy. We had a record. This is parcels, which obviously most of our customers are interested in. We did a record of 102.8 million parcels for what we regard as the peak period. So if you want a fun fact, literally 2,345 parcels every minute during that period. That was helped, first of all, by our team members who made a fantastic effort to ensure those parcels were delivered on time. We also had a record service in relation to that peak period, the highest service that we have delivered, and the strongest customer satisfaction that we have seen as well. It also was assisted by the significant investment we've made in our network of billions of dollars over the last 3 years.
Yeah. And so that investment in terms of the logistics side of the business to meet increased consumer demand for online shopping, that's what you're referring to? Correct,
Sandy. We've opened a number of new facilities. We've got more facilities on the go, a new large facility, for example, in Brisbane. We're now looking at Adelaide, for example, and what we do there in terms of a significant investment. And we've allocated capital both in our current financial year and our forward 3-year projection to continue to upgrade. We are in a bit of an arms race when it comes to ensuring that we provide the level of service that customers and consumers expect. And as we're all consumers, we know that those expectations continue to increase.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Can I just ask a quick question? The viability of the individual post offices around where I live, there are 2, and they both sit in the corner of a chemist, which is great because they have quite extended hours, and it's very convenient. Does that sort of co-location make a fundamental difference to their viability, or is it more about what the inputs are versus what the financial outputs are?
Good question, Senator. Thank you. We've got 72 post offices in chemist premises. We find that's a very positive arrangement. One, as you say, provides extended hours, which we don't do in our corporate post offices, so usually 7 days a week, early evening opening hours. Because it's there in conjunction with another viable business, then the economics work out because they're able to share labour and obviously share rental space. In most cases, the chemist is the licensee, and we find that they are positive towards the additional foot traffic that our post office generates, because you're going in to do your parcel service or buy a stamp. You may go past the lolly counter or pick up something else that is on your mind when you're in that premises. So we find that's a very positive relationship, and we look to continue to increase that relationship as those opportunities present themselves.
Thank you. Senator Cadell.
Thank you, Chair. Just going on. Oh, no, not for this one. That's fine. Yeah. Another 420 questions. No. Going back, I've just been going over that FOI more. It seems 35 members of Parliament over this government have written to you about reversal of, including the good minister sitting to your left in financial year 2023 for a 24 post office. So none have been successful. No members of Parliament have convinced you to keep a post or change a decision on a post office closure.
No decisions have been made that related to the influence of any member of Parliament. Any decision that we have made to sustain a post office in that area is based purely on the process that we operate on.
So I should tell Mary Aldred, our candidate down in Monash, that she has little chance of turning your decision on Wattle Grove.
Based on past form, yes, that would be the case.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for that. A bit of clarity there. Thank you so much.
Thank you
for coming along. It's always great to hear about the progress you're making. We will. We're running early. We will suspend now until 6:45. So that we will be bringing the program forward by 15 minutes. So there we go. Thank you. We'll see everyone at 6:45.
Thank you.
Good evening. I would like to welcome officers from NBN Co Limited and particularly welcome Ms Ellie Sweeney, the new Chief Executive Officer. This is your first appearance as Chief Executive Officer, so welcome.
Thank you.
I note you don't have name tags.
Yes.
We might want to rectify that for the assistance of everybody in Hansard and broadcasting. So I believe somebody's trying to make you some.
Okay.
So what we might do is, if you would like to provide your opening statement, then I will get you just to put on record who each of you are and where you're sitting for the assistance of broadcasting in Hansard. So, Ms Sweeney, please
Wonderful.
Go ahead.
Chair, thank you, Chair. It is great to be in Canberra for what is my first appearance before the committee, so thank you. Tonight I'm joined by our Chief Financial Officer, Philip Knox, our Chief Customer Officer, Anna Perrin, our Chief Network Officer, Dion Libanovic, and Chief Development Officer for Regional and Remote, Gavin Williams. Before I start, I'd like to thank Philip Knox for his leadership as the interim CEO for NBN. I'd also like to acknowledge our former board chair, Kate McKenzie, and Director Alicia Parker for their contributions. Kevin Russell is the acting interim chair. I'd like to open with our financial positions, if I may, for the first half of FY25, the 6 months to December 31st, 2024. I'm pleased to report that NBN is on track to meet all of our key financial targets for the fiscal year as outlined in our 2025 Statement of Corporate Intent. During the half, we achieved total revenue of $2.9 billion, and that was up 4%. Our earnings before interest, tax, depreciation and amortisation was $2.1 billion, and that was up 7%. And we saw solid growth in business revenue, which rose to $599 million, and that's 5% up on H1 of 2024. Our operating expenses decreased by 2%, and that was compared to the prior corresponding period, and that was down to $821 million. The reduction is reflective of our efficiency and our cost optimisation initiatives, which helped mitigate continuing inflationary pressures. We continue to push fibre deeper into communities and to improve our fixed wireless and our hybrid fibre coaxial networks. Capital expenditure in the half of $1.9 billion was up 2% on H1 of FY24 as we invested in network, digital infrastructure and in capacity. Our national broadband network now connects 8.62 million residential and business premises, and after adding more than 36,000 connections in the 12 months to the 31st of December 2024. And this equates to over 20 million Australians accessing the network every day, and NBN carrying more than 80% of Australia's data traffic. Our results reflect discipline in our capital management plan and our ongoing focus on our customers, on simplification and innovation to become a sustainable business. Since completing the initial build in 2020, we are upgrading virtually every part of our network. It is core to our strategy to provide improved network reliability, greater capacity and faster speeds to more premises around Australia, while ensuring that all Australians can reap the economic and social benefits of fast broadband today and into the future. To that end, 82% of homes and businesses, or 9.4 million premises across the country, are now close to a gigabit capable. We're on track to complete upgrades to the local fibre network that will enable 3.5 million homes and businesses served by fibre to the node, along with 1.5 million served by fibre to the curb, to upgrade to fibre to the premises by the end of December 2025. This will take the percentage of homes and businesses that are near gigabit capable to over 90%. In the 2.5 years since we launched our Fibre Connect program, a total of 628,000 premises have upgraded to full fibre connections, gaining access to the most reliable, resilient and future-ready technology, coupled with the fastest available NBN residential and business speed tiers. In fact, well over 50% of all new service orders in December were for wholesale plans that were 100 megabit download speeds and above. On our network, built to carry large volumes of data, We are seeing ongoing growth in traffic as consumers continue to adopt higher speed plans and use the network in new ways like healthcare and business, education and entertainment. In fact, just last Friday, through the busiest hours of 7 p.m. and 11 p.m, NBN recorded the highest peak traffic in its 15-year history, nearing 33 terabits per second. The business case for ultra-fast, deep-capacity NBN network has never been stronger. Economic research from Accenture, commissioned by NBN, estimates that a faster, high-capacity NBN network will improve gross domestic product by around $400 billion to the end of the decade. This GDP increase is forecast to be felt across all of the nation, with increases in average broadband speeds having 16 times the impact in remote areas and twice the impact in regional areas than in the capital cities. At a network level, we continue to prioritise reliability, capacity, security and speed. And that's why the recent announcement of a joint investment of up to $3 billion in equity from the Australian government, coupled with more than $800 million from NBN, to provide an upgrade path for the remaining fibre to the node network across Australia, is critical for lifting our digital capabilities. Significant upgrades have also been completed to our HFC network, which currently services around 2.5 million premises. HFC customers can now access our highest residential and business speed tiers alongside customers on FTTP, and they'll be the first to stand to benefit from the boost to our highest speed products planned for this September 14 of this year. Our fixed wireless and satellite upgrade program has been completed on time and on budget, and it's now delivering fast broadband to Australians in regional remote areas where fibre is not available. There's been a lot of recent interest in low Earth orbit satellites for NBN. As a statutory infrastructure provider, it's essential we have a range of technologies to service the connectivity needs of all Australians, no matter where they live. Currently, our aim is to have a LEOSat offering in place before our Skymaster geostationary satellites reach end of service in the early 2030s. We are advanced in our procurement process for selecting a LEO service provider, and I look forward to having more to say about this very soon. Upgrading our network is about providing capacity to meet large data demands as this continues to grow. And for context, the average data downloaded per NBN service per month was 490 gigabits in December 2024, which is more than 7 times what it was the decade before. As technology innovation advances, multi-gigabit broadband speeds will become increasingly essential to support the explosion of data-hungry applications like virtual and augmented reality, AI and large language models that are fast becoming mainstream. For business, faster broadband will drive productivity gains and innovation and a chance to access new markets online and talent from anywhere. Australia needs to be future ready, and NBN's strategy is to make sure that it is. It's also why we continue to support the Australian Government's School Students Broadband Initiative, the First Nations Community Wi-Fi, and engage with the Low Income and Digital Inclusion Forum. We do operate in a competitive environment, and the growth in our customer base comes in context of this intense competition, including from mobile broadband, fixed wireless, and of course from the LEOSat providers. That level of full and open competition is what makes Australia's telecommunications sector so dynamic. It's also why NBN is focused on delivering reliable, fast and robust wholesale broadband services to meet the current and future needs of our customers, and why we work collaboratively with our retailers and our regulators on initiatives like new and improved speed tiers and service standards as part of our replacement module application under the Special Access Undertaking. Let me close by saying what a privilege it is to be leading NBN at a time when Australians are increasingly dependent on broadband connectivity in almost every aspect of their lives. NBN is not just building and maintaining infrastructure for today, it is making a fundamental contribution to the social and the economic fabric of our nation. Thank you, Chair. We are now happy to take the committee's questions. Thank you.
Fantastic, thank you. This morning we had quite a lot of conversations about the low Earth orbital satellites by nature of the announcement made by the Minister this morning to open up that D2D access in areas where there isn't coverage. How do those sort of LEO stats compare to the fibre in terms of customer experience and capacity?
It's a great question, Chair. I'm going to throw to my colleague here, our Chief Network Engineer. Dion's in a fantastic position to give you, I think, some colour around the difference we're seeing about low Earth orbit satellite versus the full fibre network. And I think it's important for me to say, up front, we definitely understand that there is a place for LEO, particularly in a country like Australia, which has such a wide country and obviously a lot of low density and rural and isolated environments. So I think, again, I'm going to throw to Dion and he can give you, I think, a very informative answer.
Thanks for the question, Senator. So, low Earth
If you could
orbit.
just start with your full name and title.
Apologies for the record. Dion Lubanovic, Chief Network Officer at NBN. Low Earth orbit satellites do have a part to play in servicing low density parts of Australia. However, when it comes to serving medium density or high density populated areas, the ultimate choice on how we make sure that we service future needs is fibre. LEOs are not designed to be built or designed to actually operate in medium and high density populated areas. It is a great advance in satellite technology, but there are a number of challenges when you think about how LEOs can actually work for that medium and high density areas. A couple of those challenges include the fact that LEOs need to share broadband capacity across geographical areas that it serves. Each satellite itself covers around 300 square kilometres. So when you think about, and you put that in perspective of what that looks like in a metro area, we're talking around 30 metropolitan suburbs together, and that whole share capacity, that whole coverage needs to be shared across all of those areas. So depending what your neighbour down the streets, further down in the local community, more broader in the suburbs over, if you used it in that location, your service speed and your service performance could potentially degrade depending on what those neighbours and the local community are actually doing. Any wireless service, whether it's a mobile service or a LEOsat, uses what we call wireless spectrum, and wireless spectrum has limitations. There's only so much of that spectrum available, and how users may use that has to be shared overall. So whether it's mobile network or LEOsats, they have that in common. If you compare that with a fibre network, which we call, and what I like to talk about is like having a dedicated digital superhighway into your home or business. No matter what your neighbour is doing, no matter what is occurring in the suburb over, more broadly, you have that dedicated connection pathway that operates consistently through all hours of the day. Senator, this is also not theory in terms of how this comes about. More broadly, we've seen this in the lived experience of what customers are seeing. The ACCC's independent measuring broadband report, which was released just a couple of months ago, highlights that consumers are seeing on a LEOsat service speeds that degrade by up to 31% through those busy hours. The busy hour is anywhere from 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. And that's because most of the users in that coverage area are using that service at that point with that shared spectrum and sharing that actual coverage and capacity. If you compare that to the measured broadband performance on NBN's higher speed tiers, which are 5 times faster and soon later this year will be up to 10 times faster than what you can get on a LEO satellite, there was a degradation of less than 2% in the same busy hours on our fibre and HFC networks. So fibre does provide that very reliable, consistent, resilient and high performance through any part of the day in medium and high density populated areas. The one other aspect I'd probably highlight as well is the upgradability of fibre is a technology that outpaces any other technology, period. Last year we proved this from a world's first trial with Nokia, who we partnered with, where we installed advanced fibre optical lasers into our fibre network, our live residential fibre network, and we showcased that we're able to achieve 83 gigabits per second in the future off the fibre that we're installing today. And the only thing that we need to do in the future and future decades is to change those electronic boxes at either end, the exchange down the street and inside customers' homes. And the point of this is that upgradability and the cost to upgrade in future decades is much cheaper compared to obviously life cycle of global satellites and what that could look like too. So we do see LEOs as an important advance in low density populated areas, but when we think about medium density and high density areas, fibre is the choice for the future.
Excellent. But for those low density areas with limited access, obviously the LEOs are going to make a difference.
It is a great advance for exactly that reason, because our geosatellites do cover all parts of Australia, and what the LEOs are really doing is reducing that coverage area for those low density to provide more capacity into the future. So we do see that as a great advance and something that we will be looking to leverage in the future, as we've communicated in the past.
So as your satellite network reaches a point in its design life where it needs something else?
So, Chair, that's exactly right. So, again, the satellites, and I think we've spoken about this probably previously, but the satellites were commissioned in 2015 and 2016. At the time, they were obviously very state-of-the-art. And, again, they come up for end of life at the end of 2032, or to actually be, to have to be restarted from a generation perspective. I might throw just to Gavin to give any other update. But again, we see the logical next step for us is to move customers on GeoSat to LEO.
Yeah, thanks, Sweeney. So, I mean, I've testified before in this committee about the fact we have been in a careful process to explore opportunities and options around our satellite service, taking into consideration that the current satellites estimated to run out of fuel, the first one about October 2032 and the next one early in 2033. So the exam question was really to explore what options were available, in particular in relation to low Earth orbit satellites, so effectively testing whether there is a buy versus build kind of opportunity for that satellite. And as Ms Sweeney said in her opening statements, that process is well progressed. And we in fact aim to have a LEO-based service available before the expiry of the current generation. And that, of course, takes account of some quite significant considerations. We are the statutory infrastructure provider. There's considerations around definition of what a service looks like, security considerations, technical, commercial and operational considerations that have been part of that process. And of course that's in a backdrop of some significant improvements we've been able to make in our Skymuster service as a consequence of a material upgrade to fixed wireless service. So perhaps building on Mr Lubanovic's testimony around fibre, I didn't want the opportunity to go to talk about our fixed wireless upgrade and our satellite upgrade that are doing more than ever for regional Australia. We've recently announced the completion of our fixed wireless upgrade that includes pushing the boundaries from around 220,000 square kilometres to 345,000 square kilometres. So it's, to put that in perspective, that's like adding the surface area of the island of Ireland to our network. It's quite a substantial kind of area. That's enabled us to reimagine the capacity management on our existing satellites. So ahead of any strategic considerations that we're talking about in low Earth orbit, we've been able to lift the speeds and offer uncapped data to our Skymuster satellite customers and lift the speeds and capabilities of our fixed wireless service with now superfast plan available to a good proportion of our coverage area, with speeds up to 400 megabits per second and beyond. So these are speeds that are not currently available on low Earth orbit satellites. So we have a terrestrial capability in the NBN network in our fixed wireless service now that frankly it's a world-class kind of capability, and I think it's important that consumers are aware that these kind of capabilities exist. You don't have to go out and spend $550 on a terminal. You don't have to pay for a professional install. NBN can take care of that, and there's some very cost-effective plans available, whether that's on Skymuster service or fixed wireless.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much. We might go to Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have many questions for you tonight, but I do have some questions about the the budget for advertising for NBN. I noticed over the summer NBN was advertising at the cricket.
Yeah. Senator, that's correct, yep.
What's the purpose of the advertising?
I'm going to throw to my colleague, Ms Perrin. Anna heads up our product sales and also our marketing team, so let me get her to give you an update.
It's Anna Perrin, I'm the Chief Customer Officer. As a wholesaler, it's often not obvious why NBN needs to advertise and why we need to market to consumers and businesses. What we found is that we do work in a dynamic and ever-changing market, and we've made significant upgrades to our networks over the last few years. And we know that one of the number one issues that we face is that consumers and businesses just don't know what's available to them. They either don't know that the NBN is there, or they don't know what speeds are available to them. So the cricket was honestly a really good way to get the message out to the millions of cricket-loving Australians that watch that game. We know that 13.8 million Australians watch the cricket, and it definitely is the case that we know that people that saw that are 2 times more likely to go and check what plan they're on, what speed they're on. It's about education.
Obviously, individual households, internet users, the account holders of their internet plans, they don't have a bill, or they're not buying a product from NBN. They're buying it through a retailer.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
NBN is a government company, a public company.
Yes.
I find it. I just wonder whether the money could be spent on delivering better services to the customers than on promoting the NBN brand at the cricket.
Senator, if I may, one of the challenges is we work with 120 retailers that offer NBN services, but not all of those retailers offer all of our products or offer all of our services. So, we know even from a recent RTEC report that said that ubiquitous broadband is now available everywhere, but the number one issue facing consumers is they just don't know that the national broadband network is available. So it's not always the case that if you go to your retailer and ask your retailer for an NBN service, that they will be able to provide that to you. It is a confusing environment for sure, but that's why we take our role in education quite seriously. And in fact, retailers are actually asking us to do more of that, particularly as technology gets more and more confusing.
So retailers want the public to pay for their advertising?
Retailers are asking us to help educate consumers and businesses about what they need to do. I'll give you a really simple example. There was recently a customer who'd had ongoing issues. NBN had spoken to this customer, so had the retailer. There'd been a ton of discussion with this customer. And then we sent a technician out to her home. And actually, because none of our tests showed that there was any issue in her home, when we went out there, it was simply because she'd bought a fish tank and had put it in front of her modem. And by moving the modem, she got the service that she was paying for and that she needed. And it's that kind of education. When you go to our website, there's a ton of information about what speed plans are available, how you need to set your home up, and also which retailers sell which plans.
So how much is NBN Co's advertising PR budget?
Senator, I'd have. We have. I mean, the majority of our money actually goes into making sure that we're marketing to people to tell them that an upgrade is available in their home. We also have specific programs. If you move into a new home, we'll send you some material to tell you that NBN's available. We also do things like the Bush Summit. We work in regional Australia to again raise awareness.
Chair, sorry.
I understand. I might need to take the question on notice specifically around the advertising budget, Senator Hanson.
Yeah, I'd like the budget. And And it'd be good to have a breakdown of the major spend of the budget. I mean, obviously, I picked the cricket because I saw it.
Yes.
Right? But assumably, you don't just advertise at the cricket. You advertise in other
cricket
places.
is the only that's the only external advertising we've done, Senator. So we'll be happy to provide that.
So that must have been that's a big contract for you then, in terms of.
Well, we know that 13.8 million Australians watch the cricket and watch the men's and women's test that's over the summer, so it was a good way to get the message out there.
Yeah. The advertising at the cricket wasn't telling people that they could upgrade, though, or how to move their fish tank from in front of their modem. It was just advertising the NBN logo and brand, wasn't it?
What we're finding, though, is we're getting a lot more traction in terms of people remembering to check their speed plan, come and get more information from us or from our retailers. And our retailers are following up that particular campaign with various direct approaches themselves.
Okay.
Senator, it's probably fair to say, I mean, it's an interesting dynamic that we work in. So you have the NBN network, obviously, we have the retailer network, and increasingly we have, obviously, people's in-home networks. So I think, it's really incumbent on us, particularly as we launch speed tiers, to make sure that as we provide that upgraded speed tier capability, it's going to be a good experience. So again, I think it was the first time we've advertised externally. Obviously, we'll PIR in terms of the benefit of that as well, and we will come back with the data around the budgets as well. A lot of work is done from a social media perspective as well, Insta, so quite, guerrilla campaigns as well from a digital perspective from our customer bases, and also in-home experiences as more and more people buy smart TVs, really making sure that they're set up for the best experience to really leverage the investments that we've made.
Did you have any conversations with the Minister about this advertising budget before, or the advertising plan before you did it?
It actually, I think, predates me, so I'm going to have to take that one on notice.
Okay. Nobody else has the answer to that as to whether you discussed it with the Minister or the Minister's office?
Not that I recall, but I'm happy to take that and just double check.
I'm just asking, given it's government, a government product, public spending, and we're in the middle of an election year. So there's an obvious question as to the role of government in this. So those questions would be helpful to get back quickly. And you're saying that, Ms Sweeney, you're saying that you'll do an analysis of this, and so we can expect to have that perhaps at the next estimates?
I think it's fair to say that it's the first time NBN's done it, and of course we'd be doing some analysis on the benefit and the return around that advertising spend.
Yeah. So obviously I've asked for the budget. It'd be good to have a dollar figure, but I'd also like it as a percentage of kind of administration management costs. And I'm wondering what fits under that. Obviously, you're saying the cricket was the first time you did it, but there must be other PR spends, as you're saying. There's social media, there's other things.
The majority of the money that we spend actually goes into things like sending you an email or, we send the premise, we might send the premise like a notification just to say fibre is now available at your home. That's the majority of our spend, but we can get you the breakdown.
Yeah. And have you discussed with the retailers what they should be chipping in for this type of education, seeing as they're the ones making the money off it?
We have...
People sign up for the internet, they pay their bill to the retailer, they're the ones who are banking the profit.
We have great relationships with the retailers that we work with, and many of them do a lot of work themselves. They spend a lot of money on marketing themselves. We also have what we call a marketing development fund, where we will contribute $1 and they will contribute $1, and we will do that together.
Okay, Chair, thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Cadell.
I'd like to stay on the same point. I find it amazing, the answers here. You're saying that cricket is the only external thing you got and you don't know how much it costs?
Sorry, we were talking about the overall spend.
But you said cricket was the only... How much did the cricket sponsorship cost?
The cricket, we have an arrangement...
Chief Financial Officer there, if you can...
We have an arrangement with Cricket Australia where they have asked us to notify them if we're going to specifically disclose that number.
You're at Senate estimates.
I understand,
I didn't
Senator.
realise... Thank you, Senator Cadell, because I thought it was that they didn't have the figure.
Yeah.
But actually, you're saying...
For the whole spend, yeah.
Okay. For the whole spend, sure, take that on notice. But if you've got the figure for what you spent on the advertising for the cricket, I would like that tonight. And this is Senate estimates, and I'm sorry, but Cricket Australia doesn't dictate what gets handed up here.
If we could take it on notice, and I will get that back to you as quickly as possible. It's part of the arrangement because Cricket Australia obviously has...
But you're a public entity.
Lots of...
You're a public entity.
Senator Hanson-Young, they do have the right to take it on notice.
I'm sorry, Chair. They don't have the right to take on notice if they have the answer. They have the right to ask a public interest immunity. They do not have the right to take it on notice.
They do have the right to take it on notice to consider the sensitivities, not to refuse to provide it.
Commercial incompetence is not a sensitivity on this is allowed.
Not for a PII, but they are indeed entitled to go away and consider it.
So NBN Co is covering up how much it paid because they don't want to put it here tonight. Is that what I'm taking up?
Senator Cadell, I think that it is a long-standing practice in these forums to allow officials to take a question on notice so that they may consider sensitivities. It's not reasonable to draw the inference that you have just drawn from that decision, which is clearly available to the officials under the standing orders.
The Chair has said that commercial sensitivity is not a public interest immunity claim. That is the only claim that was raised by Ms Perrin by itself. She has the information. So, in writing, can we have...
So, Senator Cadell, just to be really clear, my point was that in and of itself is not a PII.
I agree.
However, they are well within their rights to take it on notice to provide the answer from a sensitivity perspective and any other considerations they may need to consider for whatever contracting they have in place. They're not refusing to answer it, they're just going to take it on notice and come back to us. Now, if they come back without the answer, then of course that becomes a whole different ballgame. But I don't believe that's what you're saying to us, Ms Perrin, at this point in time.
We just want to notify Cricket Australia under the terms of the contract we have with them. It's about Cricket Australia, not about NBN providing the answer.
Well, I mean, this is part of my problem with the way this is all being run, because NBN is a public entity. You are a taxpayer funded, you're for the purposes of the public. I don't really care whether Cricket Australia is watching or not. If they're not watching, well, you could send them a text and tell them you're going to have to cough up the information. But it's not up to them to dictate what information the public has a right to know.
As the chair, I'm going to say that they have the right to take it on notice to come back with as much information as they can provide to us, and if there is any reason they're not prepared to provide it to us, they can put that in writing and we can deal with that then. But just be really clear that a commercially sensitive scenario in and of itself is unlikely to get you a free pass on not providing information.
We'll take it on notice.
Chair, we're totally fine. We will take that on notice. I think the 2 points have been very clearly made regarding the marketing spend and also Cricket Australia.
Further to that point, was hospitality part of the...
Absolutely not.
There was no hospitality
no.
at all? Okay. There's also ads on 2GB, am I wrong? Just for the NBN brand?
I'm sorry, Senator. I'm not sure whether we. I don't. That's not something I recall. It could have been part of our Bush Summit work that we did earlier this year.
Earlier this year, okay. So in the ACCC Special Access Undertaking Annual Expenditure Report that was published on 19 December, it lists a number for $65 million being on marketing and product cost for the previous year. Would that sound about right to you?
I'd need to go and check. I'm happy to take that.
Do you have that, Mr Knox?
I'd need to check that.
Senator, you don't have the financial figures for 24 in front of you as Chief Financial Officer?
I don't know that specific number. I'd have to look that up.
Can you look up what it was?
How
do we come to budget estimates, without the answers to basic questions such as expenditure. It could be probably the number one thing we're going to be asking here about today, and we don't have basic answers for this. We've got a cash burn. What was the cash burn, I think you said? $781 million?
What period are you talking about, Senator?
So what was the cash burn for the last financial year?
I think, Senator, if we go to the last half or the last financial
Last half?
year,
What's the cash burn for last half?
if we go for a couple of things, if we look at the the cash position for the organisation, and I'm on page 18 of the document, Philip can jump in here, but the operating cash flow was 1.977 billion, and that was up 7%. I will get to the number. There was then the capital expenditure. There was some injection from the federal government of 528. There were lease payments of 610. There was interest on borrowings at 520. And so the free cash flow position was a negative, to your point, of 507 million. And that was a delta from the previous half of 514. So again, that was a slight improvement of 1%. So the operating cash flow of the business was up 7% of 133, and it was negative 507.
So we burnt $500 million of taxpayers' money in 6 months, that's after including another $500 million from the government. So probably more $1 billion. Without that injection, we've spent $1 billion of taxpayers' money, and we're not keeping flow of expenditure like marketing. And to Senator Hanson's point, it was just brand marketing. There was no call to action on check your plan. There was no Sky Muster that's getting killed by Starlink linked to it. It was pure brand. And we talk about 121 customers. How wouldn't 80% of your business be basically 3 or 4 customers?
Yeah. Well, maybe a couple of things to address your points there. In terms of the actual capital expenditure for our business, and again, Philip, I don't know if you want to jump in here, but in terms of the capital expenditure is clearly articulated. And so again, the burn in your parlance has been around the fibre upgrade program, which again was $845 million. The fixed wireless upgrade, which again was 376. Again, network upgrades and capacity, because I think, Senator, as you're well aware, we not only do we operate, maintain, but we do obviously upgrade the networks and spend money, particularly on keeping this critical infrastructure asset in the right state that it should be. Connect and assure, so upgrading customers from a connection and also assurance. And then $169 million was spent on IT and also on security.
I get that, but we're coming here, and the testimony of Mr Knox was I'd have to look that up. So we don't have these financial figures there. Was the minister have to sign off on the cricket sponsorship, or was that done at CEO level?
It was done at CEO level.
Okay. I'll move on from there. I've got real concerns about what that was and how it was. It looks to me like it wasn't all it was meant to be. Well, you mentioned you're talking about LEO satellites. You're talking about providers. Given that you do not want to be the owner-operator, we're talking about sovereign risk of that. You're talking about launching and owning, or you're talking third-party contracting to be the sole operator of other satellites?
Senator, I'll throw to Gavin in a second, but again, LEOs, as you're probably aware, they are global satellites.
Yep.
So it would be very unusual for a sovereign country to be able to launch a LEO satellite.
Right.
In terms of the RFP, again, we were working and have been working with the global LEO providers. So I
was just on the map there, and I think there's about 160 over Australia at the moment. They're watching their tracks as they go around. So my concern is if Australia isn't going to own their own stats because of those things, we have this morning an announcement where we're going to have the universal service guarantee. There is only one operator at the moment and can have a fully operating network by 2027, isn't there, of LEO sats?
Gavin, I think we may have a different view on that.
Okay.
And I don't think that was the evidence that was provided to you this morning.
They couldn't offer one. I
Goodall.
asked one minister, I said, give me one other contractor than Starlink that will have a fully serviced net by 27, and that wasn't being able to give them to me. So if I can get that now, who do we think will have full coverage of Australia in LEO sats other than Starlink by 2027?
I'm not sure that I can answer that correctly. We're looking, as you know, to be able to have a LEO satellite ready to go to replace our geo satellites. Our timeframes are probably slightly different.
Yeah, and that's right, 2032.
So got about 7
2032. Yeah, and I understand that transition. That's fine.
Yep.
My concern is we're talking about the Amazons, we're talking about other providers, but none of them seem to be able to have the coverage of Starlink currently has by 2027. They may have by 2032. I have no qualms about that on that launch. So
we're going to rotate if you want to wrap up.
I have many more to go. I'll pass now and come back.
Okay. Senator Dunman.
I just want to talk a bit about small business. So I don't think you covered this in your opening statement, but obviously rural and regional Australia, small businesses in particular, really need reliable broadband access in particular. Can you talk about how rural and regional Australia will benefit from the completion of the fibre upgrade program with a specific kind of focus on small business, please?
Okay, fantastic. I think the thing we did mention, obviously, was the 5% growth on business in our results to $599 million. I might ask my colleagues to represent this in two ways. One, maybe just for us to give an update in terms of particularly the remaining 622,000 fibre to the node upgrades that we're doing. I might get Dion just to talk to that in a little bit more detail, and the percentage that we will see in regional and remote Australia, and particularly around some of the benefits that we expect to be able to see by going to a full fibre or a fibre upgrade path for those customers. And then Anna, you might like to add in around some of the plans and the work that we're doing also with business.
Senator, maybe if I just start with the first 3.5 million rollout that we've been doing since 2021. We are well ahead of where we expected to be. 2.8 million of that 3.5 is now ready for order to retailers and customers across Australia, and we're on track to complete that by the end of this calendar year, both in time and within budget. And that does mean, as Ms Sweeney mentioned this earlier, that 9.4 million premises have capacity and capability to order up to gigabit services, which is 82% of the fixed line network. By December, we'll see 90% of the fixed line network able to be gigabit capable. We're also seeing continued strong take-up through this rollout. We're seeing weekly run rates consistent with what we released at the half-year results of around 8,500 orders, which cover both homes and small businesses and businesses in general across Australia every single week, which is also ahead of where we expect it to be. And what we're seeing as customers move over from copper to the fibre network is a reduction in customer faults, in truck rolls for faults, and resolving copper issues that are within the network. And I think that's a great outcome in terms of where we projected the network to be. We're also seeing, because we have focused on homes and businesses that have underperforming lines, copper lines at the moment, that we're seeing very strong take-up, which I might get Ms Perrin to mention what they're seeing in that front. In regards to the recent announcement, the 622,000 final premises in the FTTN network, more than 50%, around 54% are in regional Australia, with around 46% in metropolitan suburbs still. We're progressing that at pace. We're operationalising that program as we speak, and we've been doing that since the announcement. We've conducted a number of town hall sessions in multiple states with contractors so that they're aware of what's coming. And we've also been meeting key stakeholders across Australia, particularly in the ACT, state government agencies, to support some of the rollout that we have here in the ACT. We've already initiated design activities for that rollout to begin getting fibre and construction activities underway by June of this year, and expect the first cohort of that 622 to be released to retailers to market by the end of this calendar year. We will be progressively doing that construction over the next couple of years from 2026 onwards and releasing that as we go. So that will complement the entire FTTN network, provide every home and business in that area opportunity to move to a fibre service. It may be worthwhile just to touch on the underperforming lines.
Yeah, I mean, just to make a comment on small business, we know that 97% of all Australian businesses are small businesses of 20 people and less, and we also know that their needs are specific and they're changing. We've got two real strategies. One is around making business fibre plans more available. So as we've rolled out fibre more across the country, we've been able to offer that to more businesses. And the other piece is making those plans more affordable. We know that there's been small business connectivity has been fueled by growth in cloud services, AI applications, people working remotely more, people working from anywhere they want in the country more. There's a 35% drift from the city to the regions, and we know that that's going to continue. And in terms of more affordable, our business fibre plans have already reduced 35% from July 23 to July 24, and we're actually planning another 21% reduction in price towards the end of this year, because we know how important it is for businesses to be able to access those sorts of services. That's really our strategy.
Thanks. So that's a 56% reduction in small business plans by the end of this year.
That's right. And we've seen over the course of this year a doubling of small businesses that have taken up those plans. Mm-hmm. Still relatively early days, so it's 22,000 small businesses that have taken up those plans at this stage, but it's a doubling since this time last year.
And do you expect that to increase with the additional decrease? And do you have a plan about where you want to get to with that?
Yes, Senator. And as more retailers are in market selling those plans as well to businesses, yes.
Thank you.
Senator, it's also obviously as more of our footprint goes from copper to fibre, it then provides a greater opportunity for small business to not only attract those plans but also to move up speed tiers. So particularly interesting if you do have more people on your network, so the number of connected devices and the downloads, for example, it becomes really important to be on a full fibre network for those customers as well.
Mm-hmm. And apologies, just to correct the percentage, it's not 56, it's 49% as it compounds. It's not the two don't add together.
Yeah, okay. Still 49%?
Yeah, still 49% though.
Halving. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Senator Hanson-Young.
I'm waiting for my answers, so that's fine.
Okie dokie. Senator Davey.
Thank you very much, and welcome, Ms. Sweeney.
Thank you.
And thank you for your very comprehensive opening statement. I was starting to think you'd forgotten about the Sky Muster customers, but you got there.
I did. Thank you for bearing with me.
Mr. Williams knows my passion for Sky Muster. Notwithstanding, I note the end-of-life expectancy of your current GeoSat network, but I see in your most recent network premises report released on the 20th of this month, total Sky Muster connections continue to decline, and in fact they're now down to around 81,142 from a previous 2022 report of 108,445. Is that correct?
Well, definitely the 81,142 is correct, Senator.
What do you credit that decline to? Because I know what I hear anecdotally, but have you got any statistics or data? Do you sort of do exit interviews to find out why people are disconnecting?
Well, a couple of things before I throw to Mr. Williams, just on that. It's fair to say, obviously, we only see the premise, so the end user is actually sitting with the ISP. So, again, I might throw to Mr Williams just to give some flavour around that decline, but clearly it has been declining over the last couple of years, and you're correct, the number is 81,142 at the moment.
Yeah, I think there's a narrative around bush broadband that there's never been a better time for bush broadband, and it's never been a better time, I'd argue, because there's choice. With choice, there's implications for existing providers, and NBN and the Sky Muster service is an example of that. Now, what choice has been developing in regional Australia in the Sky Muster footprint? There's several. One, in fact, is the expansion of the fixed wireless service that I spoke to just before. So part of that expansion is in that area roughly the size of Ireland, that includes a premises, or accommodates a premises count of around 122,000. That's not active premises, Senator. That's premises within that footprint. You can see that on the premises report in the Ready to Connect columns as well. So a shift from the satellite to fixed wireless. Of those, there's about 19,000 active satellite customers who are now eligible to purchase a fixed wireless a fixed wireless service. And I've got to say, I'm a beneficiary of that on my failed farm down in southwest Victoria, where I was previously running my modest part of the NBN business using the Sky Muster service, Sky Muster Plus Premium, never skipped a beat. And I was able now to migrate to a fixed wireless service which equally doesn't skip a beat, and pretty amazing that I get 400 odd megabits per second through a line of trees.
Lucky you.
To the dormant.
And the other choices out there would be current Sky Muster GeoSat, and then other people are moving on to. So there's an expansion of the mobile networks as well, and the expansion of plans in those mobile networks. So if you think about... You haven't spoken to anyone since they turned off 3G, have you? Because I can promise you there are people on mobile networks who are now regretting moving to mobile networks.
I've spoken to many, Senator, and I wish they knew about Sky Muster. And of course we've talked at some length here already this evening about low Earth orbit satellites. So yeah, there's a lot going on, and for our part, what do we do about it then? As I mentioned, we've expanded our fixed wireless service, we've expanded the capabilities of the Sky Muster service, lifting its speed to a level actually that we didn't anticipate was possible. So offering speeds of 100 megabits per second and uncapped data. So the utilisation...
On the Sky Muster?
Sky Muster Plus Premium, Senator, do yourself a favour.
I know, that's why I'm surprised, because I'm not feeling it.
Well, if I can... very uncapped data, so no more data.
The uncapped data, I know.
Yeah, 100 megabits per second.
But the 100 megabits a second,
So now the Sky Muster Plus Premium customers are using, on average, around 200 gigabytes a month. Like a decade ago, the interim satellite service was scoped at 20 gigabytes a month maximum.
Yeah, and a decade ago we didn't have streaming services.
So what are we doing? I'd love to see these numbers not decline, but what the imperative for NBN is to make sure we utilise those assets to their full capability. And frankly, Senator, I argue we are. And in fact, the utilisation of those assets is north of 80% of the network capability. So that's what we're doing, and many happy Sky Muster customers on that network.
So I'm interested, just asking for a friend. You mentioned when you were talking about LeoSats earlier that one of their challenges is that they still need broadband capacity, so they're still using the spectrum. Do LeoSats use the same spectrum that GeoSats are using, and also that the mobile network is using? Because we keep hearing from other telcos for mobile networks that the spectrum's sort of congested, and that's why things might be slowing down at certain times of the day. And I'm just wondering, are we going to stop seeing the increased benefits just because we're going to saturate as many people as possible are going to be trying to vie for the spectrum that's already full?
Yeah, well, Senator, so the spectrum is very carefully managed by the ACMA. I mean, if you say it quickly, they do sound like the same spectrum. So, you know, Ka band at millimetre wave, Ku band, you know, there is the various technologies use similar bands, but the frequencies within those bands, the orientation, so the ability to discriminate between satellites at various inclinations, and it's something that's carefully managed by the ACMA to ensure that it's not a free-for-all. That unmanaged spectrum is the analogy being, say, Wi-Fi, where you can, you know, the Wi-Fi can congest if you're in an apartment block because the neighbours around are using the same kind of spectrum. In the case of licensed spectrum that we're talking about here, is something that is carefully managed. And the way, I mean, for example, in our fixed wireless upgrade, one of the ways that we've been able to achieve such a massive capacity increase for that network, the 4 to 5 times capacity as part of that upgrade, is to have massive spectrum reuse. So in fact, you could use the same bit of spectrum multiple times from the same tower to serve different homes and businesses within that footprint. So there's sort of analogous techniques that operate in the satellite sphere as well.
Do you want to say anything else?
Oh, I think that's cool.
And just similar topic, but moving on, you were talking about looking at solutions for post 2032 and 33 when the geosats reach the end of their life, and you're investigating potentially LEOsat options, amongst other things. We spoke earlier today with the department and others. In the government's 2024 Regional Telecommunications Review, it was observed that current LEOsat constellations are owned and operated by foreign companies, raising questions about data security and control over sovereign risks. Are those potential risks forming part of your investigations as you look for a longer-term solution?
Absolutely. So a range of issues around data sovereignty, surety of service. I mean, as a statutory infrastructure provider, we can't put up the sold-out sign. So we need to be able to ensure that we have, in any partnership that we might enter into, the surety that we can meet the potential demand of a statutory infrastructure provider safely, securely, with the national interest at the heart.
Senator, it's definitely formed part of, obviously, the RFI process that we've been going through. It also goes through things like lawful intercept. There are a number of things that we really need to take into account here, and obviously, you know, from a broadband provider, and as Mr. Williams has already mentioned, being the statutory infrastructure provider, yeah, again, we take that and the regulations very seriously as well.
Have you, as yet, put a recommendation to the Minister, or is that still some time away for a future option for Sky Master?
Well, we keep the Minister appraised of and the Department appraised of our progress.
But you haven't formed a final recommendation?
Well, we haven't got a... we're not in a position where we've got a final proposal that is inkable, if that's another way of responding to it.
And it's fair to say that when you do, or whatever the final proposal is, the Minister will have to approve?
It'd be subject to... I'm careful in my words because I'm not sure technically the process is, but yeah, I mean a materials procurement exercise such as this, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Senator Billick.
Thank you. Earlier today I was asking Australia Post about the activities they undertake in areas where a natural disaster has occurred. So I was just wondering, you know, I'm thinking about the recent floods in Queensland, so I was just wondering what sort of initiatives NBN has to make the network more resilient to national disasters such as the floods in Queensland.
Senator, we've got I think, an excellent engineering and operations team at NBN, and they have a lot of experience in terms of emergency management and crisis management. So we were definitely impacted by the recent floods in far north Queensland. We were impacted by the cyclone coming in off the coast of WA. Part of the reason that we are working through and obviously looking to build a more resilient network, and some of that is around the investments that we're making in upgrading from fibre to the node and fibre to the curb to a full fibre network. The fault rate, as Mr Labanovic has already mentioned, is significantly lower when you move on to a full fibre network. Again, when you're on a copper network, it's potentially ageing. It has impacted and degradation from water ingress as well. So there's a number of things we're doing around building resilience within the network, and it includes a number of upgrades and resilient programs we're running against our fibre to the node, fibre to the curb, our HFC network as well, in terms of the investments that we're making. We have a large team of people working with our battery replacements. We have a number of cell on wheels so we can move them. We have 121 POIs within our network, and we have POIs that are available to go if we did have one of our POIs actually go out. So we have, I think, a well-honed team in terms of this. We don't take any of this lightly. We work well with the emergency services in each of the states and also at a national level as well. So I think it's in an area which, again, when you're running critical digital infrastructure that we are, with over 20 million people touching it a day, it's something that is taken incredibly seriously.
Do you have any other sort of assets, I suppose, to deploy to support communities in emergencies, other than the ones you've listed?
Yes, perhaps if I'll raise a few. So,
Thank you.
One of the key areas actually is our satellite disaster recovery solution in emergency evacuation centres. So we're learning from Black Summer, where the team went to the campground in Bateman's Bay on, I think it was the day after New Year's Day on that fateful summer. We identified that we could support the community with a satellite service and off-grid power. And at the time it was a scramble with people knocking on the doors of a local electrical supply to find routers and such things. So that spawned the Strengthening Telecommunications Against Natural Disasters program. So we've now got 1,000 evac centres armed with satellite connectivity available for community members. For example, there was one in Ingham Showgrounds which actually wasn't called upon at the time because it was tragically underwater. But so that's one. Other assets include flyaway kits, which are again the portable satellite SATCOMs devices. The temporary network infrastructure that we've spoken about that can act as, just as it says on the tin, a network system that would replace another system were it to be damaged in, say, a fire or flood. But frankly, one of the key considerations in these kind of emergencies is power resilience. In the case of some of our key fixed wireless locations, we've deployed what we call hybrid power cubes. And what these are solar. They're sort of an integrated device that includes solar power, big battery banks, diesel generator, and a big fuel cell. So they're situated permanently in these locations and able to power the tower if the mains power fails. We also have a large number of NBN-owned diesel generators we seek to pre-deploy when we can foresee potential events such as the events in far north Queensland. And we have many more of these generators with some of our field delivery partners ready to deploy. So when it's safe to do so, we would deploy those. I note in the Grampians, the tower up at Mount William suffered some significant damage and the power was out. We're actually able to utilise some shared power and temporary infrastructure there. And just as if it's dry and fire event down in the Grampians and rain up north. I mean, we cop it all in this country.
It's a vast country.
Yes, indeed.
You mentioned full fibre network, move to that. How does the deployment of that sort of reduce the impact of disasters? So, I mean, floods is pretty obvious, I suppose, as an example.
Thank you. What we see is fibre is, on average, about 8 times more reliable than the copper network, and that is due to water ingress that goes into copper joints through to especially what we've seen recently in Queensland with flood damage, rebuilding the FTTN nodes, which has batteries within their power packs, different types of electrical equipment. Those nodes are powered. We've got battery backup in the street network, but obviously when power and electricity grid does go down, we have to deploy generators to keep that up and running. Sometimes you cannot get a generator in to a number of these areas. When it's flood damage, safety is absolute priority for our workforce internally and externally in that regard. So a fibre network has no need to have power in the street. It's passive fibre cable, optical glass, all the way through from the local telephone exchange through to the end customer's home. So that inherent reliability and resilience is built into that fibre cable. And floods, wind damage, those types of aspects, especially if fibre is underground, and we try and underground as much of our fibre as possible where it economically makes sense too, that stands the test of time. And that's back to my earlier mentioning around the upgradability of fibre in the future is about changing the boxes, the electronic boxes at either end, and not having to change that network. So that is why we are seeing less and less network faults and customer faults. And in the event of Queensland, for instance, when there is flood damage, the network is ready to go when power comes back on for customers inside their homes and businesses.
Okay, that's great. Thanks. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Cadell.
Thank you. Comms Day report on 20th December, that same report, the NBN Special Access Undertaking Annual Expenditure Report, said that the FT fibre to the node premises costs exceeded your forecast by 29% and fibre to the premises by 27%. The actual costs were redacted. I get that. I don't want that here. But how do we get that so wrong?
So I don't recall the report, Senator, but if we're talking about we're over our estimate of spend on
fibre to the node and fibre to the premises.
Most of that is volume. It's all volume related.
So the actual process of that, are we talking about $3.8 billion to roll the rest of the fibre out to 622 homes, 622,000 homes? Are they the right numbers?
Yep, that is.
How do we recover, according to my calculator, $6,109 per home when we're making, you've got your operating costs and everything? That is a massive, massive return on capital, isn't it? It's a very minimal return on capital. It will take a huge amount of time to pay that off.
Senator, look, your point is obviously very clearly valid. To go back to the original $2 million, obviously that was the we had easier access when we started with that process, and the cost per premise was lower. Then we moved to the next 1.5. The cost per premise, as you know, went up from there, and there was a blended cost, which was about $1,200. So if you look at the recent announcement around the 622 at the current cost of $3.8 billion, you're correct. It comes in at about $6,100. Now, that assumes that we would be 100% rolling out into every home in that 622 or home and premises. We estimate...
So we might even not get that. If every 50%, it could be $12,000 per home that connects.
Well, we actually think we'll get closer to the 95 in terms of building out that local fibre network. It's fair to say this is an investment which has a longer payback period based on, again, those numbers that you've rightly pointed out. In terms of where we think we'll be from there, it is about digital inclusion. Again, we would not have been able to upgrade at the same pace without that investment from the government, so we definitely welcome it. And in terms of our capital management plan and ensuring that we are managing that appropriately, we will be doing that absolutely in terms of the final 622,000. I think we've already mentioned that the 3.5 million that we'll have completed by the end of this year will come in on time and on budget.
Well, one of the 622 that doesn't have fibre, but I feel guilty about the spend. You said you'll be migrating a lot of the 100 megabit per second plans to 500 megabit per second plans later at no cost. Is that still the case?
That's correct. So in September of this year, the opportunity, and Anna, I might get you to talk to this in a little bit more detail. There's been extensive consultation with industry and also with industry partners on this, with the RSPs, around being able to upgrade our speed tiers. So, Anna, I'm not sure if you'd like to.
Yes, and on September 14th, we've announced that we will be, our 120 plan we will make that 5 times faster to 550 at no additional wholesale cost. Senator.
No, but you expect backhaul to cost more so that retailers might actually charge more? Have you looked at the impact of what you think retailers will do?
Yes, so we've been consulting deeply with the retailers on this topic, and obviously different retailers have different network considerations.
Different backhaul needs and everything, I get that sort of thing,
So we have been working with retailers on some of the things that will make a difference to them. So, for example, some of the raised NNI costs, which is network-to-network interface.
Yep.
So we've reduced the price on that to make sure that we're lowering the impact on the industry.
How does it work when we're getting, I take the point of increased marginal cost as we get to validation there, but we're lowering the charges like the NNIs and no extra cost for 500s. How do we recover this money?
So I would say that it's a different sort of question. We know that around the world speeds are lifting. We also know that we've reached critical points with our network rollout that mean that we can offer this. Mr. Labanovich can talk to the network upgrades.
I heard his 81 gigs earlier. I went, wow, I'll be king of world of tanks.
It's definitely about... In the future. We're in an evolving competitive market where we'd reached these important milestones on the network, and so we thought that now was the right time to do this. Our cousins in New Zealand, Chorus, their most popular plan is a 300 megabit plan, and they're going to do a speed boost to 500 as well. So this is simply about making the most of our network.
Okay.
I mean, there's a couple of things there, if I could add also. Yeah. I mean, it's obviously there's a revenue impact as we move customers and as customers elect to move on to the higher speed plans. But there's an efficiency gain for us around moving customers off the copper network onto the fibre network. Again, that's quite substantial. You're probably aware that we run 7 networks at the moment. So in terms
I'm on a bloody RIM server. I'm happy to get phone. Yeah, that's fine.
So in terms of the cost and being able to simplify, streamline our business, reduce IT costs, reduce the costs we've just mentioned around batteries, the nodes. We have 28,000 nodes still in this network. So again, the way we look at it is from a cash flow perspective. Once it does go obviously positive, we own the asset, stable revenue, looking at what we're doing from OPEX and obviously the capital reductions that we'll see.
Yep, okay. I'm going to be very, very careful on this next little bit because it is somewhat sensitive. We've got a lot of concerns regarding the field contract services tender that's currently out about the rumoured preferred suppliers and some ACCC action against some of those big guys. Are you considering that before it's out, or has the decision been made and final? I'm not going to name names on this because I don't think that's valid.
We appreciate that.
Yeah, I can cover that. So, Senator, in general, all of our procurement processes are very rigorous, and we've got purchasing frameworks in terms of how we go through those processes, control points through to multiple rounds of assessment, feedback through all of those processes. What you're referring to in regards to the field module RFP that we've got out at the moment, we've been in deep consultation with our partners, industry, since November of 2023. So it's been almost 14 odd months. Through that consultation, we've been working through what does good look like in co-development for this into the future. We finished that consultation in June of last year, went to RFP in August of last year, been in an evaluation process since then, and we are still in that evaluation process. So
you are still in it, sir?
The RFP has not been concluded yet. As part of the process itself, we do indicate to our partners and parties that are part of that process who is preferred and non-preferred as we get close
So
to the
some are
conclusion.
already out, but the final one's not.
Well, we say preferred or non-preferred because we haven't yet concluded terms and conditions with preferred parties. Once we have concluded that, then we formally write to all participants around the outcome, which is where we're not there yet. Absolutely, there is a supplier code of conduct in regards to all procurement processes around ethics, around expectations of what NBN has, around bribery, corruption, independent assessments, around working with other participants, and we've been very clear through that supplier code of conduct and especially through the field module in regards to expectations through that. So we're very confident in our due diligence through this process thus far.
But you have been made aware of the ACCC charges against some participants?
We are aware of that.
That's all I know.
We are aware of that.
Great. Thank you so much for coming. Just one wee point. The conversation about costs and where it's going on, there is a much broader benefit to the country in terms of access to education, access to online health services, access for small business to contact their customers. Surely that plays a part in this part of the development of the network. Appreciate that, into the future you're going to hold your own and that'll be great and there'll be a return on investment. But surely at this point in the game, the further investments that are being put in by yourselves and also by the government are about the betterment of our society and access.
Absolutely. I mean, again, the $3 billion investment has brought forward our ability to upgrade those last 622,000 customers who today would not have had an upgrade path off copper and would have been on a service that was degrading. So again, it's a great opportunity for us in terms of, again, we talk a lot at NBN about lifting the digital capability of Australia. Again, being new to the organisation and starting in December, it is an incredibly purpose-led organisation. And I think, again, it is not lost on anyone the nation-building opportunity that we have now. And I think the importance and the criticality of getting it right and the real privileged position that we are in.
And if I might add, Senator, it is a very significant investment from a Labor government perspective also, because the NBN was envisaged as a service that would be nation building in its impact. We had a decade where we had the multi-technology mix. You heard about the legacy impacts of having so many different networks and the cost to the NBN of that approach. We wasted a lot of time under the Liberal and National parties. I am surprised to hear criticism this evening of the investments that are being made now and the equity funding that is being made to complete this project for so many households that will benefit from this really economy-changing, community-changing technology. I had understood, actually, that the Coalition supported this equity investment. I'm now confused based on the questioning we've received this evening, but I imagine that the Shadow Minister may at some point clear that up.
Indeed. Thank you, Minister.
We're not concerned. We're just worried about the amount it is costing and if the public needs to know. We're not saying it shouldn't be done, but we want clarity.
Okay. Ms Sweeney, everybody else, thank you so much. Welcome and good luck in your endeavours. No doubt we will have the joy of seeing you in front of this committee a lot more into the future.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for your time, Senators.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I would now like to call officers for the Classification Board to the table as swiftly as we can make it. Okay. Thank you.
Hi.
Welcome. Mr Stephen Thompson is the Director and we have Mr Dominic Erlinger, Board Member. Mr Thompson, your first time with us?
My first time, started in the position in December First time at estimates.
Welcome.
Thank you for having me.
Would you care to make an opening statement?
I would, if that's okay.
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. Stephen Thompson, Director of the Australian Classification Board. The Classification Board can trace its origins back 108 years to the establishment of the Commonwealth Film Censorship Board in 1917. Reform in the early 1970s began the transition from censorship to classification. The board, as it exists today, came into being with the passing of the Commonwealth Classification Act in 1995. Since 1995, so 30 years ago, the board has not held power to censor the material it classifies. The board does not censor material. We classify films, computer games, and other media to help Australians make informed choices about what they and their families watch, play, and read. The board also works with law enforcement agencies and classifies material for enforcement purposes. I want to acknowledge the hard work of my predecessors, including previous directors and board members, in helping Australians make these informed choices. In particular, I want to acknowledge the complex work that the board and staff in the department have carried out in the last 10 years. This has included navigating the introduction of multinational streaming services to Australia and platform convergence in media. The board is committed to working collaboratively with the department and industry, including streaming services, broadcasters and film distributors, as well as community stakeholders. Regardless of delivery platform, whether in the cinema, at home using video streaming service or watching broadcast television, the board are committed to supporting an informative, consistent and efficient classification service. As the media landscape continues to evolve, our ambition is to ensure that Australian consumers can continue to make informed choices about what they watch, play and read. Thank you. Happy to take any questions.
Welcome. We'll go straight to Senator Cadell.
Thank you. Look, I've got some concerns. I'm not going to pretend. Ostend, let's go straight there. I don't ever think a book should be banned. I'm not in that, but the classification of being able to sell it to anyone, even with a 15-year-old guide.
Yep.
I've read your reasons, but clearly gang rape scenes of young girls and women in a book that is available in libraries and sales, in an atmosphere when we've had the e-safety commissioner here, we're hearing 1 in 4 girls are facing sexual harassment, if not online. It promotes the wrong message. We've had cry out from Brave Hearts, we've had cry outs. I mean, the co-chair of the National Office on Child Safety, who's a member of Brave Hearts, said no. I find it hard to rationalise in a world that objectifies women so badly, even reading your reasons that it's part of I get it's part of a criminal dismantling of a child over sexual predator ring. I get that. I get the context of it. But to make it available for all people, how do you get to that level? How do we respect women enough at a board that says, I mean, it is gang rape. It is that. It's not even. You don't even pretend it's not in these books. It is a sexual predatory ring. How is that approved for general sale?
Thank you for the question, Senator, and I appreciate the seriousness of the topic. In assessing all publications, the board follow the classification of publication guidelines from 2005. That's what the board did in this instance, as you pointed out. Classified the publication as N, not recommended for...
Not recommended, but available, yeah.
But available, yes. So the board aren't in control of the guidelines or enforcement of the guidelines. That's something that's agreed by the Commonwealth and states and territories. So when dealing with this sort of information, this sort of publications, the board's only recourse is to follow the guidelines, which they did in this case and in all cases, and hence the classification of M not recommended to readers under 15.
It says in your ruling, sex is not high in impact and is not exploitative, offensive, gratuitous or very detailed. It is gang rape.
It's a literary... Yes, I understand. when looking through the publication guidelines talk about context, terms like artistic merit, and the fact that we're dealing with a fictional written account of fictional activities.
If I put a video of the acts carried out on the internet, if it was a video and not a book, it wouldn't even get shown at all. I would be charged for the acts that are on that video, let alone not able to distribute it. I find this...
Even if it was a fictionalised drama.
Yeah. If it was consenting adults pretending to play this role, I would be charged. How is the differential between print and depiction? I just have trouble grasping this.
I understand, Senator. So the classification guidelines for films and the classification guidelines for publications are different.
And this isn't an anti-government thing for me. I'm having trouble understanding what would we need to do so this book wouldn't fit into that guidelines. That government, our government, any government.
18 plus.
18 plus. 18 plus. I might not, love the book, but I would understand that. What do we need to do that?
A review of the publication guidelines is what we would need to do. And in our submission to the Stage 2 reform consultation last year, the board outlined some recommendations around looking at the publication guidelines and considering a more informative set of guidelines to deal with publications.
Okay. So you were hamstrung by the guidelines as they were, that book... I have trouble finding it when it says sex is not high in impact and is not exploitative, offensive or gratuitous. I don't know what is more than a gang rape scene of young women, but young girls. So I find that classification, I think potentially, if it is that, because it is exploitative, it doesn't fit under that category. Wouldn't you agree?
Perhaps I'll let Mr Thompson make any further remarks about the particular decision in relation to this book, but I wondered if I could come back to your broader question about what's the reform pathway and what is required.
I could read it. No, I'm not going to read out. I've done enough bad things in it. I'm not going to read out
Thank you.
what that is.
Yes.
But
no, please don't.
No, I'm not going to. But I will. Another one, the comic book that's been similarly hated by young women and stuff like that. It's won't name it so everyone goes Googling it at home. But there's a sex scene where a man is in a comic book pulling her hair, burying a woman's head in a pillow. And I will say these words, and I'll bleep out the Fs. You stupid slapper, I'll come to your house and I'll kill your husband, I'll kill your 2 little kids, and I'll, expletive deleted, kill you. While he's having sex with a woman doing this thing. The same thing again. If that isn't exploitative, if that isn't offensive, if that isn't gratuitous, if that isn't fear of non-consensual, when someone's saying that, I know you're saying that in that magazine, reading the ruling again, that it's these 2 antagonists come together and they do this a lot. In a world that is meant to be respecting women more and valuing them and protecting them when we're trying to protect our youth from such violent stuff, this is a comic book where this exists. Is this exactly the same problem there?
I think,
do you want the name of that?
You're pointing to the issue that's actually the subject of the reform process that's underway, which is that since these guidelines were established, the world has changed a great deal, and there are a range of different mediums through which content is provided to users and consumers, and the way that they are treated from a classification perspective is not consistent. And this is a source of quite significant frustration for people who voice very similar kinds of views as you do. They might differ in terms of where the line ought to be drawn, but this lack of consistency between the different media is one of the things that is the subject of a present piece of reform that's underway. So we've got a number of reviews that have already been undertaken that sort of indicate that this is not fit for purpose, that technology's moved on to a point. So essentially the department has initiated consultation about reform. The submissions, as I've indicated, highlighted the fragmented nature of governance and regulation and supported consolidation of the classification function into a clearer governance framework and a more clearly defined scope of content that would require classification And so the government is now working with the states and territories to update classification guidelines for publications, for films and computer games to try and bring some of this consistency about and address some of those community concerns around gender-based violence, around mental health themes and around sexually explicit content.
You mentioned computer games, something I haven't even put in my questions because I think I'll play my AESD or whatever, the things that make me feel good because I've got a bit of the ADDs. Those games, I'm playing an anti-screw game where you just get screws out of different things. The ads come on for a role-based play where a boss has to seduce his secretary. I haven't downloaded the game, but the ads, and you make decisions on, like, again, objectifying women. You know, at the end of the thing on the ad, it says, you know, stay the night or leave. You click leave and it's the wrong decision on the hand that comes on the ad. You know, these are the things that I get there. That is a digital platform and it's an ad. And I know things are changing and technology is changing. And I get everything you say about reform. I understand that and I back it and we'll get that far. It comes down to me to this phrase, and I go over it to the third time. Sex is not high in impact, is not exploitative, offensive, gratuitous or very detailed. And I go then, I think that is a board situation, not a guideline situation. That is a judgment call. If group sex, forced rape of young women and young girls isn't offensive, exploitative or gratuitous, what is?
So I'm just going to let everyone know that we've got, well, we're over time. Sorry. So, but I appreciate the situation here and the question that you've asked. Mr Thompson, if I could just give you a chance to respond to that and then we will need to move on.
Yeah, so like I say, I appreciate the concerns around these issues. The board classify a huge range of material, including material, as I mentioned in my opening statement, that is submitted for law enforcement purposes. So the board see a significant range of material and the level of impact through a fictionalised written account as opposed to a video or an interactive game or real-life law enforcement material is very different. So the board's frame of reference for this sort of stuff is informed by some of the worst things that the board are protecting Australian consumers from.
I fear for some of your people what they see.
Yeah, so that's not to trivialise the issue, but that's the environment that they're working in.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Thompson. We really appreciate you coming along. Apologies that you get a late night slot, that it runs for 15 minutes, but you'll come to love us.
Looking forward to the next one. Thank you.
Or not. We will now adjourn and return at 8:30. Good evening. I would like to welcome Senator the Honourable Tim Ayres, Assistant Minister for Trade, representing the Minister for Arts. Minister, would you care to make an opening statement?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Not at this stage.
Not at this
Tempted
stage.
as I am.
And I would also welcome officers from Creative Australia, Mr Robert Morgan as the Chair and Mr Adrian Collette, Chief Executive Officer. Mr Collette, would you care to make an opening statement?
I would, Senator. Thank you.
Please go ahead.
First, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land, the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples, and pay respect to elders past, present and emerging. I want to begin by addressing the Board's decision regarding the artistic team for the Venice Biennale 2026. Creative Australia's stewardship of public funding for the arts in Australia is both an honour and a weighty responsibility. Art has always occupied the complex and often uncomfortable space where competing perspectives and social pressures intersect. Maintaining social cohesion is a national priority, and the issues we are confronting are being navigated not just by artists and arts institutions or organisations, but by workplaces, universities and communities across the country. We condemn any form of racism or discrimination and reaffirm our commitment to fostering an arts sector that is inclusive, respectful and reflective of the diverse voices that shape contemporary Australia. This is one of the functions under Creative Australia's legislation. The selection process for the artistic team for the Venice Biennale followed a process that has to date served Australia and the artistic community well. We need only reflect on the 2024 success to know that the process has delivered results with compelling artistic integrity. But in this case, the process has fallen short. To be clear, it has not failed on artistic grounds, and it is not a reflection on the artistic team recommended for Venice. The Creative Australia Board does not pick artists, and it does not opine on artistic interpretation. The Board is a custodian of Creative Australia's licence to operate, and it cannot delegate, transfer or outsource that responsibility to others, which means at times it must confront the most difficult decisions. The key roles of the Creative Australia Board are governance of the organisation, risk management, and to apply its judgment to ensure our artistic mission can be delivered. The entire 2026 Venice selection process will be the subject of an external review. We believe this is a critical step to restore the confidence of all our stakeholders. We will not prejudge what the review will determine. However, there is a central context that must be considered. Creative Australia spends public money to support its artistic and cultural ambitions. Our circumstances today cannot be separated from the broader community context in Australia and the relentless daily threats to social cohesion. We strive to uphold the power of art to unite and build understanding, but we cannot be blind to the very real risk that the choices we make can also have the potential to trigger divisive narratives. And where that is the case, then the Board must put its mind to the social licence consequences of how public funds are being spent. The external review mentioned earlier will look at the whole governance process for the 2026 Venice Biennale. We will wait for the review's findings on the adequacy of the process to thoroughly identify, analyse, report on and manage the sensitivities and potential risks associated with the Venice selection process and its governance. And we look forward to what the review might say about whether those issues were able to be given appropriate consideration. As public debate intensified and scrutiny was applied to some of the artists' prior works, it became very quickly evident to the Board that the organisation was confronting significant risks to its future mission. In these circumstances, the Board was compelled to exercise its judgment, and there were no dissenting voices. We understand the deep distress this has caused the artistic community. It's been felt acutely by the Board and by all of us at Creative Australia as well. It is important to reiterate that this decision does not affect the vital work Creative Australia delivers through our grants programs and broader support for Australian artists. As we navigate this challenging period, we remain committed to our mission of fostering artistic excellence and creative expression. We remain steadfast in our mission to support Australian artists and to champion the power of art in our society. We will continue to work with the sector to uphold artistic freedom, celebrate our nation's artistic voices, and ensure that Creative Australia can continue to serve the wider public trust placed in us. Thank you, and we will be happy to answer your questions.
Mr. Collett, you said in your opening statement that that it is a great honour but a weighty responsibility in terms of what you do. The events over the last couple of weeks have caused an enormous amount of stress and anxiety and disappointment across the arts community and in various other sectors of the community. Would you care to sort of unpack how we got to this point a little more? I feel that people are tuning in, people are keen to get an explanation of the rationale of each step of this process, and I wonder if you could take a moment to run us through that.
Yes, Senator, I would be happy to. You're right, this is a critical moment and it's caused much anxiety, it's caused much sadness for many of my colleagues and understandably so much of the artistic sector. And we were aware when we made the decision at the board that the artistic sector would be very disturbed by the decision we made. It's certainly the toughest one in my now quite long experience in the artistic sector. The process, as I said, was, as it has been for the last 3 biennales, since Creative Australia took responsibility for making the decision on the Venice artist to represent Australia. And that's important in all this. It is unlike anything else we do. The appointment of the artist and curator for the Venice Biennale is unlike anything else we do. We have our grants programs that are often the subject of some debate but have served Australian independent artists and small projects extremely well for decades. And of course the majority of our funding goes to the major performing arts organisations and our 4-year funded organisations. But it's important to recognise that this is different in kind. So we use many of the same processes to arrive at this. In this case, we appointed expert industry peers, 3 Australian visual arts experts or practitioners and 2 internationals, given the international flavour of this. And they guided our choice for the artists that would represent Australia in the Australian Pavilion in the biggest international art fair in Australia. So this is very different to giving a grant or investing in a company to do its work. We had confidence in the process. It was exactly like the 3 last biennales. We had very good advice. The process involved the industry advisors giving that advice to our head of visual arts and to me in long briefing sessions. And based on that, through a very competitive shortlist of 6 shortlist finalists, if you like, and in the run-up to that, into the 2-stage process, 51 artists applied for this privilege of being the Australian artist at the Venice Biennale. Based on that advice, the head of arts practice and I decided on Khalid Fasabi and the curator Michael D'Agostino to represent us at the Venice Biennale. And we did that confidently. We did that based on the project that had been outlined to us that the curator and the artist wanted to work on for the 2026 Venice Biennale. I can go into a bit more detail about the nature of that project, but of course it is something that we plan to launch further down the track. After the launch, some controversy was generated by a work of art that the artist produced in 2007. It was subject to a good deal of controversy, to artistic explanation, to artistic critique. During that time, after the launch, also in the Senate, Senator Chandler referred to another work that was produced some 20 years ago based on the 9/11 assault and the caption, "Thank you very much." We anticipate always that the selection of the Venice artist will be controversial. It has been for time immemorial. Everyone has a view on the artist, on the art. We don't resile from any of those decisions. We haven't in the past. But what happened at that moment was a recognition by me and the board that this entire process was going to be mired in the worst kind of divisive debate. The artist wouldn't have an opportunity to do his work, and the potential of this to damage not only the artist himself, but the organisation that we are there to serve, and remembering that at the Venice Biennale we have an artist who represents Australia. The damage that could be done through sustained controversy and divisive debate at this particular time, with the fragmentation of public discourse that we are seeing in all our institutions. The board, regardless of their individual experience as artists, as arts practitioners, as people who have been in governance for a long time, within that room there was a unanimous feeling that this controversy had the potential to damage the organisation, the artist, and our reputation.
Thank you, Senator Hanson-Young, intervening in this conversation until it's your turn. It's not helpful.
I'm very happy to engage with that. Well, happy is the wrong
I'm sorry,
word.
Mr. Collette. That's my call, not yours.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to explain why the decision was made. And it was for that reason that we took a very, very difficult decision.
One of the, I know my colleagues have lines of questioning that they will follow, and I'll get to them in a moment. One of the things that has been raised with me on a number of occasions in the last week or so has been that people say that the minister should now intervene. Now, if we all look back, I'm very proud to be part of a Labor government that worked very hard to ensure that there wasn't political interference in the arts. And that's something we are very proud of. And the legislation governing Creative Australia says very clearly that the minister should not give direction in relation to the making of a decision by Creative Australia, which is something we wish to hold up. However, the anxiety that has been created, the devastation, the damage that has been created has meant that people are now backflipping on not wanting politicians to intervene to now going, this is a terrible situation and somebody needs to intervene. I'm going to ask my colleagues to behave themselves, essentially, as we go through the next hour. People have questions that you need to answer. There are deep concerns about how things have played out, and this is your opportunity to explain what has occurred. But I will stress to my colleagues that we're not going to have an all-in brawl here. So I'll ask people to remember that they have obligations under the Behaviour Code of Conduct for Australian parliamentarians, and that they will treat the witness with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. And with that, I'll go to Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Collette, for being here, and Mr. Morgan. When did you decide to call a board meeting?
I contacted my chair, Mr Morgan, on the 13th, Thursday the 13th, so that was the day that
the Senate question was asked?
Yes, it was the day that question was asked. It was the day we became aware of the
gossip piece in the Australian?
I'm sorry?
The gossip piece in the Australian?
There have been many gossip pieces in the Australian. No, that wasn't. It was due to Senator Chandler's questions in the Senate. We became aware of an early work of art that Khalid Sabsabi had done, which we were not aware of. I was concerned about the impact that would have for all the reasons I've explained, so I won't labour them anymore. And so I contacted the chair of Creative Australia and we decided that we should discuss it with the board. So we had a board meeting that evening.
Okay. I want to be really specific about the timeline here.
Okay.
I was in the Senate when Senator Chandler asked the question, so I know when that happened. It's about 2:35 p.m. When did you receive the call from the minister?
About 3:30.
About 3:30. And when did you call Mr Morgan?
I'd called him before that.
You called him before the minister called you?
Yes.
So were you watching Senate question time?
No, but colleagues of mine who work in public affairs were, and alerted me to it, and we searched the image and saw it, and I thought,
who alerted you?
It all happened quickly. I think it was probably my head of public affairs, Nicola Grayson.
Okay. And so what time did you call Mr Morgan?
Around 3:30, very close to 3:30.
But before the minister called you?
Yeah.
So that conversation between the two of you must have been fairly brief and short then?
Well, I described the image. I said, I think we have an issue here that the board needs to discuss. And so we got busy bringing the board together.
Okay. Mr Morgan, what was your recollection of how long that initial discussion took?
With Mr Collette?
Yes.
Oh, it was very short. As soon as he described to me what had been revealed in the Senate and the graphic imagery pertaining to that, it became obvious to me that we needed to get the board together to discuss the implications of that on our Venice Artist Commissioning.
You must have, just to be clear, so it definitely was, you called Mr Collette, you called Mr Morgan at some time between 2:35 p.m. and 3:30. And you can't remember exactly when?
I can't, no.
But you could check, couldn't you?
I could check, yes.
Yes, I would like you to check that. And then you received a call from the minister. You received the call from the minister or you called the minister?
No, I received a call from the minister.
Okay, and had there been any communication with the minister's office prior to the minister calling you?
No, not with me, no.
With anyone at Creative Australia?
I would have to check that, but certainly not with me.
And Mr Morgan, did you receive any communications from the minister or the minister's office or anyone else in government before you spoke to Mr...
None whatsoever. None whatsoever, Senator.
So the first you heard about this was when Mr Collette called you?
rang me around that time. I can't remember, but it was mid-afternoon. I happened to be in Melbourne that day.
Yeah, okay.
And it was quite clear, as we said, that we needed to get the board together to assess what clearly was going to be very... going to be something we needed to deal with quite quickly.
And then when was the board meeting convened?
6 o'clock that evening.
6 p.m. And did you contact the artistic team before or after the board meeting?
Both.
When was the first time you contacted?
I think it was about half an hour. I'd have to check to be exact, but it was about half an hour before the board meeting. I rang Khalid. I said, there was an issue about one of the images we had now seen. The board wished to discuss it. He briefly explained the image to me.